Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side boy, maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing, you do best not to test it. Yeah, you right, real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. while you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Shout out to my man, Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. What is good with you, bro? And shout out to everybody else who is in here or who is watching from somewhere else who has not spoken yet. Shout out to you all right? So we got a actually really good show tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Actually a really good show tonight. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of things. This could turn into a super stream. You know what I'm saying? And you know how everybody likes the super streams. So I bumped up the goal a little bit because it's some things that I want to try to do. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's no big deal if we don't hit the goal. It is a big deal if we do hit it. You know what I'm saying? I'll be extremely happy. So keep that in mind. Shout out to everybody. Smash that like button. Hit that bell. Share the stream. We're going to get into it, all right? I had a bad experience with Crypto.com. I had a bad experience with Crypto.com, and I'm really upset, man, because I like Crypto.com. I hope they fix this nonsense that happened the other day. I will keep you guys posted. Got to hit you with a little bit of suspense in the beginning to keep you here. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about that later. And I'm going to also show you guys what to do if you ever get into this situation, because I got into a situation, man. And I got into this situation because of Coinbase and because of Polygon. All right. Because of Coinbase and because of Polygon. So we're going to talk about it. Shout out to Freshness 318. Thou, what's good with it? Good to see you. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, Mod Extraordinaire. Make sure that you guys follow the instructions. All right. Make sure you guys follow those instructions. All right. So do you guys remember when I was talking about my Royal Rumble situation where I was like, yeah, I can't wait to see what happens with this Bitcoin buying Royal Rumble. It's going to be US and China versus MicroStrategy, yada, 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 right? It's funny. I saw a video that kind of set up the same scenario, all right? So we're going to take a look at this real quick and listen to it.
Be adding Bitcoin to the reserve status to compete in the global hash war in the 21st century. That's World War Bitcoin. You have to have Bitcoin. It's a mad scramble to get more Bitcoin because the fiat money world is collapsing.
Now, what he just said, right? And if I'm not mistaken, that's the guy that used to be on Russia Today. How many of you all agree with what he just said? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't agree, give me a thumbs down. And just, you know, just for sake of engagement, if you hold any Bitcoin, put 100K in the chat.
World War Bitcoin has now begun.
Every country is not going to be adding Bitcoin to the reserve status to compete in the global hash war in the 21st century. That's World War Bitcoin. You have to have Bitcoin. It's a mad scramble to get more Bitcoin because the fiat money world is collapsing.
Bitcoin hash rate just hit an all-time high of 800 exahash. Let me just put that into perspective. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon's cloud services combined makes up less than 1% of Bitcoin's hash rate. And that's because the global race is on to own a piece of the world's most valuable network. China, Russia, Kazakhstan, and other countries in the Middle East are closing in on the United States.
All right, so everybody who wants to know about BRICS, anybody that wants to know about BRICS, there you go.
Let me just put that into perspective. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon's cloud services combined makes up less than 1% of Bitcoin's hash rate. And that's because the global race is on to own a piece of the world's most valuable network. China, Russia, Kazakhstan, and other countries in the Middle East are closing in on the United States, as more and more nation states are using government resources to mine Bitcoin. And that's because you can't play the same game that those countries can, when they have more natural resources, or they can just print money out of thin air.
The end game is to acquire more Bitcoin. Whoever gets the most Bitcoin wins.
Today,
also, and again, I'm pushing this, and you guys know why I'm pushing this, because I'm trying to build a reserve, right? So I want you guys to know there's a huge discount on my Patreon, all right? So if you're a Patreon member, go to Patreon and check out the discounts. And anybody that would be interested in funding the organization, funding the strategic reserve, by joining my Patreon, it says in the comment section here, 50% off. It's actually 89% off. It's 89% off, all right? 89% off with the code Alpha Crypto Pookie, all right? Alpha Crypto Pookie. Put that in on Patreon. You know what I'm saying? Help yourself out, get early access to the videos, get extra notifications, and help your boy build the reserve, all right? Let's get it.
We're going to look at how companies, nations, and governments are competing for precious commodities in cyberspace. We call it the Bitcoin hash wars. Stay tuned for the entire episode to find out who we think is going to.
Shout out to my man AW1. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Tell him to come through. Chop it up with us, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yo, and there's another announcement as well. Make sure you guys watch this stream all the way through to the end. Shout out to the replay gang, #replay gang. It'll take you to the call-in stream that's going to be Tuesday at Tuesday at 3 o'clock. If I'm not, no, Tuesday at 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Tuesday at 2 o'clock. So you guys know how the call-ins go. Make sure that you're part of the Discord so that you can hit the link. Everything is already all set up in the Discord. All right. So the link for the Discord is in the chat. So make sure you're hitting the bells. Make sure you're hitting the links. Make sure you guys do all that. All right. It'll be a good show if everybody participates, comes in, calls in. We have chop it up, have a good time, and you know what I'm saying, get some good insights and some good info.
To win this global hash war. I have my guesses. This is Dante Cook with Bitcoin Simply. Let's go.
The most important thing to understand about Bitcoin is a bank in cyberspace.
So if you want to win World War Bitcoin, you need to start accumulating and hoarding and buying and stacking Bitcoin aggressively as soon as possible.
One major shift that's happening in the digital transformation of the world.
Now, do you hear what that guy said? You need to start buying, hoarding, and collecting Bitcoin as soon as possible. That's why your boy bumped up the goals. That's why your boy's pushing the Patreon. Help your boy do it.
World is that nations are competing less and less in physical space and more for cyberspace. Take Bhutan, for example. This tiny nation with just a GDP of $3 billion is one of the 4 largest sovereign nations when it comes to their Bitcoin holdings. They own over $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, and it's done using the natural resources they already have. It's a new arena, and that's why nations like Oman are moving from an oil standard to a Bitcoin standard. They plan to acquire 7% of the global hash rate in 2025. Not sure that'll happen, but we'll see. Economically obscure and irrelevant countries like Ethiopia now own 2.25% of the global hash rate of Bitcoin's network. And a lot of other countries are moving towards trusting a network versus a nation because of what the United States has done to ruin their trust with other nations globally.
Sovereign nations today are very interested in mining Bitcoin. Why? The US weaponized the US dollar. And so if you as a sovereign want to hold your reserve assets, you don't have many options. The US dollar historically has been the reserve currency of the world because it's a safe haven and you could trust the US.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question, all right? Thinking about global finance, do you all see the world being more efficient under a Bitcoin standard or under the United States dollar standard? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
To not mess with your dollars. That's not the case anymore. If you're a commodity producer in the Middle East, for example, there's risk that the US may put you on an OFAC list. And then what do? Now you can't move money.
And this is why the global hash wars have begun. And it's not just countries and nations. Companies are joining the race. Companies like a Chinese auto manufacturer named Kango now own 933 Bitcoin, up 56% in just the past month. And other companies like BitFuFu, I can't believe I just said that out loud, signed contracts with Bitmain for 80,000 S-series miners. Insane. Bitfarms increased their hash rate by 97% in 2024. Hive increased their production by 47%. And massive players like Marathon now hold 45,000 Bitcoin valued at $4.2 billion as they execute their never sell strategy. And the biggest driver to stack and acquire more Bitcoin is that because there's approximately only 5% of Bitcoin left still to be mined. There will only be 21 million. This is a winner-take-all market.
Whoever gets the most Bitcoin wins.
Before we get to who we think is going to be the winner globally, let's get to our first 2 sponsors.
Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. I appreciate you, bro. Lloyd Sky 9 has been a member for 18 months, man. Make sure that you guys smash that like button, hit that bell, and throw the number 18 in the chat for Lloyd Sky 9 for funding the organization for 18 months. Definitely appreciate you standing on that business, bro. Make sure y'all show him some love.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it, bro.
Bitcoin miners historically sold their Bitcoin back to the market to fund their operations. But now they're borrowing to fund their operations and not selling their Bitcoin because you hodl Bitcoin, you don't sell it, which is the premise behind Ledn. Since 2018, they've been the global leader in allowing people to unlock liquidity without selling their Bitcoin.
So let me ask you guys this, and he's right about that, right? You're not supposed to sell your Bitcoin. You're not supposed to sell your Bitcoin. So if you don't sell your Bitcoin, what happens to the volatility? If you don't sell your Bitcoin, what happens to the volatility? Let me know.
They've issued $6.5 billion worth of loans to tens of thousands of clients. And I personally have used the product myself. The loan process took about 2 minutes and my account was funded in less than 24 hours. No monthly payments, repay anytime. And I can have confidence because I know that they're not lending out my Bitcoin. Go to ledn.io/borrowing to unlock liquidity in your Bitcoin stack without selling it. That's ledn.io.
Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. I appreciate you, bro. hitting that goal, man. Make sure you guys throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Lloyd Sky 9 for contributing to this goal. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Lloyd Sky 9 says, I hope crypto.com didn't do you too bad. I actually had an issue, but I resolved it via customer service. They've always held me down so far. Yeah, I'm not leaving crypto.com. You know what I'm saying? I still mess with them. I still like them. I still think that they're the best. I think that they're the best platform. I think that this was an individual issue, not so much a crypto.com issue. However, you know, you got to be careful with the people that you hire, right? And, you know, again, I've been a long time customer of crypto.com before they were even being talked about. I've always said positive things about them on my channel. And I had an issue that I feel was fairly easy to resolve. And I believe that this particular individual made it more difficult than it had to be. The issue still hasn't been resolved yet. I think I know how it's going to get resolved, but I don't know yet. I'm still waiting. So anytime an issue takes longer than one business day, it gets worse every day. You get irritated about it, right? And I couldn't sit here and tell you guys how great crypto.com is. And then when I have an issue with them, not be open about it and be like, yo, I've been telling you guys this company is great and I had an issue with it, just to hide my own, you know, like ego or hubris. Like, no, I like crypto.com, but they pissed me off. They did this wrong. I hope they'll never do it again. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate you. And man, Lloyd Sky 9 just bought everybody lunch. So, you know, make sure you guys throw some cats and dogs in the chat for my man Lloyd Sky 9 for funding the organization with the dime piece. I appreciate you, bro. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, there we go.
In Springfield,
like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. Paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Yeah, and I agree. And let me ask you this, bro. When you had issues with crypto.com, did you use that customer service pop-up chat that they have, or did you somehow, were you able to call and actually speak to somebody? Let me know.
.io/borrowing. You don't own Bitcoin and someone else is controlling it, whether you're a mining company or an individual. And that's why the Bitcoin way exists, to help you take ownership of your generational wealth. Members of their team will walk you through 100% self-custody step-by-step so you can remove all counterparty risk, stop sharing keys with third parties, and ensure you protect your generational wealth the right way. Head over to thebitcoinway.com and schedule a free 30-minute consultation with their team.
Bitcoin is a national security.
Okay. Yeah, I have a chat that's open with them right now. I'm telling you, I really hope that they get this fixed. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm irritated. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. She's setting it off.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Oh man, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, setting it off just like a woman, supporting the organization and studying them capital assets pricing models. Thank you, Rob, and everyone in the Discord. Speaking of the capital asset pricing models, we will do a stream on the capital asset pricing model. How many people got a chance to see the capital asset pricing model? If you guys got a chance to see the capital asset pricing model, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Now, you guys know that's going to be a stream that for real only has 5 people in it, right? You know what I'm saying? That'll have sludge dripping out of people's ears. We're going to talk about that because if you ask me, we should do an examination of our portfolios using the portfolio as a single capital asset, okay, and use net present value and price it into the future to try to create pathways to future goals. All right. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Hope you guys done, because it's time for round 2 on your food. Shout out to Black Free Thinker, man. It looks like I don't know how that vegetarian week gonna go for you, bro.
In Springfield, they're
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. People's is that. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Supporting the channel, man. Definitely appreciate it. Now, here go my question for everybody, right? We got 2 pathways in addition to what we're already doing, right? The 10 shares of MicroStrategies, right? 1,000 XRP. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people are moving, getting closer to their goals on those? If you guys are, give me a thumbs up. If you lacking, then give me a thumbs down.
Security concern for this country. Russia is the world's 2nd largest Bitcoin mining nation. Countries that operate on a Bitcoin standard from a perspective of transacting and holding Bitcoin can transact outside of the sanctions environment. They can transact outside of government controls. If the U.S. does not have a substantial amount of Bitcoin mining.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. This should be very obvious. What do you all notice about these people who are in this place having this discussion about Bitcoin? Anybody, is there anything that stands out to anybody, or anything that you might notice that's not there? Let me know in the chat.
If the U.S. does not have a substantial amount of Bitcoin mining onshore, they can be locked out, and U.S. companies can be locked out of transacting their Bitcoin. So strategic ownership of block space is of a national security concern, and that's why with 40% of global Bitcoin mining in the U.S. must maintain dominance, not just in Bitcoin mining, but also in the holding of Bitcoin assets in U.S. companies, whether they're ETFs, whether they're Bitcoin mining companies, whether it's MicroStrategy. But the U.S.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Since Bitcoin is such a strategic issue with the United States, I think that everybody in the United States who holds Bitcoin should petition to the federal government. We'll hold more Bitcoin and stay here in the United States if you cut our tax rate. If you guys would agree, that's a good proposition. Give me a thumbs up. And we need to put that to the state and the local level. Hey, we hold Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Cut that tax rate down, and we'll help maintain the Bitcoin holdings of the United States by keeping it here in the United States. Shout out to my man, Jerry Bedford. Bro, I definitely appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that so much. Make sure that you guys show Jerry Bedford some love. Please throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, Jerry Bedford, for super funding the organization, man. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Jerry Bedford says, good morning, Rob, and Happy New Year's. Good morning and Happy New Year's to you. Make sure you guys show Jerry Bedford some love. Jerry Bedford is definitely about to get all the drops. You know what I'm saying? Because of this chat, I ain't got to say this, or because of the super chat, I ain't got to say this no more.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back.
I'm rich, bitch.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money.
plan. I ain't got no money, punk.
Definitely appreciate it. And if we don't, it is what it is, right? There's a formula that I have that I of how I do it. All right. And if you guys are curious, what I'm saying, I'll tell you about the formula. All right.
Must maintain dominance because by the same reason the US holds 40% of the gold reserves in the world, they can exert influence in financial markets. They have to do that as the world transitions to digital currencies.
I now believe that the United States sees Bitcoin as a strategic asset in more ways than one. And I believe it's because the president has someone like Michael Saylor in his ear. Here's what I imagine that Michael Saylor is telling the president.
Once upon a time, the Dutch paid 60 guilders for Manhattan. They generated a multi-trillion-dollar payoff. Once upon a time, we bought the Louisiana.
See this Cantor Crypto Digital Assets AI Infrastructure Conference. Look at how much it costs to get in here. Or no, these are these purchases. My bad. I thought this was the price to get in. I thought this was the price to get in. But look at these historic precedents for strategic Bitcoin reserve, all right, based on appreciation. All right. This took place November 13th through November 14th, 2024 in Miami, Florida. These are the type of things that we need to be going to. That is one of the I'm going to organize us to be able to go to these kind of things, sit down at these places, get insights, take it back, research it, use it for our purposes, invest, get capital, get money, build a giant value chain with a huge market cap. That is my goal. All right. That is the reason why I've been cranking up the goals. All right. So I want everybody to understand that. Hopefully everybody's cryptocurrency is putting money back into your pocket to where you can reinvest in things that you think are value added investments. And I really hope that you see what I would like to do as a value added investment. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that you noticed it. What did you guys notice about the conference? Did you notice at the conference they not like, if you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. Now, of course, because I think the way that I think, I see that as a huge problem. You know what I'm saying? But so many people aren't paying attention to this that they don't even see it at all. I'm always speechless. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying?
We bought California from the Mexicans under duress, I'll note, but we still paid them. They didn't want to sell because they were smart. You shouldn't have sold California. But nonetheless, we paid $18 million. We had a chance to do the deal. By the way, I don't want to sell you my Bitcoin either. We paid them $18 million. We got California, Nevada, Vegas. It's worth quite a lot, $8 trillion. And then we bought Alaska from the Russians. We paid them a few million. It's worth trillions. Okay, it's been done before. It's a very simple idea. Figure out where the value is going to be. Go buy it cheap and hold it. You're a nation. That's what nations do. Bitcoin is manifest destiny for the United States.
It's good to speculate on what might happen in the future, but let's look at where the global hash rate stands today. The United States is the leader with about 37% of the global hash rate. Despite the government banning Bitcoin in 2021, China is still in second place with about 20 to 21% of the global hash rate. Kazakhstan accounts for about 13% of the global hash rate. They have substantial energy reserves and low energy costs. The global hash rate competition for positions 4 and 5 are debatable between Russia and Canada because Russia is likely in the top 3, but underreports how much Bitcoin mining actually happens in their region. They have a cold climate and are one of the world's most abundant natural energy producers. I say they're between 5% and 15%. You just don't know. Canada makes up about 6% of the global hash rate. It has abundant renewable energy sources. I think these positions will be relatively the same in 2025, except I believe that Canada gets kicked out. I believe that we will see a major country in the Middle East take Canada's position as the number 5 leader in global hash rate.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Who do you all think will be the leader in global hash rate? Now, here's the thing, right? People always ask about quote unquote bricks. And if you ask me, always ask the wrong stuff about bricks or have just a misguided interest in bricks. Now, did you all see the countries who have all the Bitcoin and all the countries who have all the hash rate? These countries already have existing infrastructure and Bitcoin is skyrocketing and it's skyrocketing right now. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that some of the countries in BRICS together, they'll have the majority of the global hash rate just because of existing infrastructure and accelerating appreciation. I don't know how the United States will be able to speed up fast enough to be able to do that, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. So let me know what you guys think.
It's not that Canada doesn't have the resources. It doesn't seem like they have the sense or the fortitude to invest in Bitcoin strategically, which is a blunder on their part. Who do you think will be the top 5 in the global hash wars in 2025? One final thought. Bitcoin's price has typically been highly correlated with the hash rate. And with hash rate reaching all-time highs, do you think that this correlation will continue?
This is an interesting point right here, and people should pay very close attention to this. The Bitcoin price tends to correlate with the hash rate. What does that mean? What that means is that as Bitcoin gets more computing power, as Bitcoin is able to be processed more, because you guys know after a halving, the algorithm becomes more difficult and you need more computing power to solve the blocks, right? The more computing power that you have, the more you'll be able to process blocks, right? As the hash rate increases, the price increases, right? This is almost like Moore's law, but almost an inverse of Moore's law, right? Where do you think that this is going? Where do you think that this is going?
And that we'll have a new all-time high in Bitcoin in Q1 of 2025. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. And I would love to connect with you in real life down at the BitBlockBoom conference from April 3rd through April 6th. BitBlockBoom is the longest running Bitcoin conference in the United States at over 8 years old.
Now, again, this, if you ask me, this is something that people should try to go to, right? A true Bitcoin conference. April 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Network with fellow Bitcoiners in Dallas, Texas. This is something that we should plan, organize, try to get to, take some notes, make some connections, come back, talk about it, right? Do some work, research. But, you know, people just letting life pass them by like Farside, man.
And it attracts speakers and some of the greatest minds in Bitcoin from all over the world, like Parker Lewis, Marty Bent, Guy Swan, Bob Burnett, Gary Leland, and me. Learn about Bitcoin mining, buying your first Bitcoin, taking self-custody of your Bitcoin, as well as having exclusive access to your favorite people in Bitcoin at exclusive parties like the Saturday Casino Night. Your ticket is all-inclusive, and you can get $100 off by going to bitblockboom.com and entering the promo code BBB25. That's bitblockboom.com and enter the promo code BBB25. I hope to meet some of you all there. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, do so. We put out fire content.
All right, yeah, so yeah, do that. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to my channel. So moving on, continue to talk about this hash rate because this is important, right? We're going to see what speed we're up to. Okay. We are going to see what speed we are up to. There we go right there. Okay. Bitcoin's computer power may hit a major milestone long before the next halving. So if the computing power hits a major milestone, more than likely the price will probably follow, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Bitcoin's hash rate increased by approximately 50% in 2024 and is currently on course to rise for the 8th consecutive time. All right. What does that mean? The Bitcoin hash rate has appreciated 56% in the past year, averaging around 787 EHs on a 7-day basis. If the hash rate grows at a conservative pace of 20%, which is interestingly Michael Saylor's proposition of how much Bitcoin increases per year, 1 Zeta hash should be achieved by 2027. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How much computing power is a Zeta hash? Since October, the Bitcoin network has seen 7 consecutive difficulty adjustments, a run not seen since China's mining ban in 2021. Okay. Now, again, difficulty adjustments. What are these difficulty adjustments? What do these difficulty adjustments mean? What do they mean for the network? What do they mean for everybody? Bitcoin's hash rate, the computational energy needed to mine a block in a proof-of-work blockchain, is on track to reach 1 Zeta hash per second before the next halving in about 3.5 years, putting miners under pressure to secure cheap power deals and more efficient equipment. All right. So now, do you guys remember long time ago, right? Long time ago, none of those people watch the channel anymore, right? But when we were talking about computational theory and we were relating computational theory to the theory of relativity, how many people remember those live streams? If you guys remember those, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. It's funny how all of this stuff comes back, but you know what I'm saying? The people that watch the channel don't, right? The average hash rate could reach that level, equivalent to 1,000 exahash per second by 2027, even if it rises at the rather sedate pace of 20% per year. It's grown at an average of 65% a year since 2020 and is currently around 787 EHs on a 7-day moving average basis, according to Glassnode data. All right. Now, this is important because this is kind of an indicator of the strength used by the Bitcoin network is a direct indicator of the demand for and on the Bitcoin network. So if this computational power is increasing, that means that the difficulty adjustment is adjusting based on the requirement of producing new Bitcoins from the mine. Okay. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with you, bro? The hash rate is an important component of Bitcoin's miner profitability. The higher the hash rate, the higher the energy cost, which is why it's so important for miners to optimize their business operations. Now, this article here should give insights as to why I said if you are Michael Saylor, right? If you are Michael Saylor, you're in a unique position because since he holds the amount of Bitcoin, him and Fidelity hold the amount of Bitcoin that will be produced in the next halving cycles, they can undercut the miners with no energy costs because their only energy costs are the hardware that they're using to store the Bitcoin on. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it don't make sense, give me a thumbs down. He could undercut the miners and drop the Bitcoin price for 1 year, put them out of business, buy back all of their mines, and then start them back up again under MicroStrategy's ownership if he wanted to do that, which would be wild. That's how you weaponize Bitcoin to break somebody, to tank their prices. And that's a model of using Bitcoin that we have yet to see executed yet. Shout out to Dre D. Dre D said Ethereum solved this long ago. Pulse Chain solved this long ago. Yeah, I would agree. However, right, my question for you would be, why do you feel that people have not adopted the smart contracts yet? Why do you think people are more biased towards the proof of work system that Bitcoin uses? Let me know what you think. And shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. And also, here's another question for you. When you say solved, right, quote unquote solved, what problem are you talking about that was quote unquote solved? Let me know what you think. So now here it says also plays into network security, which has appreciated 56% in the past year. The pace of growth accelerated in the second half of 2024 after April's halving, when the block rewards dropped 50% to 450 Bitcoin per day, reducing the revenue miners receive. The squeeze became so intense that some miners couldn't survive by mining alone. They had to pivot some of their operations to artificial intelligence computing, and some even opted out to buy Bitcoin in the open market. All right, so it's getting extremely tight. Like this is a efficiency squeeze. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. The big players make money on both sides. But what I'm curious about is you said that Ethereum, quote unquote, solved this problem. Which problem? Because these things here that this is talking about, I don't necessarily know if this is a problem or not. These are things that Bitcoin programmed into their network to control the supply, to kind of keep supply on pace with demand, and to maintain the anti-inflation structure that Bitcoin has. These aren't like problems or bottlenecks. These are mechanisms that are built into the network, right? So when you say it's quote unquote solved the problem, what problem are we talking about? So now here it says at 1ZH, miners will need to find more creative ways to stay afloat and to adjust to a more challenging market. All right. So these people in this early stage of, Bitcoin adoption, they're already starting to have issues with efficiency, right? So here's my question. People who are late in the game, who don't even have any Bitcoin at all, what kind of difficulty do you think that they're going to have? Right. Shout out to Dre D. Dre D says Ethereum changed to proof of stake from proof of work. Right. And the smart contracts. Now, here's my question for you, right? That's on the Ethereum network, right, which has its own rules and protocols. I'm trying to figure out what problem of Bitcoin does that solve. Dre D says we don't need to use hash power to secure Bitcoin. We can switch it to proof of stake. Ah, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right, yeah, and that's true. I wouldn't disagree with that. Now, here's my question: Who's doing that? Because I've seen like the wrapped Bitcoin and all of that, but who? See, I've been looking for like a liquid Bitcoin staking protocol. I've been looking for like a Bitcoin liquidity, and it's kind of difficult to find. So if you know something, bro, you know what I'm saying, let us know. So now here it says, in fact, the hash rate may have already touched 1 zeta hash for a single block, according to a post on X on Thursday. A reading off 1 block, though, is inaccurate due to the probabilistic nature of mining, block time variability, and short-term network fluctuations. The industry standard is usually at least a 7-day moving average to account for outliers and reliability. It's not only hash rate that's increasing, so is the difficulty of mining a block. Since October, the blockchain has seen 7 consecutive positive difficulty adjustments, currently at 109.78 trillion. The difficulty adjusts every 2016 blocks and recalibrates for blocks to be mined on a 10-minute basis. The last time the network saw 7 consecutive positive adjustments was after China banned mining in 2021, when the hash rate dropped 50%. All right. And so people should go back and look and see if a price decrease was correlated with that hash rate drop. This time, however, hash rate and difficulty are moving in tandem. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What's causing this relationship to make hash rate and difficulty move in tandem? Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, yo, Rob, you're going to be eating good tonight. Not unless I get that goal. Not unless I hit that goal, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I thought this was an interesting article because this is some of the stuff that people don't really talk about when it comes to Bitcoin, this technical stuff. And this technical stuff is very interesting because when you correlate the technical stuff with the financial stuff, a lot of it correlates. You can find trends. Okay. Now I had this article from Bloomberg, and it looks like Bloomberg is they're making it behind a paywall. I'm gonna try to reload it real quick and see what's going on here. Give me 1 second, guys. Also, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, Bloomberg's got all the articles behind the paywall, so we can't hit none of these. Can't hit none of these. That's why the organization needs funds. Let me see. So shout out to Win Loser Rug, because Win Loser Rug actually put this article in the chat, and we're gonna take a look at this real quick. Let me see. Hold on. So speaking of hash rate, I need some hash rate. My computer can't even mine websites. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, if you guys can hear me, let me know. Because this bad boy is stuck. All right, there we go. Let me see. Oh, man. Good Lord. They got this one behind the paywall, too, on Washington Post. Man, they killing me out here. They killing me out here, man. All right, well, anyway, Shout out to Win Lose a Rug anyway on that. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, what you got, a 3070? You know what? I don't even know, bro. This computer is so old. Like, I bought this computer way back when I first started YouTubing, and I haven't bought a new one since. Now, this is an article that came out on December 31st, all right? And it's from Bravos Research. And it says, is the 2025 Bitcoin crash starting? All right. That's an interesting question. All right. And I want to know what you guys think. Is the 2020 Bitcoin crash starting? If you guys think that it is, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that it is not, then give me a thumbs down. All right. Bitcoin ETF investments have now surged past $100 billion. Major U.S. asset managers have gone on an unprecedented buying spree. Now, let me ask you guys this. As much money is being spent on Bitcoin, do you all feel that the price of Bitcoin is reflecting the amount of money being spent? If you ask me, I hear about these just billions and billions and hundreds of billions of dollars that go in every day. And it seems like the price kind of just, it stays, you know, in the $95,000 to $101,000 range. And it's like, if billions of dollars are coming in every single day and Bitcoin is already as high as it is, how is the price not fluctuating more? How is the price not fluctuating more? Does it make sense? What do you guys think? Why is the price not fluctuating? This massive institutional interest has pushed Bitcoin beyond its previous all-time high of 70,000 with a stunning 40% in less than 50 days. We've seen this movie before, though. All right, so here's the chart. Okay, and again, this is what I'm talking about with these financial markets. It's a two-dimensional chart to represent a multi-dimensional space. So how accurate do you think that this will be? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says, not in my opinion, especially on the Ethereum side. Yeah, facts. Brooklyn Queen says, nope, not with all these countries getting in. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right. So now here it says in February of 2017, Bitcoin broke above 11,000 and soared 200% in just 100 days. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think in the upcoming days, weeks, and months, we are going to see a price breakout pattern like this? If you guys think so, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think so, then give me a thumbs down. All right. The same happened in December of 2020. A break above the previous highs of around 19,000 was followed by a 200% surge in just 100 days. So we should be projecting out between 150 and 200 days, if you ask me, to track this and see where it goes, right? If history repeats today and Bitcoin raises 200% over the next 100 days, its chart might look something like this. So what lies ahead? So if the historical patterns follow, right, within the next 100 days, we should see a $200,000 Bitcoin. Now, mind you, this was without a bunch of people rushing to try to get in. This was just back when people were buying casually. It wasn't a Bitcoin drought. Now there's a Bitcoin drought and everybody's trying to get in all at the same time. I don't know, but I would put a factor on this. I would put a couple factors on this. I would put a pro-crypto sentiment factor on this. I would put a United States Trump presidency factor on this. And I would put a adoption accelerant factor on this. And I would say that there should be a number multiplied by the 200%. I would say maybe, I don't know, let's multiply 10 times 200%. So let's give it 2,000. I would say we should see something like this, but maybe it'll be 2,000%. So I think that the environment is right for this historical pattern to continue, but it'll continue multiplied at a factor. And I think that if that factor is as influential, which it should be because it's global, as we are thinking that it is, I don't know, instead of 200,000, maybe it could be 2 million in the next 100 days. I don't know. This is just off the top of my head. Let me know what you guys think. Sound crazy? We'll see how crazy it is. We got 100 days. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, well, Bitcoin's price action follows a clear pattern on the log scale. A parabolic rally brings extraordinary returns, which are often unsustainable. These bubbles then pop and prices retrace sharply. Then Bitcoin bases for some time before starting a new parabolic run up. All right. So again, after all of this happens, we should expect a fall, right? We don't know where that fall will land, especially if it's with the factors, because the factors might provide some type of support. So it could go up that high and then it could drop back down. So what could happen? What could possibly happen is that this thing could explode to $2 million, in my opinion, right? In the next 100 days. Then after the bubble pops, it could go back down to maybe like $150,000 and people will call that a substantial fall. Even though, if you ask me, it's not a substantial fall. To me, that would just be normal. That would be normal expected behavior based on the historic pattern. You know what I'm saying? Today, we're undeniably in the parabolic stage. While most market participants recognize this recurring cycle, timing these movements remains challenging. Do you really think so? I don't think so. What do you guys think about timing the movements? I don't think that they're difficult to time at all. The key question isn't just whether Bitcoin will continue higher, but where and when will this move end? All right. So then they go on and talk about this stuff here. Two key Bitcoin drivers. The current Bitcoin rally stems from two fundamental factors. First, there is funny, the fundamental factors, right? I was talking about the factoring earlier, but they don't put any variables on this and multiply it times whatever formula they're using to generate that curve. First, the new U.S. administrator's favorable stance on crypto promises more support. So again, they should that should expand the graph, right? The graph will still be moving in the same direction, but you've got to adjust it for the favorability. Second, and more importantly, Wall Street's accelerating adoption of Bitcoin, particularly through the new ETF vehicles, which is driving prices higher. So again, they chose some of the factors that I said, but they didn't implement those factors into their model. You know what I'm saying? BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, now recommends a 2% Bitcoin allocation. Okay. So again, to all the people that say that Bitcoin is a scam, there you go. To all the people that have a 401k, Bitcoin is now, it should be on your radar for your 401k. Right? All these people that quote unquote got it together. For perspective, global assets total about $900 trillion, with gold representing 2% at $18 trillion market cap. All right. So now look at this. You see this $900 trillion? I want you guys to understand something about this $900 trillion. Never sell your Bitcoin. You understand? Never sell your Bitcoin. This $900 trillion. This right here is a table representation of the global asset market cap. This is what I call the Earth market cap. Okay, $900 trillion, with gold representing 2%. Okay, see this $900 trillion? This $900 trillion represents a probability distribution. All $900 trillion have a probability of at some point possibly being absorbed by Bitcoin. Okay. Any inflow of this $900 trillion into Bitcoin's existing value is going to skyrocket the value of Bitcoin. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. So as I want you to understand this, as long as you hold Bitcoin, you have a vehicle to have a constant inflow of value being transferred and digitized from the world market cap, which is $9 trillion, $900 trillion. Okay. If you do not have Bitcoin, you don't have access to this $900 trillion because Bitcoin is standardizing the entire world price structure. And in order to standardize the entire world price structure, Bitcoin has to strip away. It has to strip away price pollution. Okay? And purify the prices. That's why it makes the appearance that items are depreciating in relation to Bitcoin. Any item, any market cap that Bitcoin goes into, it's going to absorb inflation and price pollution. It's going to store the inflation and price pollution inside of Bitcoin, and it's going to strip away the inflation and price pollution from the item that is being compared against. And that's how the price mechanism works. As long as this $900 trillion exists, there will be a constant inflow and outflow of this $900 trillion into and out of Bitcoin. You will have access to this $900 trillion based on the amount of Bitcoin that you have. Okay? The moment you give up your Bitcoin, you give up access to the global market cap. Everybody that's not paying attention and not utilizing Bitcoin or not investing in Bitcoin is leaving global market cap on the table to be absorbed by other Bitcoin holders. You now basically have your own financial black hole, and you put your financial black hole inside of a vault, and it sits there in cyberspace like a vortex and absorbs value and price pollution. And that's what it does. These points of acceleration, these are like supernovas, right? That's what this is. Look at the charts. You see how it skyrockets like that? These are bursts. Okay? Price bursts. As Bitcoin gets stronger, the gravitational attraction to value increases, and it's really pulling everything out. Okay? Bitcoin's like Unicron. Remember Unicron from the Transformers movie? Like Galactus out here. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have a piece of it, you don't have a piece of this. So understand, Bitcoin is the standard, right? It's a value containing standard. The idea of Bitcoin is to eventually contain this entire value and any value beyond this, which is why I was talking about type 1, 2, and 3 Kardashev civilizations and the possibility of a intergalactic, interstellar human society that still has its value system spread out across 21 million Bitcoin. Really understanding the depths of how giant this thing could possibly be. 2 or 3 star systems that communicate with each other using Satoshis, and somebody, you know, who's an old first, second, third generation Bitcoiner in the future still has Bitcoin money. Bitcoin is going to be the new old money. When humanity becomes a multi-star system, multi-galaxy, civilization, the people who had quote unquote Bitcoin money, those will be the old money people. Bitcoin will be equivalent to old money. You know what I'm saying? Beyond this $900 trillion is market cap beyond the planet Earth. Elon Musk is talking about developing and terraforming Mars. Mars develops a civilization on there. They start using Satoshis. Now there's another market cap for Bitcoin to absorb. Still only 21 million Bitcoin. Okay? So Bitcoin gives you access not only to the global market cap, Bitcoin gives you access to the upper limits of human market making capability, which is a number that we don't have access to yet because nobody can calculate that. Maybe the Bitcoin computer network could because it's got so much, hash rate, right? But this is where this is going, okay? This is why they're comparing Bitcoin to different market caps. And Bitcoin is attacking all of these market caps simultaneously, which is one of the reasons why you see so much volatility. It's not just what you see. If you watch a war and you just watch one point on the battlefield, it looks like there's only one fight going on. But actually, there's fights all over the place. If you watch Bitcoin attacking these different market caps, you'd be watching a screen all over the place. You had a gold standard screen, you had a silver standard screen, you had a real estate screen, you had a tech screen. You have all these different screens. You had a black market. Bitcoin's already absorbed the black market. It's done with it. It's on to other things, right? So Bitcoin is your ticket, it's your pass, it's your gateway, it's your admission fee to access this $900 trillion. Whatever percentage of Bitcoin you have and hold is whatever percentage of access you have to this $900 trillion. If you do not have access to this $900 trillion, you will be forever locked out of the human financial system. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. All right. And also, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. So now here it says Bitcoin's current $1.4 trillion market cap suggests massive growth potential. And of course, yeah, because because 900 trillion as of right now, and this number changes, this is the current maximum growth potential, right? Current, because this changes constantly. So being that Bitcoin is only a 1.4 trillion, it's got a whole, 898.6, right, trillion to go. Okay. In fact, a similar 2% global allocation for Bitcoin would potentially push Bitcoin's market cap to $18 trillion and the price to 1.3 million per Bitcoin. So, I mean, do you see this? Just that little percentage change, 2% global allocation to Bitcoin, push the price to 13 million per Bitcoin. Okay. So this is how you get these price jumps. Okay. Everybody's still there. You guys okay? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's still breathing. If you guys still breathing, you know what I'm saying? Throw me a signal. Total value of global assets. All right, so look at this table right here. Art, 18 trillion. Cars and collectibles, 6 trillion. Equities, 115 trillion. Real estate, 330 trillion. Bonds, 300 trillion. Money, 120 trillion. Bitcoin is attacking all of these simultaneously. Bitcoin running through the global economy like Pac-Man. Okay? They should make a video game about this. It would be dope. Teach you something while you playing it. You know what I'm saying? Learning from gold's ETF journey. When the first gold ETF launched in November of 2004, gold's market cap was around 2 trillion, similar to Bitcoin today. So now, do you guys remember what Michael Saylor was talking about? Shout out to my man, AB Promotions, about getting in early. People like Da Vinci who got in way early. I mean, he's in the, when this all breaks out, he's in the sky. Like he's untouchable at this point. This is like immortality, right? Even still, for us, that's what this is. Shout out to AB. What's good with you, bro? So even for us, that's what this is, right? We have a chance to be able to lock in being good and being good for our family forever. You know what I'm saying? Gold ETF launch marked a crucial moment when the institutional money could finally access the asset without dealing with physical storage. Okay? What followed was a remarkable 300% price surge over 6 years. Okay? Bitcoin's ETF serves the same function today, potentially unleashing similar long-term price appreciation. If Bitcoin mirrors gold post-ETF performance, it could mean that Bitcoin's bull market might last multiple years with healthy pushbacks along the way. Okay. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you guys see why I have my goal the way that I have it? And you guys should have your goals that way as well. Okay. Bitcoin ETFs currently own 1.15 million Bitcoin and still accumulating about 3,000 Bitcoin daily. At this price, Bitcoin could surge another 50% in 50 days. All right. So we got time frames 50 to 100 days, 150 to 200 days out. Okay. Spot Bitcoin ETF. All right. However, even a slight slowdown in ETF buying could trigger a decline. Now, we need to pay attention to when these ETFs slow down, because these are our periods of when the ETFs slow down, that's when we need to speed up. Right? Because we're in a time crunch. When the ETFs slow down, that's when we need to speed up. So we got to be able to be liquid and be there when the ETFs slow down so that we can capitalize on that. Because it's easier to get 25% of an $80,000 Bitcoin than it is to get of a $100,000 Bitcoin, right? So the 80,000 Bitcoin presents as opportunities when the ETFs start to slow down. So when the ETFs slow down or when there's outflows on the ETFs, that's when it's time to strike. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, then give me a thumbs down. For instance, in March of 2024, Bitcoin prices fell by 30%, even though the ETFs were still buying. Now, with the Bitcoin price falling at 30%, that's when you want to go in, right? When the Bitcoin price falls at 30%, that's when you want to try to increase, because you should never not be buying, but you want to increase your buying when it goes to 30%, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down, right? So March of 2024 was a great time to sell, despite Bitcoin ETFs still accumulating. And if you ask me, there's no such thing as a great time to sell your Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? There's never a time to sell it. Never. Under any circumstances. You know what I'm saying? Never under any circumstance, ever. Bitcoin warning signs. Back in March of 2024, we had closed all crypto positions. We've done the same now in December. Why? Well, because Bitcoin is forming a head and shoulders pattern, which is a common sign of a local top forming. Okay? So we've heard about this head and shoulders pattern before, right? Shout out to Win Loser Rug, you know what I'm saying? Our chart analyst, right? What does the head and shoulders pattern mean? The head and shoulders pattern, in most cases, people see that as a quote-unquote ominous sign. Why do people see the head and shoulders pattern as a quote-unquote ominous sign? Additionally, while U.S. stocks have entered correction mode, Bitcoin has remained resilient. Now, we need to ask about this relationship, right? Because, see, this is one of the benefits of the volatility. Bitcoin doesn't track the stock market. So stocks could have behaviors, and maybe 1 or 2 days Bitcoin might follow some stocks, but then the other days Bitcoin can do whatever it wants to because it's not connected directly to the stock market. Bitcoin is connected to everything. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Bearish breakdown. Facts. So now we get into the realms of talking about that quote unquote $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 pullback that we were talking about before. What's quote unquote your correction plan, right? Well, this is the correction plan. This is the exact opposite of September 2024 setup when stocks hit new highs while Bitcoin struggled. All right. Back then, Bitcoin eventually caught up to stock strength. Now we might see Bitcoin catch down to stock's weakness. I don't know. I don't think anything's going to correlate the way that it historically has this year. If Bitcoin corrects, we could look to buy the dip at around $80,000 for the next leg higher. All right. So you guys see that? So again, all of these reports are saying the same thing. We got to be on the lookout and got to be ready for the $80,000 Bitcoin. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. We got to be aware and we got to be on the lookout for the $80,000 Bitcoin. Okay. However, we maintain flexibility in our strategy. If Bitcoin shows continued strength, we'll adjust our short-term outlook accordingly. And you should always be flexible and be able to adjust your outlooks. I would agree with this. Okay. So now look at this right here. It says this adaptable approach has helped us yield extraordinary crypto profits in 2024 while keeping the losses small. We've made some incredible trades in 2024. Average profit was 16.61%. Average loss was 3.52. Not bad. Okay. We send buy and sell alerts on individual stocks, ETFs, cryptos, and commodities. All right. So this is what they were doing right here. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right. So again, in this technical analysis that we just read, They mentioned the $80,000 Bitcoin. They mentioned the $80,000 Bitcoin. So do you all think that the $80,000 Bitcoin is likely? Yeah, facts. I got to agree with Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said keep some liquidity at all times. Facts, because you want to be able to jump in on that. You want to be able to jump in on that. And that's what I'm saying about the correction plan. So part of the correction plan should be what? Keep some liquidity all times. The ideal liquidity is the ideal liquidity necessary to buy your maximum amount of Bitcoin at its lowest price. Which is why the next step that we should be looking for is that $80,000 Bitcoin. Okay? As much of a piece of that as we can. Blacklight Revelations has a goal to acquire 25% of the next $80,000 Bitcoin. That sound feasible? Does that sound feasible? I think it's feasible. I know it's feasible. Mega 2025. How Donald Trump can make Ethereum great again. Now, the people that I watch on YouTube. Now, look at this. Back to 76,000. This is interesting, right? What day did this come out on? Let me see. They just posted this. They just posted this 45 minutes ago. Back to 76,000. Oh man, it's about to be lit, man. It's about to be lit. It's about to be lit. It's about to be lit. Mega 2025. How Donald Trump can make Ethereum great again in 2025. It's going to be a blitzkrieg. Experts say a crypto-friendly Trump administration will rapidly breathe fresh life into the Ethereum ecosystem. Now, I've heard a lot of predictions about Ethereum. I'm getting irritated with Ethereum, but I'm not going anywhere. But I'd like it to do something more than what it's doing right now. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So let's see what they say that this Trump presidency can do for Ethereum. All right. Ethereum's Ether has been marred by underperformance over the last 18 months, seeing Bitcoin and a swath of other alternative layer 1 coins, including the likes of Solana and Sui, dramatically outperforming it. All right. While Ethereum has gained 88% in the last 18 months, Solana has posted a 1,040% gain, and Sui has rallied 448% in the same time frame. All right. So that, every time I look at that, I'm annoyed because that's an opportunity cost. The money I got tied up in Ethereum, I could have had in those other things. Right? Ethereum got sandwiched in 2024 between two shiny objects. Bitcoin, which attracted a huge amount of institutional interest, and Solana, which gained traction with retail investors. Ethereum was the odd man out. Bitwise Chief Investment Officer Matt Hogan told Cointelegraph. All right. Now, I want to ask you guys, how many of you all have been hearing these reports that like Ethereum is about to go on this massive breakout out of the clear blue sky? Have you all heard? If you guys have heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. However, many crypto pundits believe the election of Donald Trump in the United States and the expected crypto-friendly stance of key agencies under his new administration could mark the turning point for the performance of Ethereum in the crypto market. After all, the incoming president's family launched its own decentralized finance project, which is called World Liberty Financial, on the chain. All right. So Trump directly has an interest in Ethereum succeeding. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's not a bad thing for people that hold Ethereum, right? It's not a bad thing for people that hold Ethereum. Experts are looking at a swath of new developments for a bullish stance on Ethereum heading into 2025, ranging from the demise of financial nihilism to a complete overhaul of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, positive regulatory developments, Ethereum exchange-traded fund staking, and increased commodity futures trading commission oversight of crypto. All right. Ethereum is posed to benefit more from a Trump win than other protocols, especially since it's just a lot bigger and more mature than all of the other ecosystems other than Bitcoin, which is mature but narrow in its purview. Consys CEO Joe Lubin told Cointelegraph at DevCon 2024. At the same time, the gloss has started to come off of Solana, whose Solana token peaked at an all-time high of 264 a month ago, but has since retraced to 192 amid concerns looming unlocked tokens. All right. And as we know, Solana has increased, is back up to what, like about 200, 205 or something like that. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said Trump holds Ethereum also. Yeah, facts. So he's definitely invested, right? He's definitely in on it. You know? At the same time, I'm sorry, end of crypto's financial nihilism. All right. So this is important. One of the big factors weighing heavily on Ethereum's price has been the aggressive approach of regulators toward alleged security violations by ecosystem projects, including Uniswap, Consys, Lido, and Rocket Pool. Meme coin projects, meanwhile, have largely been overlooked by the SEC, which is insane because meme coins, in most cases, are where a lot of the nonsense is going on at. Right? Meme coins, in most cases, are where a lot of the nonsense is going on at. And the SEC is just ignoring them. But the actual legitimate projects, are nobody's saying anything about the legitimate projects, right? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. We got 16 people watching and we got 17 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 30, okay? A related issue is the disillusionment of crypto natives who were dumped on by venture capitalists during the brutal bear market. Many have turned to a fair launch meme coin and other hyper speculative assets with little utility. Ikigai asset management founder and chief investment officer Travis Kling calls this phenomenon financial nihilism. In a March 12th essay, King said financial nihilism gives little, if any, importance to quote unquote fundamentals or any notion of an underlying value proposition. Okay. He says financial nihilism goes hand in hand with populism, a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. All right. The underlying drivers of financial nihilism and populism are the same. This system is not working for me, so I want to try something very different, e.g. buy Shiba or vote for Trump, wrote Kling. All right. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? So let's take a look at this video that they got right here. Oh, no.
Bitcoin.
Let's not. It's an hour and 6 minutes. Let's not. However, Ethereum is sold almost entirely on its fundamentals and utility. Advocates repeatedly make the claim that the blockchain network and its ecosystem of layer 2s stands as the future of legitimate programmable digital money, smart contracts, and decentralized financial activity. Trump's SEC overhaul is good for DeFi. All right, so we talking about DeFi again. And remember, a ton of money is supposed to go into DeFi. Yeah, that's facts. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Black Free Thinker said, well, if you think about it, this outgoing administration is fond of nonsense. Bro, facts. Facts. Saul Rijan, manager and partner of crypto venture capital firm Master Keys, says Trump's pro-crypto stance could see financial nihilism fall out of favor as legitimate projects are encouraged by regulators rather than hit with endless Wells notice from the SEC. All right. On December 4th, Trump tapped pro-crypto businessman and former SEC commissioner Paul Atkins as his nominee for the next SEC chair, with current chair Gary Gensler set to resign from the agency on January 20th. All right. So again, this is a death blow for the Democrats. This is a death blow for the Democrats. This is a death blow for the Democrats and the people that support them, right? The SEC will be losing 3 of its Democratic commissioners under Trump, with Jamie Lizarraga to leave the agency on January 17th, and more recently, the Senate Banking Committee canceling the renomination vote of crypto skeptic Commissioner Caroline Crenshaw on December 17th. As the ruling party, the Republicans would typically appoint a majority of 3 commissioners, but the rapid-fire resignations and cancellations opened the SEC up to a possible lineup of 4 Republican-appointed crypto-friendly commissioners if Trump breaks protocol. All right? Rizwan told Cointelegraph that legitimate sectors of the crypto industry, specifically DeFi and decentralized physical infrastructure, stand to benefit most from new administration and a more crypto-friendly SEC. Now, let me ask you guys this question. This is a good piece of news, right? This piece of news right here should guide where people are looking to invest at. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So these DeFi, right, and DPIN, these places that could, quote unquote, benefit the most from a Trump presidency, these are the places that are going to get that bump from the positive policies, right? So people should be looking into investments in those sectors. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. DeFi projects will thrive under a more favorable regulatory environment. Sectors like restaking just need a little regulatory push to hook institutional investors, he said. Once the Black Rocks and places like that find out about staking and liquid staking and all that stuff, it's about to be a wrap. It's about to be a wrap. DeFi is going to blow up so crazy. I don't even know. People's heads are going to spin. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, I disagree. Across the board, tariffs will eventually provide the Democrats with the lifeline. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see how those tariffs go, right? We'll see how those tariffs go. And I think that the Democrats, they would always have a lifeline if they were smart. But the problem is that they're not smart and they don't adjust very well. And because they're smart and they don't adjust very well, they don't even have anything that they could pivot on or try to use against Trump as a weapon. Even though there's vulnerabilities out there that they could use against Trump. Trump ain't perfect. He got all kind of flaws. Democrats just decide not to exploit any, and they decide to focus and magnify their own flaws. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says DeFi, with the regulator bringing Uniswap, the largest decentralized exchange on Ethereum, into its sites earlier this year. The SEC has proposed expanding the definition of what qualifies as an exchange in the Exchange Act of 1934, explicitly arguing it should include crypto market participants in DeFi. Okay. Anoop Nanra, CEO of TrueGuard Labs, says he expects the SEC to undergo a complete overhaul of its enforcement actions and policy directions, saying crypto assets are slated to be classified as property under the new administration. What is the implication of crypto assets being classified as property? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said that's the other issue. AOC couldn't get a position and the Dems just put some rando. Yeah. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? I've heard from several people within Trump's orbit that property rights are a critical issue for this administration, and that this is actually going to be the calling card for the Republican Party's position on crypto, he said. I see a complete revamp of the SEC's position based on this. Okay. On December 19th, the Talkin Alliance, which incoming SEC Chair Paul Atkins was co-chair of, met with staffers for SEC Commissioners Hester Pierce and Mark Udia and issued its list of priorities. All right. It requested the agency denounce the controversial 2018 Hinman speech and formally withdraw a series of rules that deemed DeFi players to be seen as exchanges by law. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Look at this day one legislation. They have a day one pathway of what they plan to do to overhaul cryptocurrency. I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to take a mental picture of this. I want you guys to take a mental picture of this. And I want you guys to understand that many people told you that cryptocurrency is a scam. They told you that cryptocurrency is not important. They told you that cryptocurrency is dumb. And cryptocurrency doesn't have an organization. It's decentralized. And cryptocurrency got everything that people said that they were going to lead us to get. And crypto has gotten it. And we haven't. I want to know how such an epic failure happens. You see this day one legislation, people getting put into position, line up. But at the same time, this is a scam, though. And don't pay attention to it because it's dumb. And I'm so emotional about it that I'm just never even going to mention it, even when it's in the news. I wouldn't be surprised if day one they sign a cryptocurrency Bitcoin holder hate crime bill. Oh man, we should ask for that. What do you guys think? How many people think that we should petition for a Bitcoin cryptocurrency holder hate crime bill? You know, a lot of angry people out there with fiat. Got to make sure that we're protected, right? Because we are a minority, right? How can such an epic failure be allowed? I'm going to tell you guys something. The allowance of epic failure is permission for future epic failure. And permission for future epic failure is a guarantee of terminal failure. So people might want to keep that in mind going forward. Day one. See that? So now here it says, Nanra said he also expects the CFTC will soften to digital assets as well, and that the SEC will engage in more discussions with the CFTC moving forward. I expect to see the CFTC take a more progressive position on crypto as well, further realigning the oversight powers between the SEC and the CFTC, Nanra said. The SEC versus CFTC. Does Fit 21 even matter? All right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What is Fit 21? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said apparently Trump is going to put us in chains. Not if we got crypto and they signed the crypto hate crime bill. They doing all the day one stuff. You know what I'm saying? We good. We good, boss. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, facts, I identify as a crypto orca and I need protection. Facts, I identify as a crow with knife and I need protection. You know what I'm saying? I identify as a crow with knife and I need protection. I need the government to pay for my hard wallet and all that. Many pundits believe that the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, a bill passed through the House in May, would be central to the alignment of the CFTC and the SEC on crypto. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people know the details of the Financial Innovation and Technology Act? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. In short, the bill sought to introduce a federal framework for crypto regulation, pull back some of the SEC's authority over digital assets, and hand over regulation of spot crypto markets to the CFTC instead. All right, day one stuff, right? Let me ask you guys this question. What have the people who claim that they lead us got us that looks like this on day one? I give you a hint. It's where everybody says Bitcoin is going back to. Zero. An epic failure. Epic, embarrassing failure. None of these people should even hold their heads up in public after this epic failure. What's going on with cryptocurrency is what people should take home from this is that this is the maximum of what you can get. And if you position yourself properly, what you can get your government to do for you. And the people who claim that they were going to lead the charge on this are still pulling their faces out of the mud and going around banging like they got fake W's. This right here this is what a W looks like. I guess when you don't have any W's for so long, you kind of forget what they look like. I'm going to remind you, this is what a W looks like. See these signatures? See these plans already in place? See they have a nice flow chart set up for how they're going to step in and change things immediately to make it work for them? Because Ethereum has also been deemed a commodity by the CFTC, several pundits have previously asserted that FIT21 could be highly beneficial for Ethereum from a policy perspective. But now, with the change in the regulatory landscape, it raises the question of whether or not the FIT21 bill would be necessary or even desirable anymore. The bill may end up becoming just an unnecessary policy bargain made during a hostile time for crypto assets. In a November 15th client alert, lawyers from the legal firm Brownstein noted that the bill had stalled but would likely serve as a starting point for legislative efforts in the new Congress. Regardless of whether FIT21 passes, Trump is reportedly, look at this, Trump is reportedly considering handing the CFTC oversight over crypto during his upcoming term, which would also classify most crypto projects as commodities if they meet certain criteria. All right. If the CFTC is given regulatory control of crypto, it could come as a win for the industry, which has long signaled that the agency would be its preferred regulator, with the CFTC widely seen as having a lighter touch on regulation. So now do you guys see how the cryptocurrency value chain is establishing itself? If you guys see how the cryptocurrency value chain is establishing itself, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. We should look at these AI models predicting these ultimate crypto portfolios. This is interesting. Vitalik Buterin suggests AI hardware pause for humanity's safety. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. Looks like some... Uh-oh. What legal changes can we expect to see under Trump? Crypto lawyer Robert Knoop told Cointelegraph that the launch of the Trump Dynasty's World Liberty Financial was one of the biggest soft endorsements of Ethereum, DeFi, and real-world crypto projects. It has already purchased millions of dollars worth of Ethereum, Chainlink, and AAV. Knoop believes many within crypto are actually underestimating the positive impact of Trump on the industry. I would say that. They're definitely underestimating the positive effects of Trump under the industry. Shout out to Caldona. What's good with it? Okay. Right out of the gate, they're going to be extremely helpful to crypto. All right. According to Knoop, Trump is using World Liberty Financial as a beacon to show the world exactly how he intends to deal with crypto when he becomes president. He's basically signaling to the world that it's okay to do this going forward in his administration, he said. Knoop also tipped the Trump administration to move extremely quickly on crypto, pointing out Trump's close ties with Elon Musk and the appointment of David Sachs as crypto and AI czar as evidence of the pace he will set. It's going to be a blitzkrieg. Now, if it's going to be a blitzkrieg like this, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be a price increase blitzkrieg as well, right? It's going to be a price blitzkrieg as well. Ethereum staking yields could come to ETFs. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If the staking bonuses come to ETFs, do you think that'll make the ETFs more attractive to investors or less attractive to investors? More people going to buy into them or less if you're able to stake? SEC Commissioner Pierce has already flagged the potential of revisiting decisions to block in-kind redemptions for crypto ETFs and to add staking for the Ethereum ETFs. If it changes from a majority of commissioners who don't want things to go through to a majority of commissioners who do want things to go through, then yeah, it's easier, he said. The ETF issuers, including Fidelity, 21 Shares, and Franklin Templeton, have all requested the addition of staking, which currently yields approximately 3.1% per year, according to staking rewards. Okay. We believe under a new Trump 2.0 crypto-friendly SEC, Ethereum staking yield will likely be approved, Bernstein said, predicting that growing network activity on Ethereum could see rewards juice up to 4 and 5%. Okay. So I think that if they're able to stake with these ETFs, I think that that's really going to get a lot of people interested. I don't think that they'll overtake the Bitcoin ETFs, but I think that people kind of understand like the interest bearing and dividend paying model, and that'll make it more familiar and more safe sounding to them. And I think that they'll jump right on that. But we'll see. It doesn't take much to connect the dots on why an ETF offering native yield would be bullish for the underlying asset, particularly in an economic landscape where the U.S. Federal Reserve is looking to drop interest rates further in 2025. In a declining rate environment, Ethereum yield can be quite attractive. The yield feature in ETFs would also leave some spread for asset managers, Bernstein said, adding that this would improve Ethereum's economics and introduce further incentives to push Ethereum ETFs to institutional investors. All right. So I want to ask you guys this. Do you all think that once the Bitcoin ETFs finally take hold and people are just rushing into them, buying them, do you think that they're going to start diversifying into Ethereum ETFs and that people will be interested in checking out Ethereum ETFs? I think that they will, because people are going to always want to try to diversify, right? They're going to always want to try to diversify. So I guess I could tell you guys, well, you know what? Let's actually look at this. After we look at this, then I'll tell you guys my story. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you guys my story. So here goes more evidence or more prospectus, right? That there could be a possibility that we're going back down into the $80,000 range, which again, it is what it is. We just need to make sure that we get a percentage of that 80,000, right? That's the plan. Back to 70,000, back to 76,000 for 2025. 5 things to know in Bitcoin this week. Bitcoin price expectations diverge as Bitcoin bulls eye a chart for $100,000 to mark the end of the holiday period. All right. Who knows what the Bitcoin price is right now? If I'm not mistaken, the last time I checked, Bitcoin was over $100,000 right now. If anybody could put the current price, oh, you know what? Actually, the current price should be up at the top here. Let me see. I see wrapped Bitcoin is 99,000. Yeah, it's probably back down to 100,000. Look at this. Metaplanet eyes upping Bitcoin holdings to 10,000 in 2025. I mean, it just, you know what I'm saying, it just doesn't stop. And somehow the price is staying the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't stop, but somehow the price just keeps staying the same, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense. So Bitcoin bulls are fighting for $100,000 as the first full week of trading for 2025 gets underway. A strong weekly close followed by near 2025 heights for Bitcoin US dollar with the $100,000 mark in sight. The 6-figure line in the sand is increasingly important for Bitcoin traders, playing host to large amounts of liquidity ripe for squeezing. Macroeconomic data brings fresh risks for crypto amid mixed policy signals from the Federal Reserve. Bitcoin retail investors are still on holiday despite the Bitcoin price recovery. Short-term holders are slowly adding profitability, but the euphoria that accompanied the trip to 108,000 has cooled. All right. Bitcoin deeper correction fears linger. Bitcoin deeper correction fears linger. We're gonna be on a bumpy ride. We're gonna be on a bumpy ride. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin saw solid performance following its latest weekly close at around 98,300. Data from Cointelegraph Markets Pro and TradingView shows. Okay. Up 1% on the day at the time of the writing. Bitcoin US dollar managed to hit 99,857 on Bitstamp, its highest since December 26th. For market observers, the implications of this have not gone unnoticed. Long-term price chart of Bitcoin US dollar cup with handle price targets, conservative measurements, is standing at $137,000. Trader and analyst Axel Kibar reiterated in his latest post on X. Okay. Ched's trading eyed a potential invalidation of a Head and Shoulders top playing out on daily time frames. So this tweet right here says Bitcoin now flirting with right shoulder invalidation on daily HNS thesis via lower high break. All right, so look at this. If Bitcoin breaks $100,000 and that right shoulder invalidates, all you Head and Shoulders folks need to pivot quickly. Fellow trader Super Bro saw Bitcoin's potential to beat its impressive run over Q4. This is thanks to Bitcoin US dollar nearly reaching its 10-week simple moving average during its retracement from new all-time highs. Each time the 10 MA has been hit after a strong move, it's been followed by an even stronger move, Super Bro wrote in an X thread. Also, note the next leg up has not only been stronger, it has been faster, a tall order in the face of that monthly candle, but very possible if we squeeze through it. Okay. Others reserve the possibility of a deeper Bitcoin price correction to come, potentially retracing most of the Q4 breakout. The 21-day MA is headed for a death cross with the 50-day MA on the Bitcoin daily chart, Keith Allen, co-founder of trading resource Material Indicators, warned in the weekly close. Even though it is technically a lagging indicator, historically, death crosses tend to develop into more downside, but that doesn't have to be the case here. All right. So I want to ask you guys this question. Do you all think that this $80,000, $76,000 Bitcoin is likely, or do you think that it's just not likely? It's just not going to happen. Let me know what you guys think. And shout out to everybody watching, man. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Also, shout out to you guys, man. We are on the 1-to-1 ratio. I appreciate it. We got 21 people watching and we got 22 likes. That's great. Please throw a 100 in the chat for the 1-to-1 ratio. And I guess we hit them all at the same time. We had the perpetual 21, right? So hashtag 21. We got them all going, right? Alan said, holding a 21-day SMA, currently at 96,957, is key to avoiding the bearish scenario. If Bitcoin can hold above the 50-day MA and rally back to all-time high territory, it will be a short-term dip. However, if the price dips below the 21-day MA, this could develop into a deeper correction, he said. If the latter scenario comes into play, I'm prepared to see the CME gap filled and support tested at the consolidation range, $76,000. All right. So any of these situations is a win-win. That's why you never sell your Bitcoin. You never sell your Bitcoin because when you have Bitcoin, every situation that you're in is a win. Yeah, facts. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, I think it can happen. We've seen it before. Yeah, I think it can happen too, bro. I think it can happen too. $100,000 is back in the spotlight. For Bitcoin traders, the $100,000 mark now has fresh short-term significance and is thus key to advancing the bull market. Despite mixed opinions over both its technical and psychological importance, $100,000 is currently the main battleground for Bitcoin bulls to conquer. Okay, they're trying to put $100,000 on the floor. All right. Liquidation levels across exchanges currently center on the 6-figure boundary, making it the most significant nearby Bitcoin price point. A lot of liquidity at 100,000. Monitoring resource CoinGlass noted on January 6th, implying that a short squeeze or other liquidity hunting event could result. Okay. CoinGlass data, nonetheless, shows that traders were broadly prepared for a test of $100,000 resistance over the weekend, with 24-hour liquidations totaling a mere 26 million. Material indicators Allen, meanwhile, showed consistent buying pressure across older classes, with smaller buyers joining whales in an increasing exposure. Fire Charts Bend CVD shows all order classes banging the Bitcoin buy button, he reported on X January 5th, referring to one of the material indicators' proprietary trading tools. Okay. Among those eyeing a price move into the high liquidity 100,000 zone was Trader XO. Key focus remains at 100,000 mid-level as the key inflection point, he told X followers, suggesting that a fresh come down may follow that event. Retest of the demand zone is for longing, in my opinion, and it should set up again, he added, alongside a chart with a $90,000 downside target. $70,000 to $90,000 is what we're looking at. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said 50-day moving average is universally used. It's a very useful indicator. Facts. All right. Fed minutes do intense macro climate. Crypto and risk assets are on the edge as 2025 macroeconomic calendar gets underway. Inflation is back in the spotlight, and with it, rising unemployment, a classic recipe for so-called stagflation, which could spell trouble for traders. All right. Expectations that the U.S. Federal Reserve will enact further interest rate cuts are waning after December's decidedly hawkish Federal Open Market Committee meeting. The minutes of that meeting are due this week, potentially bringing back the sense of foreboding that punctured Bitcoin solid gains. The latest estimates from CME Group's FedWatch tool put the odds of a 0.25% cut at the next FOMC at 9.1%. Now, this stuff has already happened, right? This stuff has already happened. So I don't think we need to go through this anymore. But I do want to show you guys this right here. So again, this article was from, hold on. Where's the date at on here? This article was from an hour ago, right? This article was just posted an hour ago. And they're already talking about this $70,000 to $90,000 pullback range. I think that it's highly likely that we'll see this. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Loser Rug, currently rejecting at the 100,000 level. And we see it. We see it. It keeps tapping on $100,000, then it falls. Tapping on $100,000, then it falls. Tapping on $100,000, then it falls. So we know it's not going to sustain at $100,000, right? Which means that we got opportunities to eat up the low-cost Bitcoin. We got opportunity to jump all over that low-cost Bitcoin. We're going to jump them. We're going to jump them when they get to the car. You know what I'm saying? So now here says crypto. We talked about the stagflation and all that, right? Labor market data. And again, we got to do our broad economic live stream, right? Because there's all kinds of stuff that's going on. The housing crisis, the homeless crisis, prices out of control. Still haven't had a chance to do that because I just ain't got, 24 hours a day to be doing this. But we're going to hopefully get to it eventually because all of that leads to protecting yourself from all of these financial collapses by using these type of assets. You know what I'm saying? Labor market data is in the spotlight ahead of the January 29th Fed meeting. Trading source, the Kobisi letter, wrote in its latest X coverage. Along with the Fed minutes comes the December jobs report on January 10th, a day after initial jobless claims. Kobisi conversely pointed out declining U.S. bank reserves as a potential precursor to a fresh round of liquidity injections, quantitative easing, or QE taking place of quantitative tightening. Okay. In the week ending January 1st, reserves declined by 326 billion to their lowest levels since October of 2020. Where do you all think that the money is going? Meanwhile, the Fed is shrinking its balance sheet at an average pace of 60 billion per month. It continued. Is the end of QT coming soon? All right. So what's going on here? Retail investors forget about Bitcoin. Bitcoin retail investors are all but gone at just 10% below all-time highs. Examining transaction volume, traditionally associated with the retail investor cohort, the on-chain analytics platform CryptoQuant reveals a sea change in participation. Retail investors disappeared as quickly as they arrived, contributor Darkforce said in a quick take blog post on January 5th. The rolling 30-day change in retail size transaction volumes up to 10,000 has declined significantly since Bitcoin US dollar reached its current record high of about $108,000 last month. Okay. As Bitcoin approached $100,000, retail demand variation surged by over 30%, the post said. Historically, when retail demand variation exceeds 15%, it often precedes a local top. This was exactly what we observed after Bitcoin reached its all-time high at 108,000. Okay. Bitcoin's return below the $100,000 mark was accompanied by a 16% drive in a 30-day metric. When this variation falls below 10%, it means that retail interest drops significantly. It often creates an ideal buying opportunity as a bullish reaction has frequently followed. Okay. While the retail investors' reaction to any new Bitcoin price upside remains to be seen, CryptoQuant said that measured increases in demand can have cathartic impact on performance. As Cointelegraph reported, it took retail segment many months to react to the changing trend landscape as Bitcoin US dollar rose to beat its all-time highs of 73,800 from March last year. All right. So speculators are now at a crossroads. Another Bitcoin investor segment, the so-called short-term holders, is at a critical point. Profitability for short-term holding entities, defined as those hodling a given amount of Bitcoin for 155 days or less, is hovering around the break-even point. As Cointelegraph reported, the trip to $108,000 offered short-term holders significant return on investment, but this has all but disappeared on the subsequent come down to near $90,000. Now, at just below the $100,000 level, short-term holders' profits hang in the balance. Okay. A drop in profitability for short-term holders often provides a clear signal of a weakening market and demand and bearish sentiment over the short term and medium term. CryptoQuant contributor Crazy Block warned in another quick take post this weekend. Okay. An accompanying chart shows the impact on profitability since $108,000 with short-term holders, nonetheless still far from the losses commonly seen during market turndowns. Additional CryptoQuant data reveals the mixed fortunes of new money recently entering Bitcoin thanks to choppy price action. Okay. So I think that one thing that we should be looking for, right, is that between $70,000 and $90,000 Bitcoin. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said Warren Buffett is hoarding cash. Something usually done when assets are seen as overvalued and bubbling. Yeah, hold that cash, because when you hold the cash, in most cases, right, that's stable. That's like stabilizing it. You're taking away the volatility of the risk. You've cut those profits off. You put them in something stable so that when the asset goes back down, you can buy back that portion of the asset that you lost with the profits that you made. You know what I'm saying? That's what that strategy is. So if you guys haven't hit the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. I got to tell you guys about what happened on crypto.com. All right. They got a strike from me yesterday. I'm not very happy with them. Okay. So I had some Polygon, right, on Coinbase. I unstaked the Polygon, and I planned on sending it to crypto.com, right? On Coinbase, they have Polygon listed as a token called MATIC, M-A-T-I-C, right? Now, let me ask you guys a question. Is MATIC the native token of the Polygon network? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. Let me know. I'm not answering until I see the first thumbs up or thumbs down. What is the native token of the Polygon network called? What is the token called? Shout out to Caldona. Caldona said it's called Pole. Facts. Absolutely. Right? Now, here's the question. Why do they still have it listed as MATIC on Coinbase? Because they do. On Coinbase, it's listed as MATIC. We all know that the updated name for it is Pole, right? It's called the Polygon Network native token or something like that, right? But on Coinbase, it's still listed as MATIC. It's not listed as Polygon native token, right? So that's a problem, right? And the reason why that's a problem is because all of the MATIC tokens have been custodied, right? They've all been custodied, automatic tokens. They're not out anymore. They made new tokens, right? But Coinbase still has the old MATIC tokens. So I go to send my Polygon from Coinbase to crypto.com, and it says sending X amount of MATIC to crypto.com. And I said, I don't know if crypto.com has a MATIC wallet. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a MATIC wallet. They got a Polygon native token wallet. They got a POL wallet. So how is this going to work? So then it says these coins will be sent on the Ethereum network, right? And we all know that the Ethereum network is ERC20. And I said, I didn't send these from the ERC20 network. I sent these from the, I sent these on the MATIC network, right? And I'm like, so it's the ERC20 network. Okay. So then I go to crypto.com and I choose the ERC20 wallet address, right? I send the coins. The coins never arrive. I'm fucking pissed. Oh, man, you want to see me in rare form? You want to see me with motherfucking demon time? I was mad as fuck yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had a conniption yesterday, for real. You know what I'm saying? That shit was that shit was a grand event, right? So I'm waiting, right? Because the Polygon network is fast. You know what I'm saying? The ERC20 network is fast, right? So it shouldn't have took that long to get there, right? So hours gone past. I'm mad as man. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, man, when I took, man, I was looking like Ghost Rider. I was so mad, right? So I get on and I started trying to figure out what's going on, right? So all of the transaction confirmations, they all first came. Nah, shout out to Black Freethinker. I should have never put them on. I bought them on crypto.com. Then I put them on Coinbase. Then I wanted to bring them back to crypto.com because I staked them for a while on crypto.com. Then I staked them for a while on Coinbase. The staking is higher on crypto.com, so I wanted to send them back to crypto.com, right? So I'm pissed, right? So I'm going to show you guys what I did. So I had to find out who had custody of the tokens, right? Because you know how they say if you send it to the wrong wallet, your money is gone? That's not true. It's a lie. You know what I'm saying? So here's ETHScan, right? token, Matic token. All right. These are the Matic tokens. This is actual Matic. All right. Now, I want you guys, if you look at this transaction right here, this one right here, I'm finna highlight it. See that right there? This is the transaction hash on the Ethereum blockchain, on ETHScan, right? Now, here's my wallet address from, well, actually, this second one down here, right? Here's my wallet address from Coinbase. You see this? Went to crypto.com. This second line right here, this was going on forever. You see it says 32 hours ago? And it wouldn't process, wouldn't produce a block number, wouldn't do anything. It's just sitting there, just processing. I'm like, man, what the hell going on? Then it finally says it went to crypto.com. See right here? Out to crypto.com. Now, here's the problem, right? These are Matic tokens. You see, as it says right here, 642, right? Then it took the 642 right here. So it went from Coinbase, see, Coinbase 10, to crypto.com. Now, this was from Coinbase to crypto.com, sending Matic to the Polygon native wallet. All right. So it didn't process. Crypto.com custodied my tokens, right? You guys see this wallet address matches this one. Custodied my tokens, then put them from this wallet into this crypto.com wallet that I don't have access to. Right? So I go on there on crypto.com and I'm like, yo, this conversation that we've been having about my Matic, I was like, I see crypto.com has custodied my Matic, and they put it in a crypto.com wallet I don't have access to. I got a problem with that. I was like, you were supposed to update me when y'all got something figured out about it. It was like, we'll update you when the situation is completed. And I was like, you're supposed to give me status updates. I was like, it's a status update. The first status update should have been when you found my coins, right? The second update should have been when you decided to move my coins to, especially to somewhere where I can't see them at. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, we'll talk to you once we finish this. I'm like, you haven't given me a reason to trust you. You said that you would give me status updates, and I'm like, I'm telling you 2 places where the status has changed that, and you didn't give me an update. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers disabled the keyboard on that chat feature so that I couldn't chat, they thought that I couldn't type, to stop bothering them and shit. That shit pissed me the fuck off. So I typed a message like somewhere else and copied and pasted it into the chat. That motherfucker turned that keyboard back on so quick. Man, I told him, I was like, dude, I'm going to find out who you are. And I was like, and that's going to be your job. And I was like, and I fuck with crypto.com. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm a YouTuber. I was like, I constantly say good shit about crypto.com. And I was like, crypto.com hasn't paid me one dime other than what they owe me for my Crow holdings and all that shit. I was like, if anybody ever finds out about this, this could spell death for this exchange. I was like, you don't ever do no shit like that. This motherfucker was apologizing and all kind of shit. I should post the screenshots for that shit. Yeah, I think I will, as a matter of fact. I'm going to post the screenshots for it on the community tab so y'all can see exactly what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you didn't tell me nothing about what's going on ETHScan. I'm like, bro, don't you know I can look at ETHScan and see all this shit? You know what I'm saying? Look at this right here. See where it says all transfers? Go to net transfers. Here, this is mine right here. Matic token, right? See that Matic token? And it was sent from Coinbase. All right, I'm gonna blow this up a little bit. See that? This is me right here. So he started apologizing and shit, and he was like, I swear, I promise, you know, we'll get back to you as soon as we get this issue taken care of. Now, here's another issue, right? To do a manual coin recovery, Crypto.com, they charge up to $100. This shit wasn't even my fault. They had the wrong tickers listed on Coinbase, right? And Crypto.com didn't have any instructions on how to deal with it. Now, here go the Etherscan address, right? Now, here goes some more bullshit. This is my Crypto.com address, right? Look at this. Inside this wallet, $46 a sheep. That's not even showing up on my account on Crypto.com. I asked him about this. I was like, yo, when I went on ETHScan, I saw a hidden $46 of Shiba in my Ethereum wallet that's not showing up in my account. What's up with this right here? They ain't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? This is my Crypto.com wallet that I'm looking at right here. I don't have this. I got another wallet with a different amount of Shiba in it, and this just don't even appear. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what this NFT, whatever this shit, I don't even know what the fuck this is. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of pissed me off. That pissed me off a lot. Now, see, look, I'm gonna show you guys what I'm talking about as far as this Matic shit go, right? Look at this. See, this is what I'm talking about. See how it says Matic, old token. So it's Coinbase and Crypto.com's fault because Coinbase should have been swapped them old Matic coins for Polygon network. Coinbase should have. I don't know why they're still using these old Matic tokens. So it's Coinbase and Crypto.com's fault jointly. You know what I'm saying? It's really, I wouldn't even have had a problem had Coinbase swapped the tokens out, but they didn't. They still using the old custodied Matic tokens. See? It says it right there. Polygon old Matic tokens. You know what I'm saying? So why is Coinbase not using the new token like they're supposed to? And how would they think that somebody that is an investor, how do they think somebody that's an investor would know that? Look at this. See that? They don't use Matic anymore. Why does Coinbase still have my shit stored in Matic? They should have swapped these out for Polygon Ethereum or for Polygon Network coin. That's the one. That's the thing that's so good about the blockchain, man. You can look right on this shit and see exactly what's going on. Look at this. Now here's where all of the old Matic tokens are custodied at. See how it says token migration announcement. The Matic token has been migrated to Pole at new address. All right. This is the old Matic token. So it's been changed. These are my transactions right here. See, my first transaction was from Coinbase to Crypto.com. That was the one I did this transaction, this first one down here. It got to this wallet and it didn't show up because it was old Polygon into the new Polygon wallet. I hit up Crypto.com customer service, and then without telling me anything, Crypto.com moved it from this wallet here, right, to this wallet here, as you can see. And they didn't tell me none of this shit. Shout out to Titus. Titus says, can you swap to Pole in Coinbase before sending? No, you can't. And I'm also trying to figure out how were they staking these old tokens? Yeah, shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. It is an internal custody issue. And I told them that anytime anybody touches my coins or anytime anybody moves my coins, first and foremost, they need permission, right? And they need to tell me. And then he disabled the keyboard so I couldn't type anything. Like, what? See, now look, check this out. Here go the final proof. Here goes the final proof. Transfer 642 Matic to Crypto.com. This was Crypto.com doing this. So Coinbase messed up and Crypto.com messed up. And then Crypto.com, they call themselves, I'm gonna charge you $150 to do this. You crazy as hell, man. And you got rude ass customer service. Come on now. No. So I'm not happy with Crypto.com, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not happy with them at all. So when it comes to if you have to transfer Polygon and Matic, make sure that you have the right tokens and make sure that you're using the right chain. And if you're not sure, just don't even do it, man. Just keep it wherever it's at. Or what you could do is like switch it to US dollar token or something like that. Send it and then just hurry up and buy it back. But you're gonna deal with a bunch of fees and stuff like that. But they should have that together for you already. And that's some BS. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? That pissed me off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta agree. Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said disabling the keyboard is akin to hanging up the phone, which is a major customer service no-no and a terminable offense. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So I was thinking, let me see. Yeah, let's we could actually let's watch. Let's see, hold on real quick. Yeah, we could watch a little bit more of this what is it called? High Impact Podcast? Impact Theory Podcast. Yeah, with dude interviewing Michael Saylor. But look, shout out to y'all, man. I'll be trying to tell y'all, man. People don't be fucking with my channel all like that anymore. Which is cool. They don't fuck with money anymore.
0% interest. But I have to pay back the $3 billion in 5 years in either equity or in cash. Okay, that's a risk they take. They give me the $3 billion. It's an obligation I take, and then I take the $3 billion. By the way, if I took the $3 billion and I bet it on black in a casino and I lost it, I took a stupid risk. I lost your money. The equity holders are hurting. I'm going to have to dilute the equity or come up with the $3 billion some other way, right? So I can do something irresponsible.
So look, I want you guys to see this, right? We're going to come back to Michael Saylor in a minute. Yeah, shout out to AB Promotions. Yeah, you noticed that? Shout out to y'all. How many of y'all noticed that these phony motherfuckers on YouTube don't fuck with my channel anymore? If you guys noticed that shit, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. When you stop gaslighting, which I ain't never really gaslit, but you know what I'm saying? And just being involved in a bunch of stupid shit and negativity, that's what people want. I keep trying to tell y'all, man. People gotta have self-discipline and be like, you know what? Like, I see this fuck shit going on, and these fuck motherfuckers, and they're not doing anything. And it's like, man, screw this shit. But just people need to understand, it's y'all that create and control these monsters. It ain't the content creators, it's y'all. The content creators that are the content creators and who they are and influential and what they do is determined by the people in the comment section. It's not determined by us, man. It's not determined by us. You know what I'm saying? So just when y'all be like tired of motherfuckers, man, don't, you know what I'm saying? It's not us. You know what I'm saying? It's not us. These people, like, I'm gonna be 100% with you, man. A lot of people, like, in these particular quote unquote sectors of YouTube, they're phony as fuck, and they can't stand on their own. They can't stand on their own shit. They don't know shit. They dumb as hell. Scared. The only thing they care about is views and money. Ain't nothing wrong with caring about views and money, but they don't even have no goals. They don't have no means of progression. They don't have a strategy of where they want to be in the next 5 to 10 years. Just low intensity movement. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man AJ. AJ said, Rob, you're definitely doing what's right here on the tube. Critical thinking, a deep dive into the info and predictions based on past performances. No purge over here. I appreciate you, bro. And shout out to AJ. AJ been rocking for a long time. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, nah, man, you weren't gaslighting at all. You were dealing with issues which lie in the ethno-state layer rather than the economic, creative, innovative layer, which attracts the losers. Yeah, bro, facts. And just the signing on to popular narratives. And I told people a long time ago, like, yo, man, just because, you know what I'm saying, the content creators that y'all, I'm not in no coalition with these other content creators. I'm not in no clique with these other content creators. I'm not in no group with no other content creators. I got a couple people that I'm cool with as far as, you know what I'm saying, people that I rock with on the side that I talk to outside of YouTube. But, like, I'm not obligated to make content about certain shit just because some of these other people make content about it. I don't care. No, none of them people is obligated to be pro crypto because I am. I'm not jumping out the window for none of these motherfuckers the same way none of these motherfuckers would jump out the window for me and be talking shit on the slide. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, like I'm my own entity. Like I said, I've always done my own thing. But I just want you guys to pay attention to the cult mentality on YouTube. When you draw a line in the sand, you know what I'm saying? People be on that cult shit. Shout out to Titus. Titus said, all I need is one Bitcoin and utility tokens built on top. I ain't mad at it. All I need is one Bitcoin. It's like Nas, one mic. You know what I'm saying? Now, Trump and Michael Saylor, Lil Trump, right? Trump Jr. are having conversations. I mean, they're building up this value chain. It just irritates me, man. That it's so stagnated. Like, you can't even just look out into the world and, like, see anybody like you doing stuff like this. And then when you ask, like, let's try to do it, the first thing somebody says is, oh, they're going to shut it down. They're going to burn it down. How's somebody going to burn a Bitcoin down? The same people that say they'll just burn it down say that Bitcoin is nothing. Well, how you going to just burn nothing down then? You know what the crazy thing is about this shit? If I actually hit all of my goals and was able to actually start building something that would be like 10 times smaller than this, because of course, you know what I'm saying? Nobody would even care except for y'all. None of these people that's out here, they wouldn't even care. They can't even conceive, like their minds are so gone, they can't even conceptualize what's going on. Do you guys see I want you guys to understand the cognitive dissonance. Do you know how many people kept saying nobody cares about cryptocurrency? Nobody cares about cryptocurrency. People ain't got time for cryptocurrency. Do you see how much time and energy? I mean, Bitcoin is a proof of work system. We just talked about all the computing power, all the electricity that's used. That's proof that there's energy put into it. Literal, in the raw form, right? And you got people sit up there saying that's not, and then the dumb people follow them and believe them. I never wanted to believe that people were that dumb. I never wanted to believe it. I never wanted to believe that the stupidity was concentrated all into one area either. But the data keeps just proving me wrong. Like, the data just keeps proving me wrong. And people are capitalizing on it. And they're capitalizing on it, acting like they're leading people places. Like, and the people ain't going nowhere, and they think that they are. Like, shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. Michael Saylor meets Eric Trump, says Bitcoin is on the menu at Mar-a-Lago. Listen, man. You still have people saying, quote unquote, well, black people didn't know about cryptocurrency. What? Black people knew enough to call it a scam all the time. If you didn't know about it, then why did you call it a scam? You don't know about it. Black people didn't know about cryptocurrency. But at the same time, a lot of black people say it's a scam. If you didn't know anything about it, then you wouldn't call it a scam. You wouldn't say anything about it. I've never mentioned calamari ever, except for, it looks kind of weird, right? Why? Because I don't know anything about it. I don't know how to cook it. I don't know how to season it. I don't know what it tastes like. I don't know where to shop for it. That's why I've never mentioned calamari. I only know what it looks like, and that's the only thing that I've commented on. It looks weird. So how can black people not know about cryptocurrency? And then at the same time, black people calling it a scam? How can those two things occur simultaneously? I don't know anything about it. It's a scam. If you're implying that it's a scam, then that means that you know something about it, and what you know is that it's a scam. So which one is it? All the while that's going on, all the while Kamala Harris ain't black, all the while everybody misquoting about the immigration policies and all that, all this shit going on with tech and Bitcoin in the background, this is where the money is at right here. Ain't nobody paying attention to the money. Shout out to Win, Lose a Rug. Win, Lose a Rug said that's that chest beater mentality. Bro, facts. Facts. That's why I can't like. It's like, man, bro, like I'm good on that shit, man. Keep being fake outraged about stupid ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep being fake outraged about stupid ass shit. This is the shit people should be outraged about. You about to get locked out of the global market cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, being locked out of the global market. Now, people keep talking about quote unquote slavery and becoming a slave and all that. Not having any financial value or any financial resources or any type of meaningful asset attached to your identity, that's how people become a slave. That's the literal way people become a slave. Because then you just have to do whatever for scraps because you have no way of generating any revenue. You have no way of positioning value. Like, it's bizarre, man. It's bizarre. I don't understand it. All I can say is that the world is correct. And just so people know, people always say the world is correct. Listen, man, the world is correct. That's an indiscriminate phase. That's not something that, you see something happen to somebody that you don't like and be like, oh, the world is correct. The world is correct. No, I don't do no bullshit like that. That's not what that shit's to be used for. The world is correct means that the way that the world is, as you see it right now, is a result of all the events that took place into it. So there's nothing that's out of place. It's there for a reason. The world is correct. People about to be perpetually broke as a result of the action of being overly emotional and not focused on important shit. And then they're going to be mad in the future that they don't have shit and say, why is the world so mean to me? All the world did was interacted with you the same way you interacted with it. The same way you neglected your importance, the world is doing the same thing to you. The world is correct. Shout out to Caldona. Caldona said fried calamari and some jalapeno ranch. That sounds like a wild combination. I never had calamari, but I ain't even know they put jalapeno ranch on no seafood. Do you know that when the reason why I get irritated when people say black people was never told about cryptocurrency is because I take that as a direct slap in the face. And I don't care if it's meant to be or not. If you're throwing something out there, then you better be ready for whoever catch it. If you ain't ready for whoever catch it, then don't throw some shit out there, right? So I've been talking about cryptocurrency, like I said, since 2017. Black people was never told? You serious? Fuck out of here. One thing people got to stop doing is people got to stop lying. People got to stop lying. It ain't my fault people choose to not listen to the shit. People ain't even got to listen to me. They can listen to somebody else. There's plenty. Da Vinci, go listen to him. And you don't have to be told to do everything. You know what I'm saying? The very people who complain about the legacy of slavery literally use and as an excuse that they weren't told to do something. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The idea of getting rid of slavery was so that you're not told to do some shit all the time. But in order to do some shit all the time, you got to be told to do it. I don't understand this shit. Shout out to Titus. Titus, where you watching from? You watching on Tales from the Cryptocurrency, or you watching on Blacklight Revelations? If you're watching on Tales from the Cryptocurrency, come over to Blacklight Revelations. But do that shit make sense, y'all? Seriously. And the people on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? The people in the monolith, they have people scared to talk about this kind of shit. Carlton would be proud. Those are flames in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Carlton would be so proud of you. Brooklyn Queen said, strange alliances to dumb. I'm dead. Yeah, strange alliances to dumb. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It don't make no sense, man. And the thing is, it's like almost, you know, they talk about the resistance of Bitcoin trying to break out of like $100,000 or Bitcoin trying to break out of 100, 200,000. It's a resistance, man. Like you cannot, like it's an impenetrable resistance. Like you cannot break the resistance of what people want to do, man. It don't make no damn sense. Then they come and tear your channel up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why so many people subscribe to my channel if they're not going to watch the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you messing up my analytics. Like, just unsubscribe and go away so new people can come. You know what I mean? I don't get it. It don't make no sense. People just want to live. People want to live in an extended... They think they want to live in an extended state of misery. They don't know that they actually driving themselves towards an extended state of misery, and it's coming quicker than they think. And then they really gonna be upset. Man, listen, I'm trying to tell you, any video that talks about being broke, any video, any of that, bro, I'm going in on all that stuff. All that stuff from here on out. I'm terminating all of those videos. And when I say terminating, I'm not talking about reporting because I don't do that. But I'm talking about, I'm about to break each of them videos down and like, yo, this bullshit, man. Y'all had this opportunity, you had that opportunity, you had that opportunity, you had that opportunity, man. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. Ain't nobody having no sympathy for no late arrivers. They want the rest of the traffic to slow down because people on a slow bus. Nah, it shouldn't be like that. If you guys would agree, it shouldn't be like that. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you think that it should, then give me a thumbs down. It's just ridiculous, man. Then there's the double standards, the intellectual dishonesty. Like, I can't do that shit, man. Can't do that shit. So now here it says prominent Bitcoin advocate Michael Saylor has met with Eric Trump, sharing a photo of the two from a meeting in Mar-a-Lago. Saylor shared a photo of himself and Eric Trump with the statement, Bitcoin is on the menu at Mar-a-Lago in response to the latter's decision. Two friends, one passion, Bitcoin. I mean, look at the value chain, man. I try to tell people about these value chains, man. They don't even care about the shit. How these people got this money, how they got this, how they got that. Like, seriously? Then keep asking stupid questions. I don't have no. I changed my stance on a lot of shit. There is a such thing as a stupid question. Shout out to Tomfoolery. Look, Tomfoolery sending me some traffic. Oh man, your boy Tomfoolery sending me some traffic, man. Shout out to Tomfoolery. Because Tomfoolery has directed more traffic to my channel. Actually, shout out to Moxie. Moxie approved. And Keep It 100, TD, and Torian have directed more people to my channel than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And I rock with other people, right? And shout out to Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery always directing traffic to my channel for no reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the shit. But that's just like, like, what be wrong with people, man? Nah, not that. Nah. My dude Moxie approved. You should check out his channel. You'd actually like it. So, anyway, Eric Trump has emerged as a surprising proponent of Bitcoin, describing it as the future in a January 15th interview with Benzinga. All right. He proposed a tax-free framework for the cryptocurrency transactions, aiming to position the U.S. as a global hub for digital innovation and attract blockchain investments. Trump spoke at a Bitcoin MENA event in Abu Dhabi on December 10th, predicting Bitcoin could reach $1 million. Now, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, right? Simon Allen says, we liking the stream. People, yeah, facts. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like button. This would align with his vision of integrating cryptocurrency into a broader economic reform agenda, including measures like curbing inflation through energy policy changes and government spending adjustments. All right. So let's go back. Now we're about to go back to what Michael Saylor was saying about this value proposition with Bitcoin. All right. Let me see. Hold on real quick. All right, let me see. All right, hold on here. All right. Yeah, man. The people don't like just. Don't get me started. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. All right, there we go. Let's go. Let's get it.
60 RPM. And the pedestrian on flat land is standing on the plane watching the train go by, thinking this is scary.
No, I never heard about it.
You know, the auction out of.
I didn't hear about that. Rocky McCobb said, did you ever cover that weird crypto fiasco with Barron Trump that Martin Shreklin was tied up in? No, I don't know. I'll look it up though, but I didn't hear about it. Give me give me the Cliff Notes.
Of my lungs. And they're thinking my money isn't an asset because it goes up 0% a year. So they have a different view toward money than the view of someone on the Bitcoin train. The person with $1 million of cash is going to have $1 million of cash in a decade. A person with $1 million of Bitcoin is going to double their capital every 18 months. if they just hold on to it, right? And so they're going to double it once, twice, three, four times at that rate, right?
All right, so I want you guys to make sure you understood this, right? So according to Michael Saylor, if you just hold on to your Bitcoin, you're going to double your capital every 18 months. This is why, if you ask me, this is why I always tell people you should never sell your Bitcoin, because it's a constant value vacuum. It's just vacuuming the value out of everything, and it's putting it back into the amount of Bitcoin that you have. So as long as you hold it long term, you're shielding yourself from the volatility by not selling it, and you're reaping the maximum benefit of getting all of that value back. So he's saying basically the same thing that I'm always saying.
To think of Bitcoin as an asset, it's like you're on a speeding train going 60 miles an hour.
Oh, okay,
and
cool.
you've got
Appreciate
a flywheel spinning 60 RPM. And the pedestrian on flat land is standing on the plane watching the train go by, thinking this is scary. It's going to suck the oxygen out of my lungs. And they're thinking my money isn't an asset because it goes up 0% a year. So they have a different view toward money than the view of someone on the Bitcoin train. The person with $1 million of cash is going to have $1 million of cash in a decade. A person with $1 million of Bitcoin is going to double their capital every 18 months if they just hold on to it, right? And so they're going to double it once, twice, three, four times at that rate, right? The volatility
really does
itself
come down to, sorry, and I'll let you get back to that, but this does come down to a belief that when you look into the future, that the setup that makes it have the 60% ARR is going to continue. Because I look at this and I say the only reason that it has that kind of reward is that it is volatile.
No, I know that's not why. The reason why is because it's a total store of value, a total store of value. And the reason why it has that ARR is because we saw that $900 trillion global market cap. All of the $900 trillion global market cap is there for Bitcoin to constantly eat away at. So as long as there's existing and remaining global market cap, there's always room for Bitcoin to grow. That's why it's like that. That's why it's like that. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
That there are question marks, because if there were no question marks, everyone would flood in near instantly. It would hit homeostasis, and that would be that. So I think Bitcoin is anything but risk-free, but I do think that the volatility is advantageous for the people who are going to be right if people are right about the upside. That's the most fair way to say it. Why do you think the best way to conceptualize this is as risk-free?
Howard Marks would say volatility is not risk. Volatility is volatility, right? A merry-go-round, or a carnival ride or a roller coaster is volatile. The risk part is if you fly off the roller coaster, right? If the merry-go-round stops working, etc. So the fundamental risk of Bitcoin is the existential risk of an extinction level event and Bitcoin, right? If space aliens come down and say, we're taking your Bitcoin away from you, right? Then I guess there's risk. If some evil genius finds a way to create a cyber virus that infects and destroys the Bitcoin network instantly, irrevocably, that is the risk. So, but that's kind of like that's the existential risk you take when you get on the airplane. If it crashes, that's the existential risk you take when you cross the street. That's the existential risk you take when you put a piece of food in your mouth. And I say, and you say, well, can you imagine that hurting me? And I say, yeah, if I put poison in the food, you're dead. Okay, so do you trust me? Do you trust the waiter when you put the food in your mouth, right? So yes, there is some risk in life. And the existential risk is that extinction level event.
You don't think there's another layer of risk in that, not existential, because you're saying the risk-free return of Bitcoin is 60%. But I think there is, it seems strange to me to not allocate some percentage of, maybe it doesn't grow that fast. Maybe it doesn't remain 60%. You yourself say over the next, 21 years, it's going to come down. It'll average out over about 29%. What if that accelerates and the return ends up being substantively less than that? So I get saying that this has a better chance of having a higher annual rate of return than, say, the S&P 500, which maybe we clock at 15%. We say, we might not hit 60%, but we're probably not going to drop below 15%. Therefore, if 15% is our hurdle rate, it's going to be something north of that. But I think where people trip up with your language is this idea of the inevitability of the 60%. What would you say to that?
So we're dealing with three concepts.
60% is inevitable. It's an average of 60% over the entire life of Bitcoin. What is this guy? What is this guy talking about? I saw a report yesterday that says that every Bitcoin mined currently has been profitable. There's no Bitcoin that have been mined right now that are existing in a state of loss. So how can he say that it's not inevitable? See, like, do you when I try to tell you guys, people like they don't have the spatial capacity of thinking to be able to understand all of the moving parts here. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it don't, give me a thumbs down. Bitcoin, let me ask you guys this question. Somebody in the chat, type in the lifetime percentage increase in Bitcoin value. Let us know what it is.
Volatility and performance. Okay, so I've addressed the risk issue by pointing out that there is existential risk in your given network or frame of reference. And I just want to make that point that once you understand that risk of being in that frame of reference, then you have to figure out what's the source of the volatility and the performance. And if you don't understand why the asset does what it does, if you don't understand the economic physics involved, then you'll think it's random and you'll feel like the performance is risky. But I want to give you an example of a physical metaphor. I'm a hiker and I come across a mountain lake, and the mountain lake has 500 trillion gallons of water in it. And yeah, I don't know how it got there, but it's there. The water's chilly, it's clear. And I look down and there's a waterfall coming off the mountain lake. And the waterfall, it's very beautiful and it's very turbulent, right? Water is turbulent in a waterfall. Water is not turbulent in a glassy lake. So the turbulence is volatility, right? And there's waterfall. And then I look at it. And now if you look and you say, I don't know why that water falls downhill. I don't know if it'll keep falling downhill, but I hate the volatility. Then I guess you can take a selfie in front of the lake, go swimming, get cold and leave. But if, let's say you're not a tourist, but you're an engineer. So you come across the same lake and you see the waterfall and you see the 500 trillion gallons and you think about gravity and you think about sunlight. And now I know how the water got there. The water got there because the sun shone on the ocean. The water evaporated from the ocean. It rose up in the clouds. The wind blew it against the mountain. It condensed and it rained into the mountain, and the water ran off the mountain into the mountain lake. I know how it got there. And then I think, well, if I create a dam near that waterfall, I build myself a dam, I put a turbine on the dam, and then I drop 1 billion gallons of water. I channel 1 billion gallons of water through the dam, drop it 60 feet. And then I plug that into a hydroelectric power plant. I spin the dynamo, I make electricity. And then if I'm really smart.
Man, Michael Saylor be having the longest, most drawn out, unnecessary, inefficient metaphors and similes that I've ever seen. Like, shout out to Caldona. Caldona said, I saw the average lifetime percentage increase is at 72.93%. All right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said historical performance of the Bitcoin index in the last 13 years. The Bitcoin index in Europe had a compound annual growth rate of 109.07%, a standard deviation of 153.92%, and a Sharpe ratio of 0.85%. All right. So with those numbers, again, what Michael Saylor is saying, he's right. You know what I'm saying? Like it is damn near a guaranteed 60%, as long as you hold it like you're supposed to. You only listen. If you don't sell, how do you run into selling volatility? Like, these are the type of people that argue with you. You be like, 0 times 9 is 0. And they keep trying to tell you, no, 0 times 9 is 9. It's like, no, 0 plus 9 is 9. 0 times 9 is 0. You're making a little error that's creating a bigger mistake, right? And they just won't listen. They just won't listen. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Smart, I run the electric power line to a village down in the valley. And I light up the village or I light up the city. Now, someone can come along that doesn't understand physics and they can say, good idea, Junior, but what are you going to do when the water stops flowing downhill? Well, I'm like, well, I actually think the water's flowing downhill because of gravity. Newton solved that for me. And then someone else comes along and says, good idea, Junior, but what are you going to do when you run out of water in the lake? I'm like, well, there's 500 trillion gallons, and I take out my calculator and 1 billion gallons or whatever. It's going to last a long time. Like, well, it's eventually going to run out. I say, well, you know, the sun keeps shining on the ocean, and the ocean keeps lifting the, you know, the water out of the ocean, and it drops it on this mountain, and that's why there's water in the mountain. But you're right. There's some kind of natural limit, and I suppose there's a limit to the amount of energy I can pull off of this dam, but it's a large number. It's a lot more than your donkey cart, and it's a lot more than your steam, you know, wood stove, and it's a lot more than your coal power plant, and maybe it's a lot cleaner than burning, you know, gasoline. So I'm an engineer, and you're seeing performance thinking it's random, and that's why it's going to stop. And you're seeing volatility and you're thinking it's random and maybe it'll stop. And here with Bitcoin, the reason Bitcoin's performing is A, it's volatile, but B, it's a more energy efficient state. The water is flowing down 5,000 feet because it's a lower energy state 1,000 feet below the mountain. You know, it's a low energy state. You've got potential energy in the water and it wants to go to ground, and that's just physics. The 500 trillion gallons of water is $500 trillion. And the $500 trillion of assets are sitting in real estate and currency and sovereign bonds.
Now, here's the important part. Do you see what he's saying? This is literally what I was saying. This is what I was saying earlier. This is what I've been saying. The $900 trillion is nothing more than a field of probability. The $900 trillion is the area, right? A geometric area of where Bitcoin will go through and purify all of the prices. It's just making it's just making its rounds. And who knows, it could make multiple rounds. And as it goes through, right, it's taking away the false inflated price pollution and excess value quantitative easing that's been associated with all of these things and redistributing it while driving in the value of being that purifier for itself. So as Bitcoin reprices, it takes the difference. Reprices, takes the difference. Reprices, takes the difference. And there's a constant state of repricing and taking differences, or repricing and paying back. This is what causes the volatility. So if you understand the relationship that Bitcoin has against everything that is being compared against, which is, you know, whatever's within that $900 trillion basket, then you understand what Bitcoin is doing and how it's doing it. And understanding what Bitcoin is doing and how it's doing it is how you leverage your play against Bitcoin, which is what Michael Saylor is doing. You know what I'm saying? If it makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down.
Bonds and corporate bonds and artwork and equity, and they're invested in the stock of a company in Africa that's going bankrupt, right? They're invested in real estate in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Nigeria. They're sitting in a warehouse that's crumbling. It's got a 40-year life. And so entropy and inflation, you know, you invested $100 billion in a war zone, and then a war broke out, and your money got your asset got devalued. All of the things going on in the world, the war, the chaos, the competition, the inflation, the entropy, the passage of time, the hurricane, the COVID, you know, vaccine, the COVID virus, all of these things impaired the value of your assets. The reason Bitcoin is going up, it's not an accident. It's because capital is economic mass. It is flowing from a high energy state, the mountaintop, to a lower energy state, to a more efficient state. It is steam condensing to water, condensing to ice, giving off energy, just like in any chemistry lab, you would learn this. And at the same time, there's this volatility driver, Tom, which is you have an open capital market. And on Saturday night, when there's a missile crisis, someone can make a $10 billion short bet, levered up 100 to 1 and panic. And they can do it in Bitcoin. And then on Sunday morning, when the missile crisis has passed and nuclear war did not break out, they can go long and they can reverse the trade. And Bitcoin's the only asset where you can sell $1 billion of it in a minute at 100-to-1 leverage, and you can buy $1 billion back in a minute with 100-to-1 leverage on Saturday night and Sunday morning. If you could do that with your Upper East Side apartment, then property values in the Upper East Side would also be more volatile. And if you could do it with Picasso's, that would be more volatile, because if people get drunk and they panic and they short your asset 100-to-1 and change their mind 6 hours later when they get up with the hangover, you're going to have volatility. So the volatility is a feature. It's not a bug. It's because it's the most useful thing in the world from a capital market point of view. And if it is that useful, then a Bloomberg jockey in Singapore is going to raise 20 billion in capital, and they're going to make it available for you to trade one Saturday night, or they're going to make $10 billion of credit available to you on Sunday morning, because they're getting paid an obscene fee to do it. And once you understand the asset's appreciating because it is thermodynamically sound and it represents.
Yep. So there's that. All right. But no worries, though. We got the whole thing. So now here's my question, right? When people say that they quote unquote don't understand Bitcoin, or when they say that they don't understand stuff, do you all believe that they don't understand it, or are they just using it as a cop-out because they want to be spoon-fed? Because I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm kind of torn on how I feel about this. I don't believe that people are as incapable as they claim that they are. I don't believe people are as incapable as they claim they are. I think that people are lying. You know what I'm saying? I think that people are lying.
We're regulated by the SEC 33 Act. An operating company can raise permanent capital. We can actually sell $1 billion of equity to take risk. And so if I sell $1 billion of equity and I buy $1 billion of Bitcoin, it's not an overnight deposit. It's a permanent investment. So you've got the equity forever.
Now, I want you guys to understand what I'm saying here, right? When I say that, quote unquote, my people won't make me great. I want you guys to hear it. I want you guys to understand. I've been saying this exact same stuff that Michael Saylor has been saying since 2017. Shout out to my man Frozen that be in the chat. Frozen can vouch. Izzy can vouch. Shatera can vouch. Katsy can vouch. Get Noticed with Nikki can vouch. My people didn't make me great. The same way my people won't make me great while I'm talking about it right now. Shout out to y'all. Y'all will, right? But the other ones won't. These very same people complain about Sexy Red, but they make massive, massive amounts of content with focal points on those people. While there's people out here trying to raise and create billions of dollars in value. Then they turn around and ask the question why there isn't any money. Then they'll sit there and say somebody took it from us or somebody burned it. When is that going to get addressed? Shout out to Titus Ship. Titus says, my problem is with the story of why it was created and why everyone didn't get assigned one Bitcoin if it was built for the people. Well, they only made 21 million, right? So that wouldn't have been able to cover everybody. And my thing is, I think if it is within the framework of how Bitcoin is made, right? Bitcoin is made to give people freedom and autonomy. So the first step of freedom, you can't initiate a first step of freedom with assignment, right? Because if you assign something, you've already automatically taken the freedom out of it. The first step of freedom, somebody has to voluntarily be a part of it, right? So it has to exist first, right? And once it exists, then a choice has to be made of, yes, I will accept this and I will work with this. If Bitcoin was created and then everyone was quote unquote assigned, it defeats the purpose because a constraint has already been made. It's mandatory to participate. Right? Again, this people have to be responsible at some point for something, right? Everything shouldn't require an assignment. As you can see, the people who do require assignment, now we know why they require assignment. It's because they fail when left to their own devices. So the idea, right? Shout out to Titus. You said you got 20 million. I wouldn't sell if I was you, bro. I would never sell. Let me get one if you got some. Look, I'm asking. You know what I'm saying? Let me get a Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? But I think the idea was for people to recognize that there's a problem, right? Recognize that there's a problem with the financial system, and then say, I am choosing to try something else. I'm choosing to remove myself from this because I want agency and I want independence. See, somebody that doesn't make that choice, they don't want agency and independence. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, Fed, I'm not going to lie. I've had my brother from another mother hold my hand through this process. I followed his directions and suggestion and made time to continue learning. Facts. Hopefully got something out of it too. It's a choice. Yeah, shout out to Eric. Once you make the choice, you know what I'm saying, then all of the benefits and risks and, you know, rewards or penalties or whatever after that choice, you have agency and custody of those and they're yours, right? But if you're assigned, it kind of it initially defeats the purpose, if you ask me. It initially defeats the purpose. So in my opinion, you know, to that question, that would be the reason why, quote unquote, a Bitcoin wouldn't, quote unquote, be assigned to somebody. Because see, the thing is that the existing financial system has been assigned to us. And if Bitcoin is meant to be what do they call that? A disruptive technology, right? If it's meant to be like a disruptor technology, you can't disrupt by doing the same thing. You have to disrupt by doing opposite and showing that opposite of what is in place current is a more efficient and better way to go. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my guess. I couldn't tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like this is just a guess, it's just speculation, right? But that would be my assumption. You know what I'm saying?
And I've got the Bitcoin forever. You don't have a redemption right. You can't just show up and say, here, take my MicroStrategy shares back and give me cash. No, it's permanent equity. And I have the Bitcoin. So we don't have $40 billion of overnight deposits. I'm not a bank with $40 billion.
But now look, check this out, right? People will be like, oh, well, how come this person don't give this money? And how come this person don't get that money? Listen, man, if people had to listen to, you know, some of the strategies that I try to lay out for, you know what I'm saying, building wealth with cryptocurrency and, you know, invested into, you know, me, and I could do some of the things that I want to do at a faster pace with more resources. It would be so much money available out there, so much liquidity. But like, this ain't what people want, man. All the stuff that they say that they want, they truly don't want it. They truly don't want it. Do you notice how in a lot of the videos, nobody's saying like, look what they did for cryptocurrency and they not doing this for XYZ? Do you notice that? I'm just saying.
$1 of somebody else's money that I got to give back, making 10 basis points a year. I'm a guy with $40 billion. It's mine. Okay, now if I'm a company or I'm an entity with $40 billion, I can go and I can borrow $3 billion from the convertible bond market for 5 years.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, that I'm telling you, that is going to make such a difference. Shout out to the people in the Discord. How many people got a chance to take a look at that CAPM capital asset pricing model link, those two links that I put in the chat? Brooklyn Queen said, I told him last night I was reading up on capital assets pricing and I think I heard a sniffle of pride. Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good. I'm telling you that is going to help streamline your investment strategy so much better. I keep trying to tell people the importance of value chains, man. Like Michael Saylor sitting down with Trump now. People listen, man. Look, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but like people got like 5 years deep of videos about the Congressional Black Caucus. You know what I'm saying? 5 years deep videos about the Congressional Black Caucus. People ain't got the hint yet about the Congressional Black Caucus. Gonna keep repeating it. It's gonna change it somehow. This kind of stuff right here would change it. You get money like these cryptocurrency people. You see, get money like the crypto people. You go down and be chilling and eating with the president. Get the people that you want in there that make your business work. But the YouTube protests, the YouTube social justice movement, I mean, maybe it'll pay off someday. I know it pay off in super chats, but I don't know if it pay off in policy though. You know what I'm saying?
And agree to pay them 0% interest. But I have to pay back the $3 billion in 5 years in either equity or in cash. Okay, that's a risk they take. They give me the $3 billion. It's an obligation I take. You know. And then I take the $3 billion. But
Carlton commenting just reminded me. Yeah, we never finished that question yesterday about what's going to happen when people start saying that Michael Saylor and all these other companies, Michael Saylor and Trump colonized Bitcoin. What's going to happen when that is started being said? Because that's gonna when this stuff starts to happen and people say, damn, what happened to the racial wealth gap? This big giant boom that took place from 2025 moving forward. What's going to happen when those narratives and statements start coming out? We were locked out of the cryptocurrency wealth. Michael Saylor colonized the Bitcoin. Trump made it so that, you know what I'm saying, like everybody on 4chan was able to become a billionaire while we was working at McDonald's. Like, what's going to happen with all of that? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Me too. I'm so tired of that. I'm so tired of that nonsense. I delete those suggested videos about the Congressional Black Caucus. I've heard enough. Yeah, YouTube politics is nothing more than a roast contest. And like I've always said, there's nobody in history who's ever roasted their way to quote unquote empowerment. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, when they say that, people will come for us. Yeah, they probably will. They probably will. But unfortunately for them, we've invested into the world's most powerful computer network. Unfortunately for them, we're part of the first synthetic human resource accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? We own a piece of the world's most powerful robot. We own a piece of several of the world's most powerful robots. I guess Ethereum would fit that description too, wouldn't it?
By the way, if I took the $3 billion and I bet it on black in a casino and I lost it, I took a stupid risk. I lost your money.
And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, after the diaspora wars, they coming for us. Yeah, they're not going to like coming for us. They're going to feel like they flew into a hornet's nest. They going to feel like they flew into a hornet's nest.
Equity holders are hurting. You know, I'm going to have to dilute the equity or come up with the $3 billion some other way, right? So I can do something irresponsible. You are trusting the management team of an operator.
Bro, listen, let me tell you something, man. Listen, shout out to Carlton, right? If we're able to hit our goals and we have all of the type of financial resources that we need by December 31st, bro, do you know if somebody comes for me, I'll donate $2 million to their city to build ShotSpotter and put all the terminals right around their house? Now, they thought that their comment on YouTube was funny. I thought my joke was more funny. I got proof of work. I paid more for it. Oh, man. Do you know that if somebody comes for us, if we got the type of resources that we want by the end of the year, we just find out where most of those people live at, buy all of the vacant factories, and just throw a specialty cultural Venezuelan migrant shelter center in an old industrial park there, and see how funny that is. Because since we're funny, since we're out funnying each other, I got a different sense of humor than other people. You know what I'm saying? So I would think that was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if people want to come for us, the best possible thing for them would be for us to not hit our goals by the end of the year. Because if the goals get hit by the end of the year, we're returning gunfire with nukes. Just saying.
Operating company to not do stupid things. But let's say I take the $3 billion and I buy Bitcoin with it.
We'll get back to the show in just a moment, but first, let's talk about future-proofing your business. In business,
let's go past this real quick.
Investor, and you just gave me your money and you like Bitcoin. Well, what I just did was I just borrowed billions of dollars for free to buy the thing that you like. And if you think Bitcoin is going down, you're not owning my stock for a minute. You're not long my stock. The only people that are long my stock are people thinking Bitcoin is going up. So if you have any forecast for Bitcoin.
So now let me ask you guys this question. How many people in here have added MicroStrategies to their portfolio? If you added MicroStrategies to your portfolio, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not add MicroStrategies to your portfolio, then give me a thumbs down. MicroStrategies and Mira are companies that I'm looking at. Because here's the thing, right? The 10 MicroStrategy shares, what, $3,600, we talked about this yesterday, is supposed to equal $10 or $1 million at some point in the future, right? Now, I'm looking at it another way. MicroStrategy stock outperformed Bitcoin. So what I want to do next is I want to put together a portfolio of mixed investments that outperform Bitcoin. They trace Bitcoin and outperform Bitcoin. So I'm thinking MicroStrategies, Mira, Dogecoin. These are three things that I know off the top that outperform Bitcoin. Yeah, he hit him with a strange flex. Facts. They always hitting with the strange flexes, bro. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
Bitcoin, whether you think it's going up 3%, 5%, 50%, 100%, all circumstances, it's smart for the company to borrow money for free and buy Bitcoin, right? It's
smart for the company to borrow money for free and buy Bitcoin. Yeah, just no brainer. Now, I want you guys to understand where we are. We're in a situation where our people can't even make us great because this would, they don't even know what's going on to even be able to say that this is good or this is bad. They'll just make jokes about it and start saying it's plebiscite babble and start talking about something else. You know what I'm saying? So we're a lone entity out here on our mission. We have, as much as they repeat, they have no friends. We actually have no friends. You know what I'm saying? It's just us. We all back to back out here. We've got literally no one that can help us. Literally no one that's even capable of throwing us a lifeline. You know what I'm saying? So that's the scenario right there.
doubles. It increases your performance. So operating companies, we can do things like like I can borrow money from the convertible bond market, and I can sell the, you know, when I do that, I'm basically posting shares that are trading, that are valued at 4 times the underlying Bitcoin that I own. So if I were to do $1 billion bond deal, I would be selling $1 billion of securities backed by $250 million of Bitcoin. I'd then buy $1 billion of Bitcoin. I would capture in the arbitrage $750 million of Bitcoin yield or Bitcoin gain. The beneficiary is the common stock shareholder, right? The guy that bought MSTR stock. So I'm doing I just generated $750 million in like 3 days, you see. So you're saying, what is it that I can do that a trust can't do? They can't make $750 million in 3 days. If I go sell $1 billion of equity and my equity is trading at 3 times the underlying asset, I'm selling $1 billion of equity backed by $333 million of Bitcoin, but I'm buying back $1 billion of Bitcoin and I'm capturing $666 million in the arbitrage.
Yeah, shout out to Eric Jenkins. Eric Jenkins says, we on an island, bro, facts. And never forget who put us on that island. Because then once we built that island up into a tropical paradise, remember, they put us there, which meant that they wanted us there away from them. So when they see how we build it up into this amazing tropical resort-like paradise fortress, remember, y'all put us there. Right?
So as an if I were to go borrow $1 billion and just pay 6% interest on a junk bond, well, then you're just getting $1 billion of Bitcoin, and if Bitcoin goes up less than 6% a year, that was not a good risk. I would lose money on that. But if Bitcoin's going up 60% a year, I'm going to scrape a 54% yield, and I'm going to make, you know, $540 million a year for my shareholders by taking that swap. So I just gave you
really fast.
things.
I want to anchor this down for people. So, when I think about what the stock market is and why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, a substantive part of this is that this is an extremely complicated game that as many times as I've researched you and followed this, I'm just now beginning to put all the pieces together of how this all actually works. But there is this incredible opportunity that, you know, like you said, if you've got somebody that really understands the economics and the physics of it all, there's an opportunity that's staring everybody in the face. You guys have built in a layer that the analogy that you use of turning crude crypto money into refined capital equities, excuse me, absolutely brilliant. And so you guys have set up what I think of, and you didn't say one way or the other if this felt right to you, but it continues to feel right to me, is you've taken a microcosm of the entire equities financial market, all the ways, my words, that people are able to bet on equities, and backed it by Bitcoin, allowing people this incredible, again, my words, casino layer on top of Bitcoin, so that people can take the kind of risk that they're comfortable taking, that the governance bodies of their organizations force them to interface in that way. I mean, just absolutely brilliant. So now my question becomes, given the freakish success that you've had with this, that one, at least I look into the future and say, okay, this is going to keep.
Yeah, man. Welcome. Make sure y'all show Titus Ship some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Yes, sir.
Going for a while. Were you shocked when Microsoft voted against? And I know you were not presenting them to do the full casino layer, my words, on top of the.
I wasn't shocked when Microsoft voted against the Bitcoin thing. I never really have a lot of faith in older established organizations or even older established people to ever be flexible towards new ideas. I don't know what happens as people get older, why they're just so it's a turnoff. I don't understand why they're so resistant to just new and changing data. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, I had no friends by design. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if y'all haven't shared the stream, please take a moment, share the stream. All right. Make sure you guys hit my backup channels. All right. Make sure you hit the Discord. Remember, man, I appreciate y'all. If you're a Patreon member, take advantage, hit that link. You know what I'm saying? Alpha Crypto Pookie, and get that discount. And if you new and not a part of the Patreon, help your boy out, help your boy grow. You know what I'm saying? Join it. Use that code Afro. I should. That's gonna be the next code since I keep saying it. Alpha Crypto Pookie. and get 89% off of a new membership, man. And shout out to everybody that helped us with the goal so far. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate y'all.
Bitcoin. But were you shocked that even just getting them to think of recapitalizing in Bitcoin was so soundly rejected? Did you just look at that and say they're stupid, they don't get it? Like, what's happening?
We say in Bitcoin that Bitcoin's on a need to know basis. So the people that get Bitcoin because they need to. If you're wet, freezing to death, and you walk past a fire, you're going to stop, throw a log on the fire, and you're going to dry your clothes, because otherwise you're going to freeze to death. You have a need to know it. If, on the other hand, you're a rich man and you have, a massive ski chalet in Aspen with 10 people working for you and modern heating and air conditioning and a chef, and 3 cars and a helicopter in the back, and you've got a dinner party planned and you're walking past a little flickering fire, you're probably going to think, I should put it out. I'm probably going to step on that fire because it looks like a threat to me. Microsoft is probably one of the 5 most successful companies in the world out of 50,000 publicly traded companies and 400 million private companies. They're not exactly the shivering, naked, starving dude running through the forest on the mountainside, right? They don't need it. It's quite optional for them, right? The people that discover Bitcoin are when you live in Nigeria and the bank or Lebanon and the bank freezes your assets and you're either going to starve to death and be bankrupt or you're going to have learned about Bitcoin. They have a need to know. If you live in a hyperinflating economy in Russia or in Venezuela or in Argentina, you're going to know. If you remember your family fleeing Nazi Germany in the 30s and losing everything, if that story's been told to you by your grandfather or your great grandmother, right, then that resonates and you think, I think I'd like to be able to flee with my money, when the government goes bad on me. So I think that the message of this is shareholders in a well-run public company do whatever management tells them because they're not looking to pick fight. And if you're an affluent investor in the first world, you're ingrained in your conventional wisdom, and you don't have a need to know. It's not that you're not smart. I mean, the world's full of very charismatic and brilliant, hardworking, rich, powerful people. That is not the criteria for discovering a new technology. The analogy I give you here is Led Zeppelin. A bunch of teenagers and 20-somethings pick up electric guitars and they create Led Zeppelin and rock and roll. And there were probably some very genius classical music.
They created Led Zeppelin and rock and roll. I don't know if that's how that story went, but okay.
Musicians in Carnegie Hall around the same time. And if you ask the music critics what they thought, and the music professors what they thought, and the classical musicians what they thought, they would said, this will never amount to anything. This is bad for the society. Every generation gets a new set of technologies, right? You're a podcaster, but 60 years ago, as Walter Cronkite.
Do you guys remember Napster? How many people remember Napster? If you guys remember Napster, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember Napster, give me a thumbs down. That's what happened to Napster. You know what I'm saying? And it was people like Eminem and Dr. Dre who contributed to trying to crush Napster. That was a disruptive technology that came out at the time.
And it was a different media thing. And 100 years before that, it was William Randolph Hearst and a different media thing. And so Bitcoin is an opportunity for the new generation. It is the people that embrace.
And I agree with this right here. This is what I keep trying to tell people. Bitcoin is, if your life, your family's life has been ruined, crushed, and destroyed by the weight of debt in the financial system, I'm telling you, man, we're right on the precipice. Bitcoin it can be your own personal great reset. This is stuff that everybody complains about. Everybody complains about it. And here's an opportunity that's just wide open for people to have a small portion to just be able to get their head above water and breathe. And it's like, nah, water in my lungs feels a lot better. Like, make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense.
new technology. They're either the youth, the 20-something, the 30-somethings at the beginning of their career that have everything to gain, nothing to lose.
Now, I got a question for everybody. Shout out to everybody in the room. How many people have a quote-unquote tax return strategy? If you have a tax return strategy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't have a tax return strategy, then give me a thumbs down. All right? Why am I asking about if you have a tax return strategy or not? Because if I got a tax return, take a wild guess what I would do with my tax return.
And no chance, by the way, no chance if they stick with conventional technology, right? It's like, my advice to you is don't create symphonies. Mozart and Beethoven kind of did it. Piano, listen to Chopin. Between Chopin and Beethoven or Mozart, they kind of did most of the stuff people want to hear, right? And so if you really want to make a name for yourself, make fame and fortune, you pick the new technology, right? And then the other group of people that embrace new technology are people in a war.
Not only do you embrace new technology, but timing is important too. You can't sit around and wait. One thing that people got to stop doing, people got to get rid of them bubble guts. People got to put a little bit of concrete in their backbones. People got to start being risky. You know what I'm saying? You got to start being, I'll wait. No. People, there's a reason why it's called early adoption. Early adopters benefit the most. Always. Always, 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 always. Early adoption allows you to get out of your lost danger zone faster than people that come in late. Never wait on opportunity, because opportunity will not wait on you. Okay? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade says you will buy crypto with your tax return. Bro, facts. That's exactly what I would do. Caldona said it's time to get dangerous like Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck. That's hilarious. And Launchpad. Launchpad had a lot of contracts back in the day, man. They was working him. You know what I'm saying? He was on DuckTales. He had his own show. He was on Tailspin. He was on Darkwing Duck. Man, they had that boy Launchpad working, didn't they? They had Launchpad ass working overtime. He was in every Disney cartoon. Everybody else had a little break. Nah, not Launchpad. You know what I'm saying? Launchpad had to go from show to show to show to show to show. He had a whole 4-hour block where he was on every single show. Oh, man, that's why he never had a chance to fasten his chin strap. Yeah, man, that boy Launchpad was on Tailspin. You know what I'm saying? He was on DuckTales. He was on Darkwing Duck. You know what I'm saying? They had that boy Launchpad working, man. I used to be like, man, why is Launchpad on so many shows? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Warzone, right? People dismiss. Remember World War I, and we had horses and cavalry, and like, oh, that doesn't work. And then people dismiss the Air Force. They court-martialed Billy Mitchell, I guess. Air power, that'll never mean anything. And then people stop dropping bombs on your head, and you become a believer in air power. And so I think the real phrase from Max Planck, and he said it in the history of science and the study of science, he said, science advances one funeral at a time. It's like the old guard doesn't have a need to know. They're going to reject it. The younger generation, they do have a need to know. And then people that are under duress.
And see, I this is a sad thing, right? I'm a person who throughout my life, I've always embraced and supported new ideas, forward movement, innovative technology, right? I'm always open to try something. I might not like the idea or whatever, but I'm always open to try it, right? And I think that the older generation should encourage the younger generation to use their strength, which the strength of the younger generation is their thought fluidity, it's their curiosity, it's their innovation, it's their drive, it's their strive, it's their hunger. The older generation should not be a restriction or a restraint on those natural tendencies of younger human beings. We should be a guide and a catalyst to help support them in their efforts of doing that kind of stuff. Not sitting there acting like we got to hold on to some lost glory and we can't let the new generation. It's not about holding on to lost glory. There's no such thing as lost glory. The only thing that matters is progress. The only thing that matters is forward movement. The only thing that matters is survival. The only thing that matters is laying out a pathway for the best control of the highest probability success and prosperity of the people after you. That is your responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, like it's like that value, if it ever existed, it's significantly diminished. And I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where it went. I don't know if it'll ever come back. But it's something that I believe. You know what I'm saying? It's something that I believe.
That are fighting for their life. They, you know, maybe you'll start the war not believing in airplanes and believing that we should fight with horses, you know, and swords, but you won't end the war with a general that believes that, right? You'll replace the first general with the next general. You'll scramble to embrace the new technology and the side that embraces.
And that's where we're at right now. You see, watch the mad scramble, right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. When all of this stuff starts getting rolling, do you guys want me to start a series called The Mad Bitcoin Scramble? And we're going to just watch everybody scrambling. We're going to watch everybody scrambling. We're going to be okay, but we're going to be watching everybody scrambling. And it's just going to be wild to see. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. We are going to see monumental scrambling. It's going to be so crazy. All of these countries, all of these businesses, all of these individuals, everybody's going to be mad scrambling when they start to see what's happening to try to secure as much Bitcoin or cryptocurrency as they can. If you ask me, once the Bitcoin starts to deplete to where, you know, the reserves are like, we're not selling anymore, or we're only selling a certain amount per day, because that's going to start happening, then people are going to try to get into a mad rush into Ethereum to try to like, oh, I missed out on Bitcoin. I don't want to miss out on Ethereum. And it's just going to be a cascading effect. It's going to be wild. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be wild.
Is the new technology is going to win. The side that channels power most effectively is the winner. That's the story of history. But the other story of history,
I wouldn't disagree with that. How do you all feel about that statement? If you all agree with that statement that he just made, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to shout out to AB said French Montana, don't panic. Oh me, oh my, right? And he gonna be running around like, oh me, oh my, Bitcoin too high. You know what I'm saying? French Montana, stupid ass. French Montana, stupid ass. He always walk around like somebody just busted him upside his head with a bat. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to oh man, I shouldn't have said that. Hold on, man. Hold on, I gotta give myself a drop. Hold on, I gotta give myself a drop.
I shouldn't have said
that. Oh man, Brooklyn Queen said yes, like going to the store for milk and bread every time it snows. Do y'all remember during C19? People actually went to Walmart to get quote unquote emergency toilet paper. That's what they went to Walmart for. They sold everybody was just buying toilet paper. I'm sitting there like, what? Why is all the toilet paper selling out? The first thing I thought about when all the toilet paper sold out, I was like, what's the stock price of Charmin's? What's the stock price of Quilted Northern? I got to check out these stock prices. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? My man, Detroit 313. What's good with it? What's good with y'all? They go to fellas. You know what I'm saying? What's good with y'all?
Did most of the stuff people want to hear, right? And so if you really want to make a name for yourself, make fame and fortune, you pick the new technology, right? And then the other group of people that embrace new technology are people in a war zone. right? People dismiss. Remember World War I, and we had horses and cavalry, and like, oh, that doesn't work. And then people dismiss the Air Force. They court-martialed Billy Mitchell, I guess. Air power, that'll never mean anything. And then people stop dropping bombs on your head, and you become a believer in air power. And so I think the real phrase from Max Planck, and he said it in the history of science and the study of science, he said, science advances one funeral at a time. It's like the old guard doesn't have a need to know. They're going to reject it. The younger generation, they do have a need to know. And then people that are under duress, that are fighting for their life, they, maybe you'll start the war not believing in airplanes and believing that we should fight with horses, and swords, but you won't end the war with a general that believes that, right? You'll replace the first general with the next general. You'll scramble to embrace the new technology, and the side that embraces the new technology is going to win. The side that channels power most effectively is the winner. That's the story of history. But the other story of history is the people that got to where they are with a different technique, they become entrenched in that technique. That's part of their self-image. Look, you're the world's greatest piano player, and someone invents an electric guitar, and you're 70 years old, and they say, what do you think of the electric guitar? And you're like, it's a brutish instrument, for long-haired hippies.
When I talk to people that really understand Bitcoin, you go deep into those rabbit holes. You start getting people talking about how do we secure the network when we mine the last coin. So what's your take on that? How are we going to secure it?
Well, the network reward is a function of the block rewards of the miners, and they will continue between now and the year 2140, and the transaction fees. And the transaction fee economy is an open free market economy. If you want your transaction to be processed in the next 10 minutes, you have to be the high bidder. And there's only 5,000 slots. And so the most important 5,000 transactions in the world are going to get to the top of the queue based upon the transaction fee of the broadcaster. This is why it's important to have scarce block space, because as long as the block space is scarce, the transaction fees will trend up over time. And as more people want to do more transactions, they will bid up the transaction fees. And right now, they're a small fraction of the rewards, but I think 10 years from now, they'll be the majority of the rewards for sure. And I think by 2035 and onward, most of the revenue that comes from the miners will be based on transaction fees. And transaction fees are a durable business model forever. I mean, every real estate company, every financial service provider, they all work on transaction fees. I mean, it's fine. Like, I want to move $1 billion from point A to point B. Would I pay $10? Of course I would. Would I pay $100? Sure. If you wanted to buy $1 billion building and take clear title of it.
All right. So check this out, right? How many people participate in the airdrop arena on crypto.com? If you participate in the airdrop arena on crypto.com, give me a thumbs up. If you don't participate in the airdrop arena on crypto.com, then give me a thumbs down. If you do participate in the airdrop arena on crypto.com, that Pudgy Penguins, that Pengu event just started. That Penguins event just started. They gave out a decent bonus for Capybara. Hopefully, y'all. How many people participated in the Capybara event? If y'all participated in the Capybara event, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't, give me a thumbs down. They actually gave out a really good bonus for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious what they're gonna do with the Pudgy Penguin one. The believe it or not, the Pudgy Penguin meme coins, I've been keeping an eye on the price. Them bad boys actually been doing really good. Pudgy Penguin's been doing real good. Now, I just checked Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now is $100,000. My question for you guys is, how do you all think Bitcoin will react to the inauguration? How do you guys think Bitcoin will react to the inauguration? Another thing, right? is how many people have seen, I put the premiere window up for the call-in show. All right. The call-in show is going to be tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. All right. If the moderators could put the link to the call-in show in the chat and everybody can click the link, hit the like button and hit the bell, I definitely appreciate it. All right. Shout out to Titus. Titus says 1 Bitcoin for the ride, but for the daily residual money, daily transactions, utility tokens will dominate portfolios, not financial advice. Yo, I agree, bro. I agree. What tokens do you think will be good? Honestly, like, I'm not trying to be funny. Like I said, I'm kind of irritated with crypto.com because of that situation. But I think that Crow, not Crow with knife, not cacaw, Crow with knife, not Crow with knife, Crow, Kronos chain coin. I think that Kronos is actually very undervalued. And I think once people start getting exposure to crypto.com, and once people start getting all the Crow rewards and people start stacking up a bunch of Crow, I think you're going to see a huge increase in the price and use of Crow. Because I honestly think Crow is probably one of the best coins that's just, it's a hidden jewel that people don't even know about for real. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think it's going to go up? Y'all think the Bitcoin price is going to go up? You think it might go up to 125,000 with Trump? When they do an inauguration? What give me some numbers in the chat. What y'all think is going to be? And shout out to the mods. If the mods could put the link in the chat for the call-in show tomorrow, not the StreamYard link, but the video link, I'd appreciate it. And if everybody could hit the link, hit the like, and hit the bell in there, I greatly appreciate it. All right. Yo, listen, Act 1, the AI prophecy is another one that's if you buy that bad boy, not financial advice, if you buy that bad boy on the dips, that bad boy jumps. I'm just saying.
In Manhattan, what do you think the transaction fees are on that? Right? I mean, you could spend $1 million to move $1 billion. You could easily spend 10 basis points. How about the last time you sold your house? What's the transaction fees to sell a house to someone else? And how long does it take, by the way? Right. So when you think about it that way, like if I could sell my house in 30 days and it was $1 million house, would I pay 1, 2, 3, 4% interest or in fees? Yeah, I would. If I paid 1% fees, I think that's cheap. Well, 1% fees on $1 million transfer of Bitcoin, right? That's going to support the network. So the beauty is, I don't think the transaction. I think Bitcoin's always going to be 100 times to 1,000 times more efficient to transact in than other instruments. But I do think there will be transaction fees. I think the fees will support the mining network. And the mining will continue forever because there's always going to be stranded energy and there's always going to be stranded capital. And so if you're sitting at the edge of the grid and you have a dam in the Himalayas, well, you're going to want to run Bitcoin mining with the dam in the Himalayas because that's the highest bidder for your electricity.
You're saying that'll get us to the end of the blocks themselves, but when
no, I'm saying that'll go on
about
forever. I mean, the transaction fees are going for 1 million years.
I see. You're saying that there will always be somebody willing to do the work for the securing of the network based on that's the highest bidder for the electricity.
There are no block rewards for selling houses. Why is there a real estate industry? They're all based on transaction fees. Why do banks give you mortgages? Because of transaction fees. You see.
But what about gold? So when I think about this as a static thing that I'm using to store my capital, you just think that there's going to be enough once it's global. There's going to be enough reason for enough people to be selling their long-term capital assets at any one time that we're still going to have a constant desire to have those 5,000 blocks filled.
I'm saying that the airlines operate on transaction fees. And if people decided they didn't want to go from New York to Singapore, I guess there would be no airline from New York to Singapore. And I'm saying that if I have $1 billion of capital and a bank in Singapore wants to...
Yeah, man. So far, Bitcoin is doing good. You know what I'm saying? So far, Bitcoin is doing good. It's over $100,000 right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm interested to see if it hits that 125, you know what I'm saying, with the Trump inauguration. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that there should be, here's the thing, right? Here's my logic behind it. there should, okay, so the presidency, him winning the presidency, right? That's a good indicator, right? So that's a separate event than him actually becoming the president. So if there was a bump in the price from the event, when the confirmation comes, there should be another bump and a higher intensity bump, because now there's no longer any risk, right? That risk assessment has been completed. Trump won the presidency, but he's yet to be installed yet. So since he hasn't been installed, there's still the risk of what could happen up until the installation date. Once the installation date is confirmed, that should lock in that value and then provide another bump of future prospective favorable policy. As a result, that should be 2 bumps. You know what I'm saying? So that's my logic behind that. Let me know what you guys think. And you know what? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said crypto.com new feature 10 basket is a pretty good selection of coins. You know what? I emptied out all my baskets and put them all into individual wallets, and I'm not buying. The only basket that I might buy anymore is the Ethereum Bitcoin pair. I don't like the rebalancing. I experimented around with it. I don't like the rebalancing. There's no rhyme and reason of how they do the rebalancing. They don't care. The only thing that they do is ratio the coins based on the amount of coins that you have, and that could be disastrous. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So if you do the baskets, my advice to people would be to turn off the rebalancing. Don't let them rebalance it, because they don't rebalance it with any type of rhyme or reason or why they do it. The only thing they do is to maintain a ratio of an even distribution of each coin that's in there. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I put a little bit of money in there and let it sit for about 2 or 3 weeks to see what kind of rebalancing it did. It didn't do it. All it did was just maintain ratios. So if you do get the baskets, turn off rebalancing. Would be my advice. Don't keep rebalancing on. Turn that shit off immediately. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Bro, facts. If y'all agree with Detroit 313, data is the new oil, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, data is the new oil, bro. Facts. Facts. Super facts. You know what I'm saying? Super facts. That's one of the reasons why y'all already know. Y'all already know. I ain't even got to say it. Look at this. Hold on real quick. We're going to take a break from this, right? We're going to eventually finish that. That thing is long as hell, but you know what I'm saying? It's a good listen if you ask me. So my question for you guys is, how many people heard about this? Metaplanet eyes upping Bitcoin holdings to 10,000 Bitcoin in 2025. Metaplanet holds 1,762 Bitcoin and wants to increase its stash by 467% to 10,000 Bitcoin. Okay. How many people ever heard of this company called Metaplanet? If I'm not mistaken, this is a Japanese company. Everybody's trying to become a Bitcoin balance sheet company. Now, if everybody becomes a quote-unquote Bitcoin balance sheet company, you know the next question, right? You know the next question. What does that do to the value of Bitcoin? Metaplanet aims to expand its Bitcoin stash more than fivefold to 10,000 Bitcoin in 2025, as analysts predict a bull run this year that could see Bitcoin rise above $200,000. Okay? A bull run this year that could cause Bitcoin to rise above $200,000. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Now, do you guys see why the between $70,000 and $90,000 Bitcoin is so important? Why we got to try to time the market to get as big of a percentage as we can? The Japan-based venture capital firm was one of the most notable companies to follow MicroStrategy's Bitcoin investment playbook and currently holds 1,762 Bitcoins. Okay. And it's MicroStrategy's playbook. Lord, man, if people would make you great. If people would make you great. You know what I'm saying? If people would make you great. MicroStrategy's Bitcoin investment playbook in 2024 and currently holds 1,762 Bitcoin, worth $173.4 million from 19 purchases. Okay. Metaplanet CEO Simon Girovich said in a January 5th X post that it's his aim this year to increase his holdings to 10,000 Bitcoin by utilizing the most accretive capital market tools available to us. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that it might not be a bad idea to set your goal to possibly hold 1 Bitcoin before the end of the year? In addition to everything else we're doing, got to multitask. Right? Girovich also said it aims to advance Bitcoin adoption in Japan and globally, as well as to grow Metaplanet's impact in Japan and the Bitcoin ecosystem. Now, we already know that Japan is all on board, right? They're all on board with XRP. Right? Japan is all in on XRP. So since Japan is all in on XRP, what that means, right, is that Japan is already familiar with and comfortable with cryptocurrency as a useful everyday tool, as a useful asset, right? We're not just building a company, but we're driving a movement, said Girovich. Metaplanet is the largest corporate Bitcoin holder in Asia and has the 15th largest Bitcoin holdings among publicly listed companies, according to Bitcoin Treasuries.net data. They're going to have all these new categories where they're going to be measuring value by how many Bitcoin people hold. I mean, you're seeing the elements of all of these metrics starting to form. Yeah, same here. Facts. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, I'm going to use my gains with some of the AI/meme coins to get some Bitcoins. Facts. I'm going to try to, you guys know how I do. I'm going to try to hit them low caps so I can get that high cap. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of floors that I've been hitting. I've been literally mopping the floor. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, all we need is just maybe a good day or two of 24-hour, you know what I'm saying, volume. And, shit, it is what it is, right? Shout out to Titus. Titus says, yes, that's the only goal you need. Get 1 Bitcoin should secure your portfolio. Set it and become your own bank. Facts. Super facts. Super facts. Man, I texted my brother yesterday. I said, man, by the end of the year, I'm going to be like, man, my brother is a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? You know, like shit. So now here it says the plan comes as asset managers Van Eck and Bitwise predict Bitcoin will reach $180,000 to $200,000 in 2025, or potentially higher if the United States adopts a strategic Bitcoin reserve under an expected crypto-friendly Donald Trump administration. So again, the $180,000 to $200,000 predictions, that right there, that's if there's no strategic reserve. Do you guys remember when I kept saying that those were conservative estimates? If you guys remember when I kept saying that those were conservative estimates, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Please smash that like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please hit the bell. Subscribe to the channel. And also, if you know people that are interested in cryptocurrency and they're like this type of content, please share it to your social media and tag them in it and tell them to come check the stream out. All right. Jarovich said if the United States follows through with a Bitcoin reserve, it could trigger a global domino effect. That's what they're talking about with those God and Omega candles. I think that the talk of it has already triggered a global domino effect. Think about that, man. Everybody else in the world is buying Bitcoin. Actual entire countries in the world are buying Bitcoin, and there's still a small pocket of people that are just in denial and just keep repeating that it's a scam and think that it'll go away. I've never seen people in the pits of loserdom like that before. Like, that's just wild, man. Like, that's crazy. I've never seen anyone in the belly of loserdom, you know what I'm saying, in the guts, you know what I'm saying, in the slushy bowels of loserdom, to where they're so defeated that they can't even acknowledge that shit. Like, man, that's just wild, man. They're in the slushy guts, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Oh, man, it's wild, man. It's wild. Countries around the world will follow. Japan is one of those countries where they look to the U.S. as their big brother, following their footsteps. So if President Trump does adopt it as a strategic reserve, then Japan and many other countries in Asia will do the same, Jarovich said at Michael Saylor's Bitcoin New Year's Eve party in Florida. I mean, like, this is just wild. Michael Saylor having Bitcoin New Year's Eve parties. That's just something, like, I'm telling you, sometimes you just get left speechless. You just get left speechless. But I tell you what, though, let me ask you guys this. Would you guys agree? Towards the end, 2024 really exposed a lot. And it's funny because the people that keep saying 2024 exposed a lot, those are, I don't know why they keep saying that, because they're the ones that got exposed. "2024 exposed a lot, man. It exposed a whole lot. And I think that there's more exposure on the way. I think 2025 is going to expose even more. Shout out to Eric Jenkins. Eric Jenkins says, I think Trump has to do it now. I hope he does it. Even if he don't, I'm still looking forward to them $200,000 prices. I'm looking forward to that $90,000, $80,000 Bitcoin too. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even going to lie. I just hope it happened when I got some money on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be mad if it happened between paychecks. I'm going to be mad if it happened between paychecks. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be mad about it. So now here it says, MetaPlanet is among many firms that plunged into Bitcoin in 2024 as it gained about 120% over the year. MetaPlanet's latest purchase of 619.7 Bitcoins on December 23rd was its largest, representing over 35% of its entire stash. Its shares are now up 950% since it first started accumulating Bitcoin on April 23rd, with an average purchase price of $77,196. And again, see, so this is that target price right here. Let me ask you guys this question. When there's a lot of people that have an intelligence deficit, do you see how they make things consider, like, so the Bitcoin network, right? How they were talking about increasing block difficulty. Do you guys see how having just a conglomerate of idiocy congests the network and creates considerable block difficulty? Could you imagine if we actually had like a massive amount of intelligent people instead of a massive amount of just idiots that we're suffocated by? And that's one of the reasons why I've always said, with the stuff that we talk about, layer one level of all of the boundaries and restrictions that we have are the stupidity barrier. To try to do some of this stuff. We don't even have anybody that for one even understands any of this stuff, or even has the resources to be able to intern or, you know what I'm saying, like help get somebody started or anything. Look at how incapable, man. It's like dealing with a bunch of people with broken legs, all self-induced. You don't understand the frustrations of this stuff, like, until you're actually trying to do it. And then you start to see, like, man, damn, I'm out here on an island by myself. Like, there's nobody I can even talk to. Then it turns you into a sociopath. And I think that people owe it to each other to at least, at the very least, to not be an intellectual bum. At the very least, you should have some type of use case for yourself to where you could, at the very least, offer a minimal amount of help or support to somebody that you're cool with, somebody that you're close to, your family, or somebody that you believe in, and it's just not there. And people are okay with it. If you ask me, that's just that. Like, that's just trifling. If you guys would agree, that's just trifling. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's just trifling, man. It's just the state of affairs in 2025. The amount of work that we have to do to even try to not even get anything official going, just to even do shit for ourselves. It is not only infuriating, but it's nauseating. It's not like I want to take a deep breath and just 360 projectile vomit all over the place. Oh man, it's ridiculous. And I'm not trying to be funny, but people still making videos about Jim Clyburn and shit. Like, I can't get, man. Hey, man, at this point, man, like, man, like, the way that the racial wealth gap is about to blow open, at this point, I don't even know why anybody, like, the getting groceries is about to be more of a priority than Jim Clyburn, but, you know, whatever. Hit the easy targets. Like, do you guys, how many people notice a pattern of people never aim for the bullseye? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. People don't aim for the bullseye. They try to aim around the dart and just so they aim around the bullseye just so they can hit the board. Like, I'm saying, like, what is that? So, yeah, this is this company right here, MetaPlanet. Yo, let me ask you guys this. Is MetaPlanet listed where we can buy it on American exchanges? MetaPlanet Incorporated? What's their ticker sign? JPY is the ticker. I'm about to write that down. And I'm going to track that bad boy. JPY. All right. I don't know if it's on the NASDAQ or not. Shout out to AJ. AJ says, Rob, people won't use ChatGPT to put together a business plan. They don't use things they don't understand, nor do they try to learn. I agree. And then, but at the same time, though, you have to take initiative. And if you ask me, there's an initiative taking deficiency. You can tell that there's an initiative taking deficiency by the way the immediate knee-jerk reaction or response is, well, we wasn't told. We wasn't told. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh. Nobody was ever told anything, but at the same time, everybody knows everything. It's this system of two realities that just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. And people have allowed it. They've allowed it. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Shout out to Titus. Titus says HBCUs using blockchain right now. It's us, no media control. I believe we have media control, bro. I used to buy into the narrative that we don't have media control, and then I saw that we do have media control. We do. We absolutely do have media control. The problem is that people that have media control don't utilize their media to do what they say that they want to do with the media. We have media control. Shout out to the people that watch my channel. You guys get a lot of stuff that you like from here, right? One of the reasons why you guys get a lot of stuff that you like from here, for one, is because, you know, we have common interest, right? And for two, because you guys are ambitious and you guys are looking for this type of information. I think that people could possibly lack self-control because everything is out there for you to find. And there's word of mouth. And we know that a lot of people don't like to shut up. So they constantly stay talking. So if they want to ask something about finding some shit, then they can find it. This whole narrative of we don't have media, we don't have this. I've been talking about this exact same type of shit, using debt to fund Bitcoin and everything else since before Michael Saylor. And people don't watch it. They're not interested in it. I don't think it's a matter of no media control. I think it's a matter of no common sense control, no life control, no locus of control, and no ambition. Oh, okay, cool. Hold on real quick. Let me write that down, John. Shout out to John. I appreciate you, bro. MT, and of course, MTPLF. Now here, let me ask you guys this question, right? And this is good. Shout out to Titus for bringing this up, right? Let's just make the assumption. Let's just say we don't have any media control. Why isn't there any media control? Let's examine that. Why is there non-existent media control? Why does it not exist? Why does Blacklight Industrial not exist? Because my people won't make me great. That's the reason. The little that I have as a result of what I do with talking about this type of content, I have because my people in my comment section and the people that support my content make me great. But on a broader scale, my people won't make me great. They'll refuse. They'll be resistant. They won't do it. It's plebiscite babble. It's scam. It's nonsense. It's nothing until Michael Saylor becomes a billionaire doing it. So this is my question. Why do we have no media control? Now, people will say the same thing in the future when everybody's broke, living in a broke down, vacant factory building somewhere, right? Why are you here? Because we have no financial control. We have no Bitcoin control. Well, why do we have no Bitcoin control? We was locked out. No, you won't. No one was locked out of Bitcoin. So shout out, we got a lot of people in the chat, right? I want to know the answer to the question, why do we not have media control? It's in the over-the-counter markets. Okay, it's not on the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. I wonder if they got it on Cash App. They already got, look, shout out to Tammy. They already got a token called Tether, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? Tammy said, Rob, use the word Tether and attach it to Bitcoin, then you might attract the people who need the info you put out. I don't think they need it. I don't think those people need the information I'm putting out. I mean, I'm cool with them not, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with them being where they at, having Tether wars and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with that. They can stay where they at. They good. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Tammy says, Rob, use the word Tether and attach it to Bitcoin. Then you might attract people who need the info you're putting out. I believe that I've attracted the people that need the info that I'm putting out. You know what I'm saying? Like you. Shout out to Tammy. Like John, like Brooklyn Queen, right? I believe that I've attracted the people who not only need but are interested in the info that I'm putting out. I don't believe that those people that engage in that kind of stuff, I don't believe that they need any type of benefit from anything that we got going on. I think that they deserve the exact course that they're on. So I think they should keep doing what they do and do it the best. Like Neely Fuller Jr. said, stand on your work, right? Right? Like Neely Fuller Jr. said, stand on your work. That's what they should do, right? They should stand on their work. They're going to stand on that work. Proof of work. POW, right? So now here it says, Jerovich's firm plans to utilize a mix of loans, equity, and convertible bonds to increase its Bitcoin holdings in 2025 and beyond. On December 18th, the company projected an operating profit for the fiscal year ending December 31st, making it first since 2017. All right. So, yeah, man, this company Metaplanet, they talking about getting 10,000 Bitcoin in 2025. Now, the thing is, right, it might not even be an option for a lot of these people to end up getting Bitcoin. Because, like I said, the Bitcoin supply, the supply crunch, for whatever reason, is not being depicted in the current pricing. How many people would agree that the current pricing does not accurately reflect the Bitcoin supply crunch that we're dealing with right now? Because let's not get it twisted. We are dealing with a Bitcoin supply crunch. Let me ask you guys this question. How many Bitcoin are left to be mined? How many Bitcoin are left to be mined? Somebody let me know an estimated number in the chat. People think that it's optional and they can sit around and wait. Like, man, all these people, let me ask you guys this. If everybody who has Bitcoin right now holds on to their Bitcoin and never lets it go, how many of the people who are saying they want 1 million Bitcoin are going to actually be able to get 1 million Bitcoin? Let me know what you guys think.
I'm saying that the airlines operate on transaction fees, and if people decided they didn't want to go from New York to Singapore, I guess there would be no airline from New York to Singapore. And I'm saying that if I have $1 billion of capital and a bank in Singapore wants to borrow that capital, or they want to lend me $1 billion of capital, I will be happy to pay a transaction fee to move it from their bank to my hands. I'm saying, why do Visa and MasterCard work? They charge transaction fees. So what I'm saying is everything in the finance industry runs on transaction fees.
So what I'm hearing you saying is that you don't have a.
Now, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? Shout out to John. I want y'all to understand this. As of December 30th, 2024, approximately 19,918,068 Bitcoins have been mined, representing about 94.5% of the total 21 million Bitcoin supply. Around 1,081,932 Bitcoin are left to be found. America thinks they're getting 1 million Bitcoin. If America buys 1 million Bitcoin, that means it's going to be 81,000 left. Ain't nobody getting no 1 million Bitcoin. That shit ain't happening. No one's getting 1 million Bitcoin. Maybe Michael Saylor, you know what I'm saying? Maybe MicroStrategies or maybe BlackRock. They're the only two. This is what I was saying the other day. For the most part, and for all intents and purposes, the Bitcoin is gone. All these companies buying, I'm gonna buy 10,000 here. Listen, United States buying Bitcoin, states inside the United States buying Bitcoin, China, Russia start. None of these places is getting all these damn Bitcoin. Once you start cutting into this, see how this is 6 places, right? Million, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, 10 ones. As these decimal places start to disappear and the amount of Bitcoin left goes from 7 digits to 6 digits to 5 digits to 4 digits, you're going to start seeing candles beyond God and beyond Omega candles. You're going to start seeing, I don't even know what they're going to call them, infinity candlesticks. I don't know. But as those decimal places begin to deplete, as the Bitcoin supply depletes, I don't even know what that's going to do on a graph. Shout out to Titus Ship. Titus Ship said that's the trick. 1 Bitcoin and you are protected. The whole legacy. Original Bitcoin holders lost, passwords forgotten. Yeah, I think what people should start doing is should start collecting junk computers. You know what I'm saying? And like the newer computers, right? The newer computers should have more computing power on them than the old computers that the wallets are locked in. So I don't know if the private key and lock technology will be upgraded or not, or if it's still the same type of technology. But if older wallets have significantly easier passwords to hack, there might be an opportunity in finding, quote unquote, the new type of buried treasure, which is basically going to be fragmented information on computers that's highly valuable in the current time, which would be old Bitcoin wallets and stuff like that. I gotta go take a look at the old Bitcoin faucets that I used to be on. I know I got some Bitcoin over there. It's like I found that Bitcoin that I had over on Binance. Oh man, just like I found that Bitcoin on Binance. You know what I'm saying? That right there is a that's a business that people could get into. You know what I'm saying? Blockchain recovery. We'll try to find these old addresses and try to hack them. You know what I'm saying? If you got multiple Bitcoin in there, we get a percentage of your Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Call it a day. But what I want you guys to understand is the base 10, right? Because the base 10, that's what I keep telling you all about. That's how that growth happens. You've never seen anything like this before. But once that million falls away, you see that one? Once that million falls away, what happens at first is that Bitcoin goes back 2 decimal places. It goes all the way back. It goes from the 7th decimal place to the 5th decimal place. That's going to be a supernova candle. Once it goes from 8 to 1, another supernova candle. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I got a laptop from the year. I got a laptop from the year 2000 that still works. Oh, man, that's hilarious, man. Yeah, man, that's one of the reasons why I keep telling people, man, we gotta time these corrections because the corrections are key. Corrections present a rare opportunity to have a highly likely, most likely scenario of getting the most Bitcoin for your money, right? These people who are selling and doing all this stuff, they're looking at it like, oh my God, I'm about to lose money. No, you're about to lose money by selling, but you're going to do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like you're about to lose money by selling anyway. I'm waiting for you to sell and for the price to drop so that I can have the highest likely opportunity of making money, which is by catching Bitcoin at the lowest price. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Concern on that because ultimately you think there's going to be enough velocity of transactions that transaction fees are going to handle it, and anybody that's paranoid that there won't be enough movement, they're just incorrect.
Of course, it seems obvious. It's like saying, well, how about every other service on earth? They all run on transaction fees, right? So what's the most important service you could offer, right? The service of moving money. I mean, everybody pays fees to move money. It's a massive business, right? Visa, MasterCard, the worldwide banking establishment, it's all based on fees, all of it.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? Again, so Michael Saylor, right? He clearly sees value in Bitcoin. Let me ask you guys this question. What are your thoughts of people who failed to see or find value in Bitcoin? What do you all think about that? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 34 people watching and we got 40 likes. I appreciate you guys. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button, hit that bell. Please share the stream to your social media. Let's try to get the likes to 70.
So, yeah, I mean, I think when you get to the point where you have trillions and trillions of dollars of capital, then people are going to pay a fee to do the transaction. We do it now. When I buy Bitcoin, I have to pay a fee to receive the Bitcoin. Then I have to pay another fee to move it in cold storage. If I ever want to sell it, or if I ever want to pledge it, or if I ever, want to do anything with it, I have to pay a fee to move it on the blockchain. So transaction fees are going to continue, right? People are going to
what about
trade
quantum
property.
computing? You mentioned that earlier. Do you think that as quantum computing rises up, because recently Google made the Willow announcement that it's able to run computation so much faster, will Bitcoin simply adopt a new security protocol? What will that look like?
I think that was a marketing announcement by Google. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any single practical application for the benchmark. So they created a quantum benchmark. They announced that they perform well on the quantum benchmark, but there's not any useful application for it anywhere in the world, right? That's the first observation. So you might be getting concerned, but no one's come up with anything they can do with it. So the second, my second observation is, if you create a powerful computer, the very obvious thing you could do with it to make money is to mine Bitcoin with it. And so the first place to use a powerful computer is to mine Bitcoin, which increases the security of the network. My third observation is, if you really come up with a computer powerful enough to crack cryptography, the first thing you're going to crack is Google itself, right? Do you think that Google would sell a computer that destroys its own network? Which is kind of ironic to me, right? Like, that's also the acid test, right? If you're going to crack the cryptography, you would actually crack the networks that Google, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft run, and then you would crack every single government network and every banking network. And if you could crack all those networks, you wouldn't need to steal the Bitcoin. 99.9% of the stuff in the world isn't in the Bitcoin network. So if you hype it, and I don't think Google is selling such a device, right? I don't know what'll happen, but the entire thing is a little bit of a parody to me. If we just,
because you never think it's going to happen, or because Bitcoin is nimble enough that when something like that happens, they'd be able to adopt a new security protocol?
What I'm saying is, all the existing news is just climatology alarmism, where someone is saying, I invented a hyper powerful computer, and then it's being used by an entrepreneur to market their new quantum token. Like,
I mean,
the number one use of it. Well, that's why we're talking about it, right? The number one use of this is to actually market a yo-yo token that someone has that has a quantum resistant algorithm, and they're hoping you think that the quantum threat is a threat. I'm just going to indulge the fantasy for a second. Let's say sometime in the next 30 or 40 years, or whenever it happens, someone comes up with a powerful computer, which we will call a quantum computer, which actually does something useful. And the useful thing is it cracks cryptography. Then I would acknowledge it's a problem for the human race. It's a problem for every government, every company, every individual. Because if I really can crack cryptography, that means everything that's digital in your life is now at risk. That means I can launch, nuclear weapons. That means I can take over the government. That means I can have the Interpol kick your door in and shoot you with a fake arrest warrant, right? So the point really is all of...
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying in the comment section. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Yeah. I agree with everything you guys are saying in the comment section. I'm not trying to be funny. One thing that really, to me, right now, I don't try to like, be over cocky or like, I don't try to like put stuff in people's face, right? But I do like to consider myself, and I like to present myself as, someone who is a conversationalist, someone who, has an adequate amount of information to be able to engage in society in a normal way, right? I don't like that so many people just constantly default to, well, we don't know, because that has a cumulative effect. And because so many people say that, it makes me have to fight uphill to where, if everybody just says, well, we don't know about this, when somebody sees me, they're going to assume that I don't know about something. So everybody else can have a 715 credit report and they're okay. And to be looked at like I got a 715 credit report, I got to demonstrate that I have a 900 credit report, because there's a mass amount of morons that just, because they decide to be information negligent, they want to just sit there and be lazy and say, well, I just don't know. People should really start speaking for themselves. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like, I don't like when I talk to other people and people make the condescending statements like, I'm impressed. Because I know what that means. You're impressed? You're impressed because we had a conversation? You're not impressed because we had a conversation. You're impressed because you're an idiot and you think that people like me are not very intelligent. And when you have a conversation with me, you're impressed because I exceeded your arrogant expectations. The fact that these people have arrogant expectations, and the fact that our people substantiate those arrogant expectations by blaring out the most self-deprecating shit ever, like we don't know shit, is infuriating to somebody that does try to stay privy of information. And unless you are somebody who is like me or somebody who's like us in the comment section, you won't understand the anger with both groups of people that you deal with, and the hostility and irritation that you develop as a result of having to deal with that coming from both directions, despite the fact that regardless of which side of the fence that you're on, you only gonna hear one side. And then you're just not supposed to say anything about the other side, because if you don't, then you off code. But at the same time, I don't know how it's not off code to go around and tell everybody you're the dumbest person in the world. I don't know how that shit's not off code. I don't know how perpetually not knowing anything, I don't understand how that is on code. I don't understand that. Does that make any sense? And this is why I always, after I lay something out, I always ask, does it make any sense? Because I'm telling you, it's about 1% of shit that goes on that makes sense. It's about 1% that goes on that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Civilization breaks down into chaos if Dr. Evil gets the hypothetical quantum computer that really does work. Let's imagine that threat. What's my response? The response is obvious, which is every computer scientist on the planet has a vested interest in upgrading the cryptography that we use to secure our networks and our systems. We will do that. If the quantum computer, the quantum chip that Google offered actually threatened cryptography, Google's own engineers would be releasing a set of upgrades to their own encryption, and they'd be huddled with Microsoft engineers right now, because Google and Microsoft would be the two biggest losers. And if they didn't, Zuckerberg would be doing it at Meta. So ultimately, it's not a Bitcoin specific thing. It's a human race specific thing. And let's just reframe it as What happens if we come up with a computer that can break our current SHA-256, techniques or our current cryptography? And the answer is we're going to upgrade it. We'll upgrade the software. Bitcoin is at its core, it's a protocol, like English, like math. If I come up with a way to hack your phone and send a message from you to the government saying you're going to topple the government, I have corrupted your communication technique, but you're not going to abandon English, are you? Right? And if I come up with a protocol to basically put false numbers into your database, that doesn't mean you're going to abandon base 10 math. I mean, Bitcoin is a bunch of honest people, smart money. They all decided that they were going to store their money in a bank in cyberspace that they trust. The bank is getting upgraded all the time. The software is upgraded every year. The hardware is upgraded every year. And so the implementation of the protocol will change over time. And if there is a quantum threat, we will react to the quantum threat, just like if you were to go to the Microsoft shareholder meeting and said, hey, I heard Google just released the quantum chip and it looks like it's going to crack your cryptography, and therefore should I sell my Microsoft stock and buy quantum yo-yo stock? I bet you Satya Nadella would say, no, don't buy quantum yo-yo stock because it's an overdone fear, and quantum yo-yo doesn't actually have the support of every company on earth and doesn't have a multi-trillion dollar market cap, and it doesn't have all of our engineers, and everybody on earth hasn't decided to standardize their office products on quantum yo-yo whatever stock. They're using Microsoft. Don't worry, we're adults. If it does become a threat in the future, we'll upgrade our software to deal with the threat when it happens. For now, the reason people buy Bitcoin is it's better monetary protocol. And the reason that they use Google is it's a better search engine. And the reason they use Microsoft is it's a better enterprise software suite. All three of them have to deal with this uncertain thing we call the future. And I think that they'll probably figure.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, oh, you're smart. You're so creative. Oh, I never thought of that. Oh, of course you wouldn't, because you're right. Exactly. Shout out to John. John said, bro, you are 100% correct. Man, I went get some glasses years ago and they ran my credit. The two black women were shouting, you have great credit. I was like, okay. Black people don't have good credit. Right. Like, bro, oh my God. That kind of stuff is so, it's not funny and it's so irritating. Like, I'm not trying to, it's so irritating. It's so irritating. And don't get me started. Shout out to John. John said, and they told my girlfriend at the time, girl, he got good credit. He's a keeper. It's like, come on, man. It's like, come on. It's like, come on, man. Seriously, like, come on. Like, how many of y'all are sick of that, man? How many of you all are sick of that? If you're sick of that, put an angry face in the chat. I'm telling you, man. I cannot stand talking to people and like when people find out about my education and stuff like that. And it's not that I'm trying to hide my education because I don't have any problem with it, but it's an education. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just casual. Like I have a job, I have a career. It's just normal. I'm an adult. I'm a older man, right? Like these are all just normal established things. So no one should be impressed. I'm not asking anybody to be impressed by it. The fact that people are overly impressed by just normal life accomplishments, it makes me so angry because being overly impressed by, like, could you imagine if every time you went to the bathroom successfully, everybody just cheered? Oh my God, like you didn't piss yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my, congratulations, girl. He a keeper. He ain't shit himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine if it was like that? That's how it is. It's so simple and stupid, man. And there's nobody else doing that shit. The overly being impressed by just normal life shit and mediocrity is such a open indicator of the success deficiency. It's irritating. Like I tell people, man, like I'm too competitive. I'm too much of a type A person. I can't handle that shit. Shout out to Lois. Look, bro, I'm not mad at you, bro. Lois got 9 said, I'm in another time zone. Bro, I get it, man. I get it. I get it. Like, I can't handle that, man. I cannot handle it. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, you talking about that meltdown that I had with crypto.com, man. I will have a meltdown, man. Shout out to AW1. What's good with the AW1? Say, yo, Rob, are you okay, man? I don't know, bro. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if, like, the majority of people is okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely okay. I don't know if everybody else, actually, I know everybody else is not okay, but it's just it's frustrating, man. Like this the thing, like, you know, it's just it's funny because, like, if you're not in jail, if you're not in prison, you're still in prison, right? You can be in prison and be behind bars, and you don't have socialization, you don't have, like, your friends, you don't have your family, you don't have anybody that you could talk to, you don't have nobody that you can relate to. It's the same way in society. All the people that live around me, I got to get on the global internet to have a conversation with and find like-minded people, because there's none in the immediate vicinity. Everybody's so spread out. And because there's so few. And people don't think that it's not a problem that there's no guided, driven effort to produce innovative people, to produce high intelligence people, to produce productive people. I don't know, man. I don't get it, man. I don't understand. And see, that this is the thing, right? I'm just saying, I don't get it. I don't understand. Is there a rhyme or reason? I'm sure there is, right? But I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand how people can look at this filth. I don't understand how people can look at this situation that we're in, this disgusting prison of a situation that we're in, and people can just simply be okay with it. That to me, that says a lot. It says a lot of stuff that I don't want to hear. It says a lot of stuff that I don't want to hear. I've always been one of those people that's been called a heathen. Shout out to John Guillory. John said, hey, Rob, I had to leave the other stream early, but I watched the replay. I want to tell the person in the chat, black people are the second highest holder of crypto in the U.S. behind Asians. Yeah, facts. Yeah, they are. I read an article that said that. Shout out to Lois Guy 9. Lois Guy 9 said prisons become homes. Bro, facts. And it's man, I'm telling you, listen, people are in love. Listen, I don't know anything is a prison. People are in love with that. I don't know anything. That's the default response. All they got to do. No, you didn't offend me, bro. You good. No, you good, bro. You good. I was just giving you my answer. No, you straight. I'm not offended at all. I'm not offended at all, bro. And matter of fact, I appreciate your concern for my well-being. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm not offended at all, bro. You know? But Lois Scott 9 is right, though. You can learn to fall in love with prison. And, like, people have fallen in love with prison, man. People have fallen in love with their prison. It's a lot of different prisons. People about to put themselves in a financial prison, right? But I don't know nothing is a prison. That's a prison. That's an intellectual constraint. People set up substantiation of other people's talking points, and then they just push the messages. And then when people actually substantiate and validate and act off of those talking points, then they get upset. Let me ask you guys a question. If everybody says, oh, well, we just don't know nothing. We just don't know nothing. And then there's this legacy built of we don't know nothing. And then somebody says, well, I'm going to make the assumption that you're stupid because you're one of those people. And I'm not going to hire you because you're stupid and because you're one of those people and because you've said for generations that you don't know nothing. Can we pinpoint the reason why the person didn't get hired? Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, yo, Rob, a lot of my family members are doing crypto. They know what's up, bro. That's good. You definitely come from a smart family then. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, it's largely due to mistrust of the system, which also explains why W's are at the lowest percentage of CC holders. Yeah. Yeah. As I agree 100%. Facts. Shout out to Eric Jenkins. Eric Jenkins says, and not wanting to learn is a prison. Yeah, that's another prison. That's another prison. People think that not knowing something is a shield somehow. Like if I just don't know about it, then it just won't affect me. I mean, I don't know if people pay attention to cancer, but that doesn't work out too well with cancer. I would assume it doesn't work out with any type of, turbulent situation that might be on the horizon. If you ask me, like, man, there's just a list. I mean, there's just so much stuff that just needs to change. So much stuff that people think is normal and just, you know what I'm saying? Like they think that it's cool and they think that it's silly or think that it's a flex. Shout out to Carlton. People out here with all these strange flexes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas said, teach a class on crypto, Rob. I would, but I'm not going to waste my time with it because for one, no one would come. For two, everyone would want it free. And for three, I know that you guys are interested. I could just chop it up with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I've been see, when I say that I'm done with shit, this is another reason why people don't like me either, because I keep my word on some shit. So when I say that I'm done with some shit, I'm actually done. And I cut the shit off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be like, yo, that's it. Cold turkey done. Right? So as far as like, this quote unquote collective effort of wanting to see people, improve their situations and, possibly like assess and deal with the racial wealth gap using cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. Hey, fuck all that, man. I'm done with that shit. Fuck all that. I'm taking my talents to South Beach. I'm taking my shit to South Beach. You know what I'm saying? Taking my shit to South Beach and soaking up that South Beach sun and whatever it got with it. You know what I'm saying? And other motherfuckers can have that shit. You know what I'm saying? Other motherfuckers can have that shit. Taking that shit to South Beach, pocketing all the money, you know what I'm saying, and watching the rest of the boat, watching it fall down. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas, man. I appreciate you, bro. Lehman Lucas said I would be at the head of the class. Bro, you already are. You already are. Free tuition, too. I appreciate the tip, though. You know what I'm saying? But you already are. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Lehman Lucas said I would be at the head of the class. Y'all in here are already at the head of the class. You ever been to an advanced class? Anybody ever took any AP classes? Anybody ever took any fast start classes? I took post-secondary classes in high school and AP classes. There's usually only about 5 or 6 people in the class. There's only about 5 or 6 people in the class. Caldona said, don't do it. You'll lose to the Mavs your first year. Listen, not only am I going to South Beach, not only am I taking my talents to South Beach, I'm leaving a big heaping, steaming pile of shit at the doorstep before I leave. You know what I'm saying? Since motherfuckers like talking about flies and shit all the time, they can talk about the flies around that big pile of shit that I left before I bounced. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas, man. Make sure y'all show Lehman Lucas some love for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh man, I'll make sure I eat like five big ass stew pots of chili with ghost pepper in it before I leave too. A big ass thing of chili and some cabbage. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's crazy, man. Hey, but this is what I say though, man. Listen, man, at least get something for your kids though. At the least, buy them a share of MicroStrategy stock or something. Come on, man. Stop sending your kids to school and then they get around all the other kids and all the other kids is telling them all day about what their parents is doing for them and their big brothers. And then the kids come back home and talk to you and you be like, I can't wait till you get out of the house at 18. Can people please stop setting their kids up for that shit? Thank goodness I didn't have to go through that. But man, I'll be at some of my friends' house. Them conversations would get bad. Like I'd be like, can I be excused from the table? I don't want to sit here while y'all having this conversation. You know what I'm saying? How many of y'all have ever witnessed that though? You know what I'm saying? You go to school and like you either heard your parents or you heard some of your friends' parents when they was talking like, oh, I can't wait to get you out the house. And then you go to school and the other kids be like, yeah, you know, like my dad is going to buy me a car when I turn 19 and my mom is going to send me to college when I turn 18 and pay all the tuition. And my granddad has a has a house that's 2 miles up the street from the school and they said that we could all live there for free. Start sending us out there to the world like that. You know what I'm saying? Start sending a motherfucker into the game prepared for once. Can people do that? Yeah, shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. Can motherfuckers stop rushing their kids off into the struggle? Can you nurture a motherfucker, please? You know what I'm saying? Can people not look at it when their kids ask them for some normal shit that kids need as if they asking them for something that's a luxury or something? I'm telling you, man, like, it just, I don't know. Go back and watch some of the TV shows, man. Even the TV shows be making little jokes. I can't wait till you turn 18 and get out the house. You just can't wait to push somebody out of generational wealth. Shit. Fact. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. A bunch of inefficient practices, bro. Oh, God. It's just, it's filthy. Filthy work. Filthy work, man. I told my kids, whatever y'all need for success, I'm your success resource. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want my kids to move out of the house. I want my kids to only move out of the house when they got a down payment for a house or whatever they plan on doing. If they don't have no down payment or they don't plan on purchasing into some equity, I don't even know. Like, you ain't even got to buy no house. Just stay here. You know what I'm saying? Just be responsible, do what you got to do, and you know what I'm saying? Be respectful, right? That's it. Where do that mentality come from? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said we were grown at 10, but then turn around and get mad when they refer to somebody on the news as a 10-year-old black man, but treat a motherfucker like a 10-year-old black man. That shit I can't stand. This is the shit I cannot stand. Y'all feel me? You get treated like a man right at your house as an adolescent, and then motherfuckers be outraged when they hear motherfuckers call you a 10-year-old man on the news. And then, shh. Don't say nothing about it. Don't say nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? People need to, like-minded people need to come together and irreversibly snap that old culture in half across the back of your knee like Bane did Batman in Nightfall. And start over and try again. Because I don't know if anybody hasn't noticed, but that shit ain't working. It's not working, man. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. This stuff all has to be gutted. It's got to be drenched with liquid Roundup. You know what I'm saying? Recultivated and started completely over again. And the idea, right, is that, we can't talk about it. People have a learned sensitive, like I can't stand how sensitive people are. Can't stand how sensitive people are. How can people consider themselves we the roast gods, but can't nobody say nothing about us? We the roast gods, though. We roast everybody, right? So that means if you give it, then you got to be able to take it. But then when somebody roasts back, you know what I'm saying, they did too much. We need hate crime protection. Like, this shit is, I can't do it, man. I cannot do it. I cannot function on a system of double negatives. I can't function on a system of double negatives. There's no logic enforcement. There's no intellectual integrity enforcement. There's the only thing that there is comfort and emotion enforcement. That's it. I don't understand how people can. I don't understand how people can sit there silent and just accept this just hypocrisy and idiocy. Shout out to Tammy. Tammy says 20, 25 years ago, it was a lot easier. I won't push mine out because I know he's not ready. I'm just learning good money and investment habits that I'm teaching him. And that's a start. I'm not mad at it. I've always had this, damn it. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, help us out with a membership if you want to see us grow. Right? But I've always had this theory, and the way that I felt that it should go is that, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, man, you off code as hell with this objective reality. I'm unsubscribing. You ain't gonna be the only one, bro, but you'll be back though. You're gonna want to use that wrench one of these days. You know what I'm saying? But like, I always had this theory that as a parent, right? Like, your life doesn't end when you die, right? Your life actually ends when you become a parent. So if you make the decision to become a parent, that's it. You just deprioritized yourself. You made a decision to deprioritize yourself. Now, here's the thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? At all. I'm not saying that in a negative way, right? That's just the order of operations. That's how it should be. If you decided to have kids and have a family, you have deprioritized yourself, and now your kids and your family are your priority. You have to have a clear understanding of that. And what that means is that kids and family first, at all times, always, as long as you're alive, and you second. You second. At all times. And you have to do that because you care about your kids and you care about your family so much. What that means is that there's no rushing anybody out of the house, ever. There's no, I'm not helping you because you're too old, ever. There's no, I'm not going to support you with this, ever. You decided to change roles in life because you felt that you were at a place where it was appropriate to change roles. So you've gone from your life to now you are a resource to developing another life. And as a resource to developing another life, you give up your life. And people don't have that understanding of being a parent or how the relationship between a family works. People think they still about to go have fun and do all this stuff, and you're going to put the kids aside or you're going to put your family responsibilities aside. You don't, nah, it's not how that shit works. It's not how that works. When you create a family, you've created a debt. And the debt that you created to your family is that your family is to have you as a resource until you're no longer alive. And if you're a competent parent, they'll still have you as a resource after you've passed away. You will have passed down resources. You will have passed down information. You will have passed down knowledge. You will have passed down a legacy. You have passed down all of these different things to set your family and your children up into a good situation. But we have this paradigm where people treat their family like it's a job and treat their job like it's their family. And then they turn around and cry and wonder why things don't work out the way that they work out. Nothing. None of this shit is mysteries. You want to know? You want to know what a mystery is? Where's the edge of the universe? That's a mystery, right? Why the families aren't working out? That shit ain't no mystery. It's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. People don't understand how roles change with certain life events, and they actually do understand it, but they're just self-centered and irresponsible and greedy, and for all of the wrong reasons and all of the wrong ways. Think about this. We're talking about Bitcoin, right? Do you realize how important this is? There's going to be generations of people who are born who there's never been any Bitcoin in their family. Do you know how poor those people are going to be? Anybody who's born after the last Bitcoin is mined, they're never ever going to own. They're never ever going to own Bitcoin. Never. The entire human financial system is going to be based on this, and there's going to be just generations of people that are completely locked out of it, all concentrated in one group. On top of an existing racial wealth gap. This is a compiling issue, right? This is an issue separate of the racial wealth gap. So this is an issue in itself on top of the existing racial wealth gap issue. You guys remember during C19 when all those people made that money? They had that article, Elon Musk and all them. They made billions of dollars during C19. This is going to eclipse the money that those people made during C19. And do you guys remember how much that blew open the racial wealth gap? They wrote lots of articles about it. The Guardian wrote an article about it. If y'all thought C19 made Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and all them rich, man, you ain't seen nothing yet. This motherfucker right here has 400,000 Bitcoin. BlackRock has 500,000 Bitcoins. Y'all think C19 made them old school millionaires rich? Oh my God. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. How can people be okay with just being on the fringes with nothing? I don't understand it. I don't want to. I should be able to choose colleagues that have shit. Which is why I'm trying to build colleagues that got shit. Because we don't have any. We got a bunch of inaccessible talking heads. And people are okay with it. This is archaic. My advice for people is to demand better, demand higher quality. There's no quality standard, man. In most cases, you can give people a piece of trash and they'll unwrap it and eat it. Why? Why? People will say that they love themselves and then turn around and unwrap some trash and eat it. And I'm supposed to believe that. I'm watching you, right? I'm watching you. Don't nobody love me more than me. Let me unwrap this garbage and eat it. What? Am I supposed to believe my eyes or am I supposed to believe my ears? Or is it a little combination of both? And this is what I'm talking about the double standards. Let me ask you guys this question. Who moves in the world in real life that you can observe that is moving like they're on the verge of financial extinction? Who do you see operating like that? Do you see anybody operate like that? And if you do see anybody operate like that, who do you see operate like that? Let me know.
Figure it out. If they don't figure it out, right, then they'll be replaced with something better. But I put my money on Bitcoin first because the protocols, whether it's the metric system or the English language or base 10 math or Bitcoin, those protocols, they're the most durable thing in the human race, and they will outlast the companies and the countries.
All right, makes sense. I want to talk more about the U.S. strategic reserve, doing that in Bitcoin. If you had time to sit down with President Trump, what exactly would you advise him to do?
I would say that money.
I mean, he says, like, if you get a chance to sit down with Trump, what would you advise him to do? And then, like, you know what I'm saying, like a month later, he's taking pictures with Trump's son. You know what I'm saying? Look, man.
Decomposed into currency and capital. The US dollar is the world's reserve currency. Bitcoin is emerging as the world's reserve capital. Gold used to be the world's reserve capital network. Gold became ineffective in the 20th century. Bitcoin is becoming the digital gold of the 21st century. You understand gold and you understand digital gold. If you want the US to remain the world's greatest power, the economic leader, then your agenda ought to be economic and technical leadership. That means create a regulated stable coin, make it possible for a US bank or a US company to issue a dollar-backed stable coin like Tether, like Circle, create a regulatory environment, a digital assets framework, if you will, where Tether can relocate to the US, and then expand the stablecoin market from $150 billion to $10 trillion. And you will create $10 trillion of demand for US treasuries custodied in a US bank.
Though?
Yeah, I would agree. Shout out to Eric Jenkins. Eric Jenkins says people need to wake up. People are exposed, bro. People are exposed. If you ask me. People are exposed. Like I said, 2024 and 2025, These are the years of the great exposing. You know what I'm saying? People expose how much they love misery, and people expose how little they're capable of. And me personally, I don't think people should get let off the hook for that. I do not think that people should get let off the hook for that.
The demand, how do you create the demand? To create the demand because there's $10 trillion of stable coins issued. The reason there's $10 trillion of stable coins issued is because American companies can do it. Are you asking why will people want?
Like, let me ask y'all this, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. A lot of people ghost watching this shit. People be scared of them screenshots. We ain't gonna be taking them, but right. But how many of y'all, once you leave YouTube, like once this stream is over or something like that, you know what I'm saying? How many of y'all have people in your life that you can have a meaningful conversation about this kind of shit with if you're interested in it? You just got a whole phone book full of contacts that, you know, you want to talk about some crypto or you've seen something that's interesting, you could chop it up with them about it. How many of y'all have an extensive library of colleagues and friends that you can talk to about this kind of shit and have a meaningful conversation or even make a plan with? Shout out to John. John said 1. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said just 1. Shout out to AB. AB said he ain't got nobody. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said he ain't got nobody. Let me ask you guys this. Do you all feel that I'm sorry. I look at that as a failure and a betrayal, and it pisses me the fuck off. We should all have at least 10 people that we could talk about or that we could talk to, that we could make plans with, that we could network with. And the people who are supposed to be producing this shit haven't produced anything. They've produced an open air vacuum of isolation and no one that we can even talk to or vent with. And you're not supposed to be upset or irritated about it and not say anything about it to try to cover somebody's ass. The fuck out of here with that shit, man. And this is what I'm talking about. These are the constraints that we got to deal with. So here's the question. When we don't even have anybody who understands what the hell we talking about, how can anybody make us great? You got to sit there and put on an act and act like you're interested in stupid shit just to be around the majority of people and be bored and miserable out of your mind before you can come back and actually do something meaningful. Who wants to live like that? Why should anybody have to live like that? What kind of legacy is that to leave for somebody? What kind of legacy is no one owning any Bitcoin to leave? Shout out to Eric Jenkins. Yeah, then they call you a sellout. They call you a sellout, right? If I sold out, I had way more money. They don't even know what selling out is. Would I sell out for some lottery tickets? You know what I'm saying? I want people need to start paying attention to this. Pay attention to this stuff, man. Yeah, shout out to John Guillory. They'll say you ain't black. So then if you repeat them, right, They'll do that to you. Oh, you ain't black. Okay, bet. I'm gonna just start saying I'm not black then because you said that shit. He won't even say he black. He won't even say he black. Well, you was the one that said that I wasn't black then, motherfucker. Which one you want? And then all of a sudden, when you start busting back, it's a fucking problem and shit. That's why, like, to me, like, it just needs to be the complete problem so motherfuckers can get ran up out the way so that new clear pathways to success can get laid out. And that's what people need. See, like, the thing is that, like, listen, no one is ever going to get anywhere with a nice head nodding and handshaking. People need a violent, loud, rude, aggressive, non-shame sensitive motherfucker like me to get shit cracking. Because the kind of tiptoeing and tap dancing, the kind of stuff that you need, that kind of stuff, it doesn't work with people. You got people that try to put off a persona. They put off an act. They act like my personality actually is. You know what I'm saying? None of these people are about any of this type of shit. None of these people are about any of this type of noise. Right? But when you're actually ready to get it cracking, those people are not ready to get it cracking. And this is what I'm saying. People have been fooled by a lot of these illusions because people don't have any street smarts. They don't know how to size people up. You know what I'm saying? And people get tricked by a lot of nonsense. Now, listen, people will sit, like, shout out to Eric. Eric said how people will tell you that people sold out. Look, man, like, how can you, first of all, look at where the direction is going. How can anybody sell out when what is there to sell? The only thing people got to sell is just themselves. Because nobody's gonna have any money. Nobody's gonna have any money. Ignore the financial system changes. No one should ever utilize their positive energy ever to fuel other people's pleasure and dysfunction. Please do not waste your energy or time like that. Please don't do that. Just make that one commitment to yourself that you won't do that. Make that commitment. Start demand intellectual integrity. Demand it. Don't let people just throw stuff out there to put stuff out there. Demand that they substantiate what they're talking about. If you put this shit out there, we're gonna pin it to you, and you got to make sure you come up with a correct answer, a correct explanation, or else we getting that bullshit up out of here and we keeping it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling all this, it's just so much distraction stuff, man. The world financial system is about to change. We're already facing a dire racial wealth gap. And you know what I'm saying? It's just going to be massive Karen videos, man. Look, this person got yelled at by this white lady at the store. You know what I'm saying? Karen shit. Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Dr. Rashad Ritchie. While he wishes a Karen would, you know what I'm saying? I wish people would buy Bitcoin for their kids.
To buy the stable coin?
No. I'm saying how are we creating the stable coins? Are we locking up? Are we backing it with securities, treasuries? Excuse me. Are we talking about money printing?
What I'm saying is the U.S. should.
Yeah, man. Yeah, shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said 2050, $0 net worth for black people. That is the ultimate L. Can you imagine being that damn broke? The racial bankruptcy. Can you, like, what? How do you even accomplish that? How do you even what do you do with that? How do you accomplish that? Racial bankruptcy. Shout out to John Guillory. John said, I can't, and I'm not ever experiencing that. Bro, facts. Facts. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, poor and mid-white do the same victim BS. So I see a common denominator at play. Yeah. What's the name of that county in Kentucky? Owsley County. The poorest, most ignorant county in the United States. Right. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They eat the same food too. You know what I'm saying? Peach cobbler and shit like that. corned beef hash and shit like that. Interestingly. Right?
Could create a law that allows a U.S. bank or a U.S. corporation to issue a U.S. dollar stablecoin like USDC or USDT and back it with U.S. dollar equivalents. The definition of the stablecoin would be you have to hold U.S. dollar equivalents. That would create the demand for $10 trillion of U.S. Treasury bills. Right? The big idea here
okay,
is,
so let me say it slightly differently, make sure I understand. You're saying if you back the stablecoin with treasuries to the tune of $10 trillion.
No, I'm saying you define the law so that you have to do, it's not an if, it's the definition of digital currency.
Did you hear what he said? You define the law so that. This is what I'm saying about how all of the laws are created to ensure success of the early adopters and keep out competition. So you should think about that with every law that you follow or every law that you break. Right? And, you know, I've been saying that for a long time. But people say other shit about laws that just, you know, it's just mumble jumble to make people feel good and just, you know, screaming all over the place and shit. But there's a reason why the laws are the laws. And it's not because of any type of ethical anything. The laws are the laws to facilitate stability and ease of access to revenue. That's what laws are for. There's nothing moral or there's nothing everything else that goes into laws that people say it's only there for the appeal. It's not there for the function. The function of the law is to maintain power, maintain access to revenues, maintain control. Those are the three tenets of laws. Michael Saylor just said it right there. So if you don't have access to being able to influence, benefit from, or make them laws, in most cases, you're going to find yourself being subject to those laws, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 said there's a lot of money to get with when you talk about excluding the new buyers of crypto. Yeah. Facts. Super facts.
Is a token pegged to the dollar backed by U.S. treasuries. That's the definition of the currency. That's what the government.
So stable coins are by definition tied to treasuries.
What I'm saying, not now. Like what I'm saying, you're asking me what the government should do. And what I'm saying is the government should create a law that allows U.S. companies and U.S. banks to issue stable coins. And the definition of the stable coin, a stable coin is a digital currency.
Yep.
The definition of the digital currency is a token pegged to the dollar, backed by U.S. dollar equivalents sitting in a U.S. bank. That's missing right now. That doesn't exist. The reason that Tether is not in the U.S. is because it is impossible for Tether to come to the U.S. and do that thing. If the U.S. did that, then the stablecoin float would go from 150 billion to $1 trillion to 10 trillion. And the US dollar would become the world reserve digital currency on every iPhone and every Android phone and everywhere in the world. And so
I know if I'm going crazy, are you?
So, I mean, I want you guys, did you guys see how Michael Saylor had that plan of go from a billion to $1 trillion and then put the US dollar currency on every single iPhone? I want you guys to understand. Do you see how there was the steps to the plan? Massive amounts of money flow. Massive amounts of money flow. And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like you got like, you know, back in the day, Kevin Samuelson, they're talking about like $100,000, you know what I'm saying? $100,000 a year, somehow equivalating that to high value. This is what I'm saying. Like $100,000 a year is like, that's like minimum wage. That's like working poor. And the fact that like you listen to just this stupid shit on YouTube and these fucking idiots and you know what I'm saying, these chicks, I need $100,000. Actually, dummy, you need more than $100,000. Like, this is the celebration of mediocrity. $100,000 is mediocre. And people calling it high value. This motherfucker's talking about moving trillions of dollars of assets. Like, how delusional are people, man? You see what I'm saying? How delusional are people? People are in the game to lose by. To lose by. Motherfuckers not even expecting a win. Motherfuckers is in a game to lose by. We only lost by 2 points. You weren't even in the game to win. If you're calling $100,000 a year salary high value, you're just telling everybody how broke we are. Just telling everybody how broke we are, man. Yeah, talking about it like it's because I mean it is. I mean, to look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. That's the motherfucker that's got 400,000 Bitcoins. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9, bro. Facts. We are into infinite compound interest while other people don't even understand the bro. They don't even understand it. And listen, man, compound interest is some shit. PERT equation. Again, that's more shit from fucking trans math. That's 7th grade math. 7th grade. I remember it. The exponent letter lowercase e. P to the ERT. You do the same thing with bond valuations. Like back in the day when they used to use the bond valuation table. The interest compounding. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, but that goes along with the whole understanding of Bitcoin and money, or what inflation is. $100,000 20 years ago would be like 300,000, 400,000 now. Right. Right. Just like I posted that picture of that purchase of Pepe that I made just last year when it was, you know, I spent $15 and got what, like 9 million. Now today, you know, 9 million cost what? I think we said about $200. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. And instead of you know, actually addressing or dealing with the issue or addressing or dealing with the problem, the easiest solution is, oh man, you just be saying some, you just like, come on, man, can't you just give us a break? Like, we need to be like, no, I mean, I'm not, I'm not holding anybody to anything. You know what I'm saying? As far as quote unquote, give me, this isn't me doing this. Can I give you a break? It's not me doing this. This is the world doing this. You know what I'm saying? Can I give a break? Well, you want me to take a break between streaming? Yeah, sure. I can take a break between streaming. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to stream as much, but that doesn't mean that any of this shit is going to stop while I'm not streaming. This is reality. Motherfuckers come to YouTube to be gaslit and don't come to YouTube for reality. I need a break from reality. That shit kicking my ass. Let me go to YouTube and hear some shit that makes me feel good. Oh man, you might fuck around and come on YouTube and hear some shit that don't make you feel too good. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, like Blade said, there's worse things out than vampires tonight.
Are you picking numbers just sort of randomly, or is there math that backs up it would go into?
That's what I think we'll do. That's the demand for that asset. Because there's $900 trillion wealth in the world. We could go back to the Croesus chart.
$900 trillion of wealth in the world, right? That goes to that table that we showed on that research paper earlier, right? $900 trillion in assets is the geometrical probability distribution of all the possible value that Bitcoin has to be able to absorb, right? Which is why Bitcoin has an unlimited value cap, right?
About 450 trillion of it is for assets held for use, for their use case, and the other 450 trillion is store of value. But you can see it's pretty easy to get to 10 trillion. Are you suggesting that's too much or too little?
I mean, shout out to DSA. What's good with it, bro? Eric said we too busy keeping it real. I don't know. I don't think anybody keeps it real, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I hear people say the phrase "keeping it real." I don't know how you can live in delusion and keep it real. This is another double negative. You know what I'm saying? Like, people live in delusion, perpetuate delusion, exist in a state of dissociative syndrome, which is all holographic images created by a psychosis that people have from not dealing with trauma properly. And then after all of the illusions and smoke and mirrors that they do psychologically, they then are bold enough to make the statement and say that what they're doing is keeping it real, when literally everything is fake smoke and mirrors, hallucinations, and schizophrenia. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. I don't understand where some of these phrases come from. Keep it real? When? How? Where? Who? Who keeps it real? No one keeps it real. Most people is fake. You know what I'm saying? People call keeping it real is an excuse for failure, is what keeping it real is. Well, I couldn't do that because I kept it real. No, you couldn't do it because you couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't do it because you couldn't do it. It had nothing to do with you keeping it real. Who was there judging your realness? You know what I'm saying? Well, did you give somebody a clipboard with a check marks, and if they checked off all the realness check marks, then you don't get the job or you don't get the position or whatever? Who was judging your realness to whether it was to a degree where you kept it real versus not? You know what I'm saying? Like, people be making this stuff up, bro. No one who let me ask everybody in the comment section, who's keeping it real? Listen, man, we are amongst the people who laugh and joke about the fact that they are forced to code switch to simply pay their bills. It's funny. Haha, I was at work. You know, sometimes you at work, you got to haha code switch. No, I don't know nothing about that because I don't code switch at work. I don't code switch anywhere. I'm the same motherfucker anywhere at all times. Now, I don't understand how people can sit there and in one instance, people will call somebody a coon, but then we'll lightly joke about how we code switch to do a deal, or if we're at, Whole Foods or something like that. It's either one or the other. I'm not about to make my throat hurt hiking my voice up 5 octaves so that somebody ain't scared every time I speak. I don't give a fuck about that shit. If you're scared, then maybe you should be. But this is how I talk. I don't have no customer service voice. Yo, I think my computer is frozen. Can y'all hear me? There we go. Yeah, I ain't got no customer service voice, bro. Can y'all hear me? I think the computer froze for a hot second. I'm not changing and rearranging and coming up with a fake voice. I'm not doing none of that. If I speak English, that's as good as you, and you understand English, that's as good as it gets. We're not animals. I'm not making no mating call. Like, what? But people would do that. So my thing is that how can somebody criticize somebody and be like, yo, this person is a coon because they XYZ? How is code switching not cooning? But it's just like, it's just something that we do. Well, let's examine why people code switch. People code switch because people don't have enough resources to be able to create an environment that they run to where they can be comfortable in their own environment. So you have to take yourself outside of that environment to adjust yourself to the environment that you're in. So code switching is a result of destitution and poverty and mediocrity. Well, if we just laugh it up a little bit, maybe it'll just hurt less. Maybe if you get a business, hire your own employees and own the facility that it's in, generate a positive revenue and build a business empire, then maybe it'll hurt less. Until then, congratulations on a lifetime of sounding like you sucked the helium out of a balloon for a living. And people are okay with that, turning themselves into a whole monstrosity of themselves and a clown show just to be in somebody's four walls for 8 to 12 hours and don't know any concept of anything else. If they were in their own four walls, they'd be completely lost and not even know how to find the exit. How many people have ever heard of, quote unquote, systems failure? You guys remember when we were talking about system theory? Who remembers when we were talking about system theory? System failure. Here's system failure. System failure is when people systemically do things inefficiently and incorrectly. I've noticed something. People around here seem to have a high appreciation for high purchase price, rapidly depreciating assets, and a lack of interest for low purchase price, rapidly appreciating assets. Why is that? Why is that? That's a buying behavior, right? That's an economic pattern that could be studied, right? So why is that?
Track whether that number is tied to something that I should already be aware of, or if you're just giving an example.
It's 1% of the global economy, right? 1% of the global economy wants to be a medium of exchange in the dollar. Yeah. So we can stipulate it's my opinion, if you like. You asked me what advice I'd give the administration, though. So I'm giving you my advice, which is you want the US dollar to be the world's reserve currency, and you want the US to own the world's reserve capital network. For the US dollar to be the world's reserve digital currency, if you want to be the world's reserve currency and you want to cement your control for the next 100 years, then you want the US dollar to move at the speed of light on billions and billions of devices.
If you want to cement your control for the next 100 years. If you want to cement your control for the next 100 years, bro, listen, man, most these people don't even know what's going on in the next 100 days, next 100 minutes, next 100 seconds. They're planning control digitally, dollar dominance, merging the Bitcoin with fiat money, right? To maintain dollar dominance on a 100-year time frame. I want you guys to process this information. Hear me clearly. See this. Listen. Do you all see how lost in the sauce your colleagues are? Do you see how mind blown, mind gone they are? Do you guys see it? Shout out to John. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen must have regulated Snot Rod. They must have regulated on Snot Rod. What did Snot Rod say? Snot Rod said, "You are nagger babbling. You said a bunch of stuff, but you aren't saying anything." That's interesting. Saying a bunch of stuff and not saying anything. I don't know if you were aware of this. You know what I'm saying? But I left some nagger splooge dripping off of your mom's lips this morning. You know what I'm saying? So you might want to wash up if you hugged her too tight. Fuck boy.
Okay, how do you do it? You need a stable coin backed by US dollar equivalents. Who should issue it? A company in the US. Either a bank or a public company like Circle, right? And how do you ensure it's good for the dollar? Well, you just make sure that it's pegged 1-for-1 to US dollar equivalents. Now let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't medium exchange. It isn't the currency. It's capital. It's digital gold. What the government ought to do is sell their gold. They have $600 billion of gold. They ought to just sell it and buy Bitcoin.
Right.
And you could buy 20 or 20.
Oh man, she looked like somebody took a spoonful of coconut butter and slapped her across the lips with it. Y'all ever seen coconut butter? That's what his mom's mouth was sitting up there looking like she just French kissed an open jar of coconut butter. Nah, that was me. That was all me. That was all.
I'm giving bitches permanent beers. Put your lips here.
25% of the Bitcoin network with the proceeds from selling the gold. The goal ought to be for the US just to buy 4 or 5 million Bitcoin. After you do that, you've demonetized the gold network. So the gold network is the 19th century world reserve capital network. You might as well just sell it all. The people that will own it will be the enemies of the United States. And the gold network will go from being worth $20 trillion to being worth $4 trillion or $3 trillion. You'll just drive it into the ground. Gold will go to $200-300 an ounce. And anybody holding gold as a reserve asset is bankrupted or has a worthless rock, just a shiny, heavy rock. And you're buying Bitcoin in the swap, and then Bitcoin goes to hundreds of trillions of dollars a coin, and you end up with $50 trillion to $100 trillion of capital. And then what happens to the U.S.? The U.S. becomes the economic leader of the world for the next 100 years.
Next 100 years, y'all. Next 100 years. How do you lay out a 100-year plan? Now, there's nothing guaranteeing that this quote-unquote plan will be successful, right? But I would say that there's a high likelihood that it could be, because the United States is very successful in executing its plans, right? But what I'm trying to show people is, do you all see the necessity in creating a complex plan for the future? That's the key takeaway. So the problem is that we have a bunch of spectators and not a lot of participants. People want to sit there and watch this stuff and point it out and say, ooh, ooh, that over there. Ooh, ooh, that over there. Look at that. Ooh, ooh, that over there. And they don't want to do anything about it. They don't want to try to hedge the risk. They don't want to try to confront it. They don't want to see this thing head on and say, how can we deal with it? And then when it happens, because there's been no preparation made, then people will just sit there and complain about it. Sit there and complain about it. Sit there and complain about it. And they'll lie to maintain glory and grace and say that there's nothing that they could have done, but there was everything that they could have done. Shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with it, bro? There was everything that they could have done, and they didn't. They don't. Let me ask you guys this question. Does that situation deserve sympathy? If that situation deserves sympathy, give me a thumbs up. If it does not deserve sympathy, then give me a thumbs down. You guys already know what I'm about to say. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 27 people watching, and we got 45 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream wherever you're watching from.
We're the richest country in the world. We negate the entire debt. If you generate a $50 trillion capital gain with Bitcoin, you offset the existing national debt, and you become a net creditor nation. And the dollar permeates everywhere. Okay, what's going to pay for this, Tom? Well, first of all, everybody was seeing.
Now, look, I want you guys to understand. Michael Saylor is laying out this plan, right? He's laying out this plan to try to offset U.S. debt with Bitcoin, right? He's a genius for it. He's a genius for it. And people are behind him. Matter of fact, he got the president behind him. He thinks it's a viable idea and possible. And people are like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I want you guys to make sure that you etch the permanent miscalculation and permanent judgment of people who doubted the notion of dealing with the racial wealth gap with cryptocurrency into your brains, and never forget it and bring it up every single time the racial wealth gap is ever brought up. Because this is proof that this kind of model works. I want people to be actually brave for once. See if people are capable of it.
BNY or rubles or any African currency, any South American currency, even the euro, they're probably just going to trade all their currency for US dollars, for the digital currency of the US. Second, anybody with capital assets outside the U.S. that can't get access to the dollar to capitalize their company, they're going to use the stable coins to capitalize their entity. So you're going to have capital flows from currency, and you're going to have a lot of other capital flows. There's a lot of people in the world, in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Argentina. They would sell their real estate, they would sell their equity, they would sell their currency, they would sell their bonds just to buy the U.S. dollar. I mean, that's been proven in Argentina. That's been proven in Turkey. That's proven in Lebanon. So you'll have a lot of currency, a lot of money just flow into the U.S. dollar via the stable coin. But
imagine if people had to follow the model, utilize Bitcoin to offset the racial wealth gap. People had to saw the patterns and studied and saw how rapidly it went down, and you know what I'm saying? Started asking, well, how did you do that? And yada, yada, yada. Could you imagine? Unfortunately, that's the only thing you'll ever be able to do is imagine. That's the only thing that you'll ever be able to do, because that opportunity has permanently gone. So congratulations to everybody. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Cheers.
By the way, an anecdote is, in Europe, if Europeans are given a choice between the digital euro and the dollar, that means people in France and Germany and Italy and Greece want the dollar. Now, if I go to China and I give them a choice between the digital CNY and the digital dollar, the vast majority of the money chooses the dollar. That's why it's illegal. That's why the Chinese have a law making it illegal for you to trade crypto, because everybody wants it so bad. They would all buy it. So we're talking about economic physics now, right? Capital flow, money, water flows downhill. And money
lesson, I'll tell you what, one lesson that people might learn from this, maybe, we'll see, is it's arguable and debatable whether people learn or not. The dangers in not making your people great. The opportunity costs of not making your people great. And people going to have plenty of time. You know what I'm saying? People going to have plenty of time broke to learn and think about it. Shout out to Lloyd's Guy 9. Lloyd's Guy 9 said if people traveled a bit more, they would understand the U.S. dollar has way more power and pull outside of the United States versus within its borders. Yeah, facts. Well, even if they just took a basic economics class and understood, right, foreign exchange rates, and understood that, if a dollar is backed by more belief and backed by more assets and a military than other assets, it's going to, in most cases, have more buying power, right? The dollar is also backed by the world's largest economy, right? So all of these things back the dollar. So because the world's largest economy, if you slice up the economy and assign a unit of the economy to each dollar, that's going to be more than what it's worth anywhere else, right? So if people traveled, right, and if people were smarter than a fifth grader, but people are neither one, right? So make it make sense.
Goes to its most secure, best home. So on the capital side, with regard to Bitcoin, what would happen is everybody in Africa, South America, Asia, they would all dump their physical assets and their
Shout out to DSA. DSA says, this sounds stupid only because if you make the money digital in this environment, it can be stolen. And it is untraceable, setting people up for further failure. Now, here's my question for you. I want to make sure that I got this straight. The digital environment is the only environment that money can be stolen in? If you make the money digital in this environment, it can be stolen. So existing money is still proof. Right? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Yeah, Lloyd Sky 9 says the digital environment arguably makes it more safe. Yeah, there's so much computer power and electrical energy that goes into securing the money on the digital blockchain. Bitcoin is, for the most part, unhackable. Even the quantum computers can't hack it. And Solana just quantum proofed. But I'm more concerned about the non stealability of regular money. DSA said this sounds stupid only because if you make the money digital in this environment, it can be stolen. I want to know an environment where money can't be stolen. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said people steal checks from mailboxes. Yeah, facts. I want to know the environment where money can't be stolen in. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 said encryption is the best form of security. Am I wrong? I wouldn't disagree with that. Most people don't even know how to turn on a computer, let alone do some complex private key hacking. What's the first step to hacking a private key? Does anybody know? Everybody can throw a brick through a window, though, right? But I want to know the environment where money is not able to be stolen in. Shout out to DSA. DSA said, I'm going off what was said a while ago that China has a machine that can steal the money. What's the machine called? Now, mind you, this physical money is still able to be stolen, but you have to be high up to get away. You have to be high up to get away with stealing physical money. What about people that run in a bodega with a gun? But I want to know about this machine that the Chinese allegedly made, and I want to know what actual kind of money it is that machine allegedly steals. Because if it does, there should be some use cases of that type of money being stolen, and there should be a whole study about it, and there should have been some changes in technology innovations made, right? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said most people don't know how to use an iPad or a tablet. But I want you guys to this is what I want you guys to understand. When it comes to cryptocurrency or when it comes to Bitcoin, people always have an impossible double standard for Bitcoin that is not ever assigned to fiat currency, which fiat currency has failed every single test. Okay. Shout out to DSA. DSA said that can steal Bitcoin. How many Bitcoin have been stolen? Because if they've been stolen, it would show up on the blockchain. DSA said, "Now don't get it twisted. Y'all have all valid points." No. Here, I'm don't feel no kind of way, DSA. But we're the only ones that have points here, because if this machine stole cryptocurrency, it would show on the blockchain ledger what wallet the cryptocurrency came from, where it got stolen, and where it got transferred to. Right. So if we can't produce that, then we can't say what's being said is a fact. We have to say it's conjecture. Also, if it stole Bitcoin, we'll know exactly what wallet it came from, right? So all this information is information we should be able to get. None of these are any points yet. This is just data, right? So none of us have made a point yet, right? And now, as far as me and Kid Gravity talking about a machine that stole Bitcoin, I don't know about a machine that stole Bitcoin. I know China made a fusion engine that uses and controls nuclear fusion to create high temperatures and energy, but I've never heard of a quote unquote Bitcoin stealing Chinese machine. I've never heard of any machine able to steal Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSA. DSA saying, what I mean by high up, meaning the government stealing money, and it came up missing. Yeah, well, check this out, right? How many people have heard about all of the billions of dollars that keep showing up missing from the Pentagon budgets and all that? Now, here's the question: how much of that is crypto, right? Probably none of it. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that, you know, anything can get stolen, right? So the same standard should be applied to anything, right? So if anything can be stolen, everything should be dealt with the same type of security scrutiny that digital currency or cryptocurrency is dealt with. So if cryptocurrency is not to be dealt with or used because it should be stolen, because it can be stolen, anything that can be stolen shouldn't be used. That's how I feel about that. The same standard should apply. Ern says, how did Crow get strike one? I don't know what you're talking about. So I guess I'll wait until you explain what you're talking about. Or we can continue to listen to Michael Saylor.
They're low quality bonds, currencies, real estate, equity, and they would buy Bitcoin because everybody would rather have a piece of cyber Manhattan. They would all rather be in the US. They'd all rather have the high quality property, but they can't buy it. They can't physically.
Oh, my title. You know what? I just suddenly lost interest in the fact that you exist. Does anybody want to zap this dude? Night.
Illegal for. Do you know it's illegal in Nigeria for you to hold dollars?
I did not.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of countries. You know, it's illegal in China for you to trade in U.S. stocks or buy dollars. So there are a lot of places. You can figure it's probably illegal in Russia too. I think most places in the world, they have capital controls.
No, I don't think that,
and
bro.
the capital controls can range.
I don't think that at all. No, I don't think that. I don't think that at all, bro. DSA said, "Don't think I was coming in here trying to throw off the conversation." No, I don't think that. I don't think that, bro. It's okay. What I'm trying to show is that a lot of times when people talk about crypto or when people talk about Bitcoin, there's just like a weird bias that people have, and there's a weird double standard, and they expect, like, somebody will say Bitcoin only made a 100% return this year. No other assets are bringing in 100% returns, but for Bitcoin, it's only a 100% return. And then people never correct it. Yeah, Ern got the nuke, you know. I don't understand why people watch people that they say that they don't like. It's fucking weird and bizarre. You know what I'm saying? Like, help him make his own mind up. You know what I'm saying? He said, fuck all of us. And you know what I'm saying? All that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, all right, bro, goodbye. Have a nice life. I'm saying, it's your weird ass the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Ern says that he talks about crypto. Go talk about crypto. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck you over here for?
From you can't take your money out of the country to you can't even hold those foreign assets.
And do you think that Tether or something like that lets them get around those regulations?
That's why Tether is successful today. The reason that Tether is $100 billion plus network is because people want dollars so bad.
Yeah, I mean, like, shout out to Fantizzy, bro. It's that weird ass shit. It's that weird ass YouTube shit. This is a weird dude that comes around and says weird shit. He attacks people in the comment section. You know what I'm saying? Even if we're talking about topics that he actually agrees with and support, he's still talking crazy to people in the comment section. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, go away. Go away, you weird fuck. You know what I'm saying? You fucking weirdo. Go open a book. Go learn a skill. Go get a certification. And then people like to clock watch you and time what you're doing. I'm not responsible for paying any of your fucking bills. So if I want to be on YouTube for 9 hours or if I want to make a video, I'm where in my life I can do what I want to. You need to worry about your own life. I'll do a stream for 24 hours with Izzy tomorrow if I want to, because I can. And it doesn't matter if you say whatever reason, oh, you just, I can do whatever the fuck I want to. You know what I'm saying? Worry about you. You want to be a hero? Go fight crime. You know what I'm saying? Go stand in front of an abortion clinic and stop people from killing their babies. Go save the world. Just do that shit somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Leave us the fuck alone. Fucking weirdo ass motherfuckers on YouTube. Shout out to Detroit 313. Yeah, become Batman. You know what I'm saying? Go save everybody. You know what I'm saying? Go donate to a charity. You know what I'm saying? This is fucking weird. What the fuck is wrong with these motherfucking people, man? Seriously, somebody help me out. I really don't understand. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Where do these people come from? When you look at YouTube, is it like some carcinogens in the food or lead in the paint? Some type of benzene rings or something? Like, how are people having these genetically fucked up children that grow up to think being a complete inside out waste of DNA is normal? Like, what's really going on?
Willing to buy it from a company that isn't public, that isn't a bank, because they want the dollar. Right? If Tether were allowed to incorporate in the U.S. and operate in the U.S., it would probably go from $100 billion to $1 trillion network in a hurry. Right? But there'd be competition. Let them compete with Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan and Circle and whoever, and may the better company win. But
yeah, the Reaper got the answer. They with the fuck shit. It's hilarious.
The point I'm getting at here is the capital from the 20th century is going to flow into the 21st century. Sell antiquated real estates and aged apartment buildings and natural gas fields, and they're going to sell soybeans or what.
I mean, like, let me just ask y'all this, right? Do people have any human communication skills anymore? Did you see how that fucking archaic Neanderthal just came into the chat? Ooga booga, what's the title about? Nobody greets anybody anymore. Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What? Man, get the fuck out of here. Do you guys notice that? We've been there, done that, and talked about crypto.com. That shit's over. You know what I'm saying? You can watch the replay, or you can send a super chat, and maybe I'll stop what the fuck I'm doing, right? But I mean, just like, who raises these people? Now, you know how people be saying, like, people be coming from single family households and shit like that? I don't necessarily know anymore, man. I think a lot of these motherfuckers be having two parents that's fucked up. You're doubly fucked up. You have a fucked up ass mom and you have a fucked up ass dad and a fucked up ass brother and probably fucked up ass grandparents. You know what I'm saying? How did you get a strike from crypto.com? Oh, wait. No, you won't, because I'm not going into it. I already talked about it. Fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, social skills. Let me ask you guys this question. 2025. 2025, right? People should demand human communication and not grunting. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. No more grunting, no more Flintstone shit. You know what I'm saying? Human communication. Hi, how are you? You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the room. Yada, yada, yada. Professionalism, right? I'm walking in barefoot with my cheetah skin toga on. What? Ain't got straight what? Tell me right now. Sit your immediate gratification dumbass down. Get some cage therapy. Motherfuckers out here acting like zoo escapees and shit. Feral ass YouTube commenters. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Shout out to Jazz My Guy Crypto. Jazz My Guy Crypto says all this crypto just casino make that bread. Mog flipping crow crazy. Yeah, bro. Mog is going on a tear lately, man. It like 3 or 4 straight days of double-digit gains. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand it. Like, these motherfuckers on YouTube are weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, that dude comes to the chat periodically, disrespects everybody in the chat, talks shit about me. We're not even talking anything about anything that this dude is interested in. Why do you come? Why do you come to the chat? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, you know, Earn has posters of Marjorie Taylor Greene on his wall. I look, listen, I'm scared to think about what he might have on his wall. You know what I'm saying? But just go away, dude. Like, have fun. You know what I'm saying? Go get you something to eat. Go get you a steak. Go get you some shrimp. Nobody cares what you're doing. Nobody cares what you're talking about. We don't even care if you're alive. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand the sadomasochism. Like, it's just weird. Me personally, I try to avoid people that I don't really like. Now, I never did shit to that weirdo. You know what I'm saying? He's just one of them people that, you know, I'm just going to come in the comment section talking crazy and you're not going to say anything. Okay. Right. But then it's like this game. And it's like, bruh, is that what your dad taught you? Would your dad be proud if he saw that you were acting like a schoolgirl? I don't think that he would. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion said, Rob, you what he wants. He wants to be verbally assaulted. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That shit's weird. I don't understand a man who wants to be verbally assaulted. I don't understand a man who wants to be verbally assaulted by another man. If you're a man, you should maybe, you know what I'm saying, want to be verbally embraced by a woman, right? But I don't understand that. It's weird. It's that YouTube shit. It's fucking weird, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't be fucking around with motherfuckers on YouTube all like that. Like, man, these motherfuckers weird out here, man. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers weird as hell. Motherfuckers budgeting your time and shit. You know what I'm saying? You've been live for 6 hours, nigga. So I like crypto and I like live streaming. Is that okay with you? I mean, I honestly don't give a fuck whether it is or not, because you're not going to turn my computer off. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to do shit. But I mean, that shit's affecting you. What's actually affecting you is that everybody buying up the Bitcoin. And while your ass is in the comment section trolling, you know what I'm saying? That shit's about to be below 1 million. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, let me tell you something, man. I got a schedule book at the crib and I got a whole bunch of pins, man. I don't need nobody telling me what the fuck I need to do. You know what I'm saying? I got it all written out. It's in my Google Calendar and it's in my book.
Whatever in Siberia, and they're going to buy 21st century assets. And that means Bitcoin, among other things. And then capital in foreign nations is going to flow toward the West, and it's going to capital flow from the East to the West, and it'll flow from Europe to the US. And the only reason it doesn't is because we don't make it easy for the money. And the way to make it easy, embrace Bitcoin, and anybody can buy Bitcoin anywhere in the world. There's 15,000 crypto on-ramps, and you can do it peer-to-peer. So embrace Bitcoin, and that is a capital network that the United States would own and benefit from. and all of the capital from your enemies and all foreign capital and all antiquated capital and all inefficient, thermodynamically unsound capital, it would all flow into the Bitcoin network. And if we issue that digital currency, that stable coin, then all of the world currencies would immediately swap to the dollar for all except for their next 4 weeks of cash flows.
So as you guys can see, what shout out to J 007. What's good, bro? What Michael Saylor is doing is he's trying to create a leveraged Bitcoin US stable dollar position that would allow the United States to swap the fiat dollar for a United States stablecoin dollar to leverage Bitcoin to maintain dollar dominance. Now, it is what it is. It's a plan, right? It's what they want to do, right? And, maybe they might be able to do it or maybe they might not. But the point is that there's a plan here, and it's a 100-year plan to try to maintain control over the world economy, U.S. dollar dominance, by, adapting, evolving, using Bitcoin, right? And this is what I'm saying. This is the importance of planning. I don't understand why people are so not into planning. I don't understand why people are so opposed to like new technology and innovation. I don't get it. And this is the stuff that I try to figure out. Yeah, I would actually agree with that. I don't know why Crow is so undervalued. I was actually talking about Crow earlier, talking about how much I think Crow is a really good coin and a really good project, and crypto.com and everything that they're doing, except for when they irritated the fuck out of me with that fuck shit they did on the customer service shit. But besides that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would agree. I would have thought Crow would have been at I would have thought $1 at the least by now. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Shout out to DSA. DSA said, question, where would you buy Bitcoin from through Cash App? I would actually buy Bitcoin on crypto.com and put it in the Earn wallet, so that you can at least get some interest on it. Because any little bit of Bitcoin that you get is good, right? Now, as far as Cash App goes, I would turn on the Cash App, you can turn it where it gives you Bitcoin rewards for Cash App purchases. I would turn that shit on so that while you make purchases, you get Bitcoin. But I would always try to put Bitcoin, I would keep Bitcoin in your, cold wallet. If you're going to do some type of liquid staking or lockup, whatever, you know what I'm saying, do that. But you want to keep it where you're not spending as much of it. And that includes like transaction fees of sending it back and forth. You don't want to be sending Bitcoin all over the place, wasting that money in the transaction fees. You could keep that Bitcoin. Them little transaction fees will fuck around and be $1 million in 10 years and you'll be pissed. You know what I'm saying?
Because everybody wants the dollar, everywhere outside the US. And so this is an example of leading through a digital assets framework, right? And the two most important digital assets in the world are digital currency in the form of the dollar and digital capital in the form of Bitcoin. And the Trump trade is, I just swap the gold for the Bitcoin and I make $80 trillion in the trade and I catapult the United States to worldwide economic dominance for the next 100 years. That's the advice I give you.
Very good advice. But given how many people in the US hold gold, what do you think the odds are that he'll actually do that?
I don't know. But it doesn't, the gold is the last twist. The reason to sell the gold is because foreign and a competitor to Bitcoin is, so the entire trade becomes free and it becomes geopolitically wise, because not only do you enrich yourself with an extra 100 trillion, but you also bankrupt your enemy's banks. So that's why you should do it. But will they do it? Maybe not. But the fallback would be you keep the gold. By the way, gold's getting demonetized whether you like it or not. Like, I will just say, gold is failing as a capital asset. It'll
Oh man, that's hilarious. AB Promotion said Earn's name is officially changed to He Must Learn. It's just weird. You know what I'm saying? Nobody watches your channel. I've literally never said that I'm the most popular YouTuber and I get all these views, but okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. Like, I don't know what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to prove something that everybody can see? Because all the views are public. So, like, why do you YouTube? is this an interview? Am I getting hired somewhere? Like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird. I don't know you. You don't know me. I'm a YouTuber. I'm having fun YouTubing. Go away. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, Google already hired me. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck you, like, go away. What's wrong with these people online, bro? Yeah, well, now they also charge. They don't have that free option anymore. It's a lower percentage now. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that understanding like the actual mechanism of how Bitcoin works, do you all think that will help investors and cryptocurrency buyers be able to understand the volatility and be more comfortable with their purchase and leverage of Bitcoin? If you do, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to E46 Source. E46 Source says, my first time up in here, but I'm rocking with the vibes. Hey, yo, man, we appreciate you, man. Welcome. Make sure y'all show E46 Source some love. You know what I'm saying? Y'all showed Earn got showed the door. You know what I'm saying? And E46 Source got showed some love. See, this shout out to E46. What's wrong with just coming in like that? My first time up in here, but I'm rocking with the vibes. Yo, welcome. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. What's wrong with being civil? You know what I mean? I don't get it. And then when somebody's not civil and you give them reciprocity, somehow you're the one that's out of pocket. It's just bizarre. You know what I'm saying? It's just bizarre. Shout out to E46 Source for being a normal human being and communicating like a normal human being and not with an animal call or a kill call.
Either fail because a nation state puts a stake in the heart of it, or
I got some bum YouTube scam money. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure you I got some YouTube scam bums. I have no job, sit and work on YouTube and go live all day. Money. Make sure you guys show John Guillory some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some and some ducks in the chat for John Guillory for gifting the memberships and funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro. This that I don't have a job. I YouTube money. That's what's good.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Because anytime anybody gets on YouTube, they just don't have a job. Now, mind you, Michael Saylor, nobody ever accused Michael Saylor of not having a job. He's a CEO of a billion-dollar company. He's on YouTube all the time. You know what I'm saying? Doing podcasts and interviews. But, you know, anybody that gets on YouTube and their subscribers support them. We don't have jobs. We're scammers. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else got any scam money? Go ahead and hit that $ sign down there. Need that scam money. I ain't got no job money. Look, hey, you remember Sauce Money? Give me that scam money. You know what I'm saying? That I'm a fat slob money. Give me that I'm Rob, I ain't got a job money. That I stay at home money. I'm on your dome money. Give me that Cash App on my phone money. Hey. Oh man, shout out to Liturgy Unit. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, man. Oh man, I stay at home money. Give me that phone money. Give me that AB Promotions invest in bone money. Hey! Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, shout out to Lehman Lucas, man. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Lehman Lucas some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Lehman Lucas for funding the organization. Man, that's hilarious.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
AB Promotion said, Rob, a lot of people don't remember Sauce Money like that, but I do. Yo, Sauce Money was, man, he was one of the Rockefellers, like, I fucked with Sauce Money. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, like I fucked with Sauce Money more than I fucked with Bleak and Siegel. You know what I'm saying? I thought Sauce Money was their premier artist. You know what I'm saying? I thought Sauce Money was on, he lit every single song he was on up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened. Jay-Z happened.
It'll fail because the free market's going to short sell it. I mean, every rational investor that holds gold is going to dump the gold to buy Bitcoin every year. So it's going to be demonetized no matter what.
Yeah.
So the reason
join the Discord, we'll get you right. We get you right money. We get you hype money. We get you that Bitcoin God candle out of sight money. Hey. Oh man, Sauce Money. Sauce Money was lit. You know what I'm saying? Sauce Money was lit. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Those are flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
Freestyle Kang, like Lil Flip. They call me Lil Chips. You know what I'm saying? Little Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying?
reason to sell it is because it's a bad investment and it's happening anyway. But let's say that they don't. Well, you just use $600 billion of US dollars or borrow $600 billion to do it. It still becomes effectively a free transaction.
They're actually they're talking about real amounts of money, like little kids, like 600 billion gazillion, but actually talking about real money. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Borrow 600 billion and you're going to pay off 40 trillion, or you're going to make 60 to 80 trillion. So it's a pretty obvious swap, even with just currency.
And would you be perfectly happy to see them inflate the money supply to do it?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, if you're buying the Bitcoin before it goes up by a factor of 100, is not inflation, it's accretion, right? You could spend $1 trillion to buy the Bitcoin and make 100 trillion, and it's 100 to 1 gain. So if you look at the U.S., we actually bought Lena from the end for over $12 or $15 million. We bought Alaska from the Russians for $6 million. We bought California from the Mexicans for $12 million. There was inflation to do that, or they just paid with a check or currency. They were all good investments. You know, New York was bought, but what, 60 guilders or something, nothing. Yeah, so I think that look, the point I'd really make is you as an individual ought to borrow money against your house and buy Bitcoin. If you're borrowing the money at 6% or 3% and investing it at 30 to 60%, it's a good idea for you. If you could sell 10% of the equity in Impact Theory, the corporation, at a fair value, I would say inflate your equity, sell 10% of your stock, buy Bitcoin with it, because Bitcoin's going up 30 to 60% a year. In the worst case, you'll have diversified. In the best case, you'll actually grow faster. And the first nation to print money, the first nation to print their own currency to buy Bitcoin wins, right? Like, Tom, look what MicroStrategy did. We basically issue our own currency, our stock, and we buy Bitcoin. What happened? We went from $1 billion to $100 billion market cap is what happened. Is it inflation? It's only inflation if you print the currency to invest it, to make a bad investment, right? If you print the currency to buy something that's appreciating faster than your inflation rate, it's actually accretion, right? So the hurdle rate is the 7%. And the problem really is most government.
I don't I don't know why I keep laughing at this man, but why do he keep acting like he's like coming up for air? Do y'all notice like he keeps doing that? Like he's like, it's like he's like he underwater or something, and then just like randomly he's like, and then he like start talking again, like, and he's been doing that the entire time. Like, is his back hurting or something? Like, what's going on with Michael Saylor? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, he need to put a Silent Pass patch on or something, man. You know what I'm saying? Get that together. Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. I appreciate you, bro. Lloyd Scott 9 says, you think they might suppress the price of Bitcoin until they can get that Bitcoin reserve legislation in place? If they can do that, I wouldn't be surprised if they did do it, if they can. Because, of course, they're not going to want to pay for Bitcoin at the highest prices, right? Because them spreads can be ridiculous. They're going to want to try to get it at the lowest possible price. So if they do have some type of suppression mechanism, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they did try to take advantage of it and use it, right? So that's interesting. You know what? And speaking of which, that's interesting because I wonder if they, I wonder if they could put out like a word to like a lot of the people that have Bitcoin, right? And you know, like the ETF holders, and say, I need you guys to do this, and then so the ETF holders then buy in a pattern that creates that $70,000 correction, and then the United States scoops in and gets all the Bitcoin during that $70,000 correction. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9, man. I appreciate you. Look at us getting that goal. Definitely appreciate it. I promise you guys will definitely reap the benefits of what I got planned. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Scott 9 some love and get ready because we about to eat.
In Springfield,
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat that.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Lloyd Scott 9 says, oh man, I hate when I do that. Lloyd Scott 9 says the US holds 213,297 Bitcoin. That's more than enough to cut bullish momentum, in my opinion. I don't know. Do you think that's enough? BlackRock and Michael Saylor together hold close to 1 million. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted to, which they probably wouldn't, but if they wanted to, they could cut in on that and mess that
investment instead of printing the currency to make a good investment. And that's why they can't get out of their hole.
When you look at the hole that we've dug for ourselves and the adding $1 trillion every 100 days to the debt, do you see this as like a no-brainer way to get out of that?
Yeah, I do, because
I didn't know that was the factor. How many people knew that that's what the factor is? Adding 100, what did he say? $1 trillion to the debt every 100 days. That is a wild metric to think about. That's wild. Adding $100 or adding $1 trillion per day in debt every 100 days. $1 trillion per 100. That's basically $3.6 trillion a year. Sheesh. $3.6 trillion a year of debt. That's insane. Shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. We got 31 people watching. I really appreciate each and every one of you. You know what I'm saying? We got 46 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Let's try to get to 70. That would be amazing.
Austerity isn't a good idea. Tax isn't a good idea. What is this? The way you get out? Well, if we create 1 billion robots and 1 billion AIs, and they all do the work smarter, faster, stronger, cheaper by a factor of 1 million, then that's probably good for the economy, right? I mean, you're going to harness digital technology, and that's going to help us grow our way out. If you remember what I said at the beginning of the podcast, and I said it's a $10 to $15 trillion entropic lapse every year due to physical and financial capital. So you're saying, how are we going to pay off a 30 or 40 trillion dollar debt? What I'm saying is, I have a network that's worth trillions of dollars a year, maybe 10 trillion a year. And so if you actually install the network, it's worth $10 trillion a year to the human race. How long does it take running a thing worth $10 trillion a year to pay off a $40 trillion bill? It's like, what I'm coming back to is you have a problem, and I invent a modern fusion reactor, a pocket fusion reactor that will run for 1 million years and give you infinite power, from a bottle of water, and I offer it to you, and you're like, no, I'd rather just tax everybody. Like, I think that if you're smart, you figure out, we'll just take a few of these, and this is how we're going to grow our way out of our problem. And I'm offering you the same thing, a crypto reactor, and I'm saying the solution to our economic problem is harness technology to generate trillions of dollars of economic value a year.
Now, we're going to stop right there. And we're going to stop right there because that sounded exactly like the PowerPoint that I made a couple years ago. And I just want to show you guys the difference between what happens when people listen, right? And when people don't. When people listen, stuff gets done. Money gets generated. Massive people get rich. When nothing gets done, you just watch and wonder. You know what I'm saying? Look at, Ern came back. Ern said, "Hello, bro, you've been going on about another guy for like 20 minutes. You need a hug, bro. Don't let someone from online get to you for stuff they said months ago. How do you know anybody said anything months ago? That's interesting. You're a good detective. Have a good day. Be more happy. Cheers." You know what? I think I might actually take your advice. Ern. Oh, man. People got to learn how to troll better. Don't give time frames if nobody's mentioned any time frames. Okay? Don't give away clues. Come on, man. I'm supposed to be the dumb one. You're supposed to be the smart one. That means that you're supposed to do the smart things. I'm supposed to do the dumb things. You kind of messed that up right there, Ern. Kind of messed up that relationship there, buddy. I'm saying. Make sure you guys don't move a muscle. This live stream will take you right into the next one. Before we do that, please make sure you celebrate the stream sponsors with me. I appreciate them, and I appreciate everybody who watched, and I even appreciate Ern for allowing me to blow off some steam. Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. I appreciate you, bro. Got to hit Lloyd Scott 9 with the again. You know what I'm saying? Because Lloyd was killing it with the agains. All right. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Again! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Jerry Befford. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. I appreciate it, bro. Shout out to John Guillory. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Got to hit Lehman Lucas with again. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Got to hit Brooklyn Queen with again. And shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9 again. Definitely appreciate you, man. So hopefully, you know what I'm saying, people can come through to the call-in show and we have a good time and we talk, you know what I'm saying, come up with some interesting stuff. Check out some crypto, check out some prices, check out some theories, just chop it up, have a good time. All right. So if you haven't hit the like button for that stream, make sure that you guys do. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Time I did, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, you're right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds.